Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the College Nation show. This is the College Genesis, aka Collar Rumble, aka your culture critic, geopolitical pundit, aka your ringmaster, aka Reverend Collar, aka the professor of Negroology, PhD of Negroology, and so on and so on. I wear many hats. I have many titles, but you can just call me Collar. Just call me anything. Don't call me late to dinner. Anyway, we had an explosive show last night. The hate produced, man. Like when I tell you that this is where you ought to be, this is where you ought to be. And I'm looking at the number of people who's coming into the show and chatting. We're getting new people coming in. I'm loving this, A new person coming last night. I think his name was Elijah. I hope he's a new subscriber. He came in and just dropped it saying, yeah, we need a nation of our own, And so I'm saying to myself, wow, this platform is growing beyond what I even expected. I knew I was going to have an effect on people, right? But I had no idea it was going to be like this, man. It's like, geez, people are really listening to the College Genesis and this College Nation message, right? So all my College Nation warriors out there, we're going to do this. We're going to take it to the top, man. We're going to have to be one of the largest platforms in the coming years, right? And we're going to basically look in a couple of years. I will be on the continent, right? Yeah, so I just can't stop. But I might take I'm probably have to take a hiatus in August because that's when my business. Because I'm business, I'm gonna have so much time. I'm not gonna be able to do shows in August. Yeah, hopefully I have a subscriber. If I don't get 1,000 subscribers before July, then I have to take the month of August off because I got a lot of work to do and stuff like that, and I won't have the time to be doing this, But I'll still be doing uploading videos and stuff like that. So you guys keep thing, keep going, keep going with it. I'll keep uploading videos and stuff like that, on YouTube and stuff like that. So I keep abreast. I'll just do like selfies and keep up with you guys for a month, but I don't know if I'll do like live streams in August, and I'll come back in September, But yeah, tonight's topic, the hate produced, part 2. Last night's show was basically explosive, And like I said, what I do is I get feedback from people I trust, right? And people I trust. If I talk to you offline, that means I consider you a friend and I value your opinion. If I don't talk to you offline, you got some work to do. All I say is like that. Anyway, I talked to my good brother, Hustle Smart, aka Simp Police. And basically he was reading what my good brother David Hitz said. He said, yeah, what was he saying? What was the term he used? What was the term David Hitt used? What was the term? Hold up. Let me see. He said, okay. Oh, yeah. Pushing your buttons. And I've heard that many times before, right? And last night, something just dawned on me. Why do I let people come in here push my buttons? Why do I do that? Why do I have people on my platform that just oppose to everything I do and everything? Like, when do I get the support, And also, all you people that come you support me, you got to start calling in and like say, look, voice your opinion. I like DK when DK calls in because like this. I'm not saying people kiss my ass, but the thing is though, when you got people out there and what gets me is this: I am going to start. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're not going to contribute to this platform or you're going to believe in this or whatever like that, and I want constructive criticism, because I can't do this. I open this up so I can say, okay, we believe the end game is a nation state, right, of our own. Now, let me talk to you about that. I'm not doing this for me. I'm 57 years old. I'm not going to see no nation, I'm going to probably die with, future generations. So why do you do that? Because I'm proving one thing, that we are like anybody else. The white man, the Asian man, they plan 200 years in advance. How we're going to be in what you call it, how are we going to do, what is our people going to do long after we're gone? The black race, particularly Africans, don't plan for the next day, let alone 100 years from now. That mentality has to stop. That's why people ask me, why you guys talk about in Afghanistan? Why you guys talk about this like that? Because we're planning for the future. That's what it is. Other people have, the reason why Africa is poor and everything is because the people 200 years ago in Africa didn't plan for shit. And that's why I said right now, not the white man. It ain't colonialism. It's none of that. It's not white supremacy. It's the fact that Africans don't plan. And then they try to bring that mentality to us. That's what I resent, and this mentality, right? It's starting to make me hate Pan-Africanism. It's starting to make me hate Africa, because I'm saying to myself, now I come from a very cultured and civilized background. My family, I talked about that last night. I said, look, we were taught etiquette, and it's, oh, you learned that from the white man. No, every advanced civilization has etiquette. Where we learned it from in America, Black America, my family, and most of the people I know would not practice etiquette. We learn how to dress. We learn how to present ourselves. We learn how to say things like, don't say ain't, don't say y'all, you say you all those things you were always corrected when I was growing up. How to pronounce yourself and express yourself and everything like that. Talking and jiving and stuff like that was basically, no, it's not Jack and Jill. I ain't come from no Jack and Jill. I come from working class people. I'm not an elite. The Jack and Jill, the people just took it to the extreme. It made like a cult. But these are things that people basically did, and the Black people, we did it among ourselves. So we did it among ourselves. Why? Because we kept our own standards up. People always act as like when you have etiquette, you're trying to put on airs in front of white people. No, we put on airs in front of each other. You didn't want the Joneses getting one up on you and whatnot. So this is what we're talking about tonight. And I'm sick and tired of people, Black people, who don't want to hold themselves up to a standard, right? Using Pan-Africanism to basically do things like, oh, we eat with our fingers, we eat bush meat. We're a bunch of fucking savages. We poop in the bush, whatever like that. All this stuff, man, is derailing and undermining what our ancestors built for us. Everything. Do you think it was easy? Anybody could have just built what Black America was one time? Chicago. I'm gonna play some videos of Black America, how we used to be. Black Wall Street, Wilmington. We used to have, we had communities that were rivaling and above the white communities in this country. And because we had a sense of civilization, don't Africans eat with their hands? Yeah, a lot of them do, But I said, if they want to eat with their hands, it's fine. But don't put that on us. I'm telling you right now, don't put that on us. We don't do that. I'm not going to go by what you tell me to do. And my family, basically, we would grow up, this is the way you do. This is how you eat. You have manners, You get up from the table, you excuse yourself, And anything goes. They not just put a bowl on the floor and everybody jump in like Elvis things, We gotta do things the African way, Carla, And that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. I resent. See, I tried to sell the Pan-African world as Africans are civilized like us, whatever like that. We could just agree on this. But the thing is, instead of Africans, we're talking about things like STEM, science, infrastructure, development, stuff like that. Why create the Black African infrastructure? No. The unifying message is we should all eat bush meat and we all shoot with our hands. No, that's their line in the sand. You guys got to start eating bush meat, and speaking jibber jabber and whatnot, a bunch of friggin' nonsense, What happened on Mari Shai? I didn't get to see Dynasty Show. What happened on Dynasty Show? He did a show about that thing like that, Africa is more than 60 years behind. It's like a freaking 300 years behind, to tell you the truth. Well, so it's what it is, It is what it is, And like I said, most Black people, beef was like not really eaten in Black America. We always ate chicken, fish, and poultry products and whatnot, We never really ate beef in Black America. Well, beef is something white people did and whatnot. So people talk about, oh, you eat this and no. I do, but no, Black people did eat pork because it was cheap, inexpensive. Black people did eat pork. I admit that. But for the most part, beef, we never really ate beef because beef was so expensive in our community, for the most part. Your daddy had to make some money for you have that steak, once a month, to eat steak once a month. But yeah, so tonight, the second part of the hate produced, right? And I'm saying like this, I'm looking at the Latinos in California. Now they're out there rioting, doing all stuff like that. Then when there's pushback, right? You know what the Latinos are saying? Oh, that's not us looting and rioting. Those are the blacks. We're out there peacefully protesting. Dude, I'm seeing people spit on cops and I'm seeing it in my own eyes, right? And they're trying to say, no, all the violence is done by black people. See how they throw us under the bus? They want. This is why I tell people out here, do not go out here and fucking join these protests. Because same thing with Black Lives Matter, you know? We became the face of this Antifa anarchist fuckery, you know? Don't let, and black people have woken up. We're not going to be the face of anarchy so they can have an excuse to fucking destroy us. That's what they want. They want an excuse to destroy us, you know? Yeah, part one. Yeah, part one was explosive last night. It was really explosive, you know? Portia and her husband getting deported back to Nigeria. I mean, I heard Nigeria had it popping. What's the big deal? You know, I mean, people act like it's the end of the world getting deported, man. I don't understand that. You know, act like the freaking end of the world. They got deported. Okay, okay, do something over in Nigeria. You know, apply for a visa to come back. You know, what's the big deal? You got a free ride to. You got a free ride when you don't have to pay for it. You know, so that's why we be out there. Folks can't see us out here, out there, keep us out their mouth. Yeah, people, like I said, the bottom line is this: Black America, for the most part, want to be left the fuck alone. You know, I wasn't mad about that. So you don't care about that, Mari? How could you? You're not upset that Portia and her husband got deported? You know, Mari, you hurt my feelings. You know, you know. Oh, they were trying to blame her. Okay, what did she do wrong? Call in. I miss. I don't know how I miss Dynasty show. You know something? Why don't I get notifications? I do got Dynasty on notifications, right? And it didn't pop up. Usually, when I put a notification on, okay, somebody's going live, and I'll just tune right in. I completely missed that. They sent me a notification for a show after it was already done. It's some bullshit. So. I wish I knew who Portia was. I don't look. Maybe because I'm getting old, folks. I don't know who most 90% of these people are. Y'all be talking about. I don't know anything. I should. I should be knowing this stuff, but as a culture critic, right? But I rely on you guys to know all this stuff. You young people know all this stuff, man. I'm an old man. I don't have time to be watching these stupid TV shows and whatnot. Everyone say, "Yo, Colin, man, watch Tyler Perry's new movie." What the hell I want to see? My favorite person, Taraji B. Henson. Woohoo! I gotta go see that. Tyler Perry. Oh, I do shows about the black. I don't look. This is nothing against my sisters, right? But I'm sick and tired of hearing this nagging black woman shit. I'm sick and tired of it. Don't black men have problems? Don't everybody else have problems? Tyler Perry, see the black woman and whatnot. There's something really, really weird about that. His obsession with black women. Yeah. Diane's talked about. I don't watch that show called Diane's talked about. Like you talking about Real Housewives or whatever like that. I don't watch that shit. I don't watch none of that shit. I couldn't tell you anybody. I could not tell you anybody celebrity on these black celebrities. I don't know anything. Maybe I should, but I'm so out of the friggin' loop. I'm just not into the hood ghetto culture. I just don't know anything about it. I saw people come up to me acting like they know what the problems of black America is. I don't hang around with these type of black people, right? The black people I know and hang around with got their shit together, black women struggle movies, and it's getting old. Really, it's getting tired and it's getting old, So it is what it is, Don't know who Portia is, whatever. Don't care either, I don't care. Is she is somebody important in life? No, So it is what it is. But yeah, so like I said, the hate produced. I said it's unfortunate that the hatred directed at Black America, we're getting it from everyone. We're getting it from white people, Latino people. We're getting it from Caribbeans. We're getting it from Africans. We're getting it from everybody. The world has just said, these are the people you want to hate, for some reason. I know who's behind this. The white man's behind this. The white man has done a good job in basically selling us as this dysfunctional people lies, outright lies, right? Outright lies. Max Robinson was a friggin' news reporter anchor for ABC News, right? He quit the friggin' business. We're just trying to understand the mythology of Africa. Well, if you don't understand that by now, Kwame, that means you're just freaking stupid. You know, you don't understand what I'm talking. That means you really don't have nothing in you. You know, what is there to fucking understand? You know. Now, if you was a real African American, you fucking know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, since you're not, of course, you're never going to understand. You know, you're just grateful to be fucking in America. You know, you're an immigrant. I don't expect you to understand. You know, so what was I just talking about? Yeah, the white man, through his propaganda and media, has always went around the world. While we were building nice communities and whatnot, the image of Black America was always ghettos and crime, all that stuff like that, and he made people hate us. He's a good propaganda machine. Like, for example, John Henry Johnson, I believe his name is, right? Donald Trump just removed his name off an army base in Louisiana. Now, this man, he's a hero, a Harlem Hellfighters hero, killed Germans and whatnot, saved this company and whatnot, and President Barack Obama gave him a posthumous Medal of Honor, right? He came back to America and died of his wounds, died poor in poverty in his wounds. That's the America that people telling me I gotta love, I gotta appreciate. Chukwuo tells me, "Well, call it like this." No, I'm sorry. We can say I'm a principled man. You don't do anything to my ancestors, my people, and whatnot, and expect love from me. It don't work like that. Jason, I don't know what the fuck Jason Black's talking about. That's a weird, Brave from Jersey, nobody's from Jersey. I don't know. Black women are satisfied with sitting in front of TV all day talking. Yeah, that's what women do, but men can't be like that. That's why I'll tell you what, when the time comes, two things are going to happen. David Head, he's working on a constitution, whatever. I wish him all the luck in the world. That's not me. I am going to work on building a base. Like Liberia is a chosen ground that I chose. I want to build a base in Liberia, a base, everything from it's going to have a facility and all stuff like that, several buildings, everything, even apartment buildings and guest houses and stuff like that. I want to build a base in Liberia. So we go like this. Also military, military training, all that stuff like that is going to be on this base. That's what I want to do. I believe that's going to be the thing. We have to basically be on the ground. That's my job. That's what I want to do. I want to do. Right. That's what I dedicated my life to do. Right. That's my contribution to this African. And also, when we do get set up, right, we're going to take a poll. We're going to do a poll. I'm going to pay for a poll. Maybe it costs $100, a couple $1,000. I want to put a poll out there to Black African American men only, right? Only. We want to get the poll is going to be at least 100,000 people got to vote in this poll for it to be legitimate, right? Once we get 100,000 people voting in this poll, right, we're going to ask them one simple question: should we basically continue with this idea of building an African American nation state, aka African in Africa, or should we basically abandon it and whatever? And the only people that's going to answer this is Black men. We're going to have time to think, because if they say no, let's say we overwhelm them, they said no, then we're just going to abort the project altogether, right? But I know Black men. When it really comes down to it, right? When the right people basically like this, I do want you in the African, Mari. I do want you like that, We want our African American sisters. I love my sisters. I love my sisters. Ain't nothing like a Black American sister, man. I love my sisters in Black America. What would I do without them? Love them to death. My sister's a Black American sister. I wouldn't be shit if it wasn't my sister. She gave me everything, my career, everything, So Black American women always took care of me in my life. I'm kept, So bottom line is this, yeah. So the Black American women I know, I love, I want more around me. But some of these women I be seeing on television, online, I'm like, no. That ghetto hood rat shit, man, that nasty ghetto hood rat shit. No, no, no. And like I said, the thing is, Black America always had their friggin' high standards. We always had high standards that we to achieve high standards of the way we look. Black America's not an easy place. How we look, how we act, how we presented ourselves and whatnot. We will like that, right? But but the lowlifes in Black America, right, who basically mock this because they're lazy. They don't want to change. They don't want to be clean. They don't want to be polite. They don't really have manners and whatnot. So they just write this all off as y'all try to be bougie. No, we did this for ourselves because we built Black society. Look, when you go from coast to coast, sea to shining sea, right? Up into the 1940s, there was friggin' Black communities that were thriving, beautiful Black communities with businesses and everything like that. People were cultured, everything like that. People will tell you, that lasted all the way up until the friggin' till like the 80s and the 90s, So yeah, Black America it took time because we cared, right? And you don't just build communities like that. And I'm looking at it now. How? Because I'm gonna be amazed. How were we able to do this? How were we able to maintain communities like Wilmington and Black Wall Street, Tulsa, and Durham, North Carolina, and whatnot? It's because Black people really took etiquette and all that stuff seriously. We took etiquette and manners and civilization fucking seriously. His really the so-called African Americans, or no, but here he goes with his friggin' his African mumbo jumbo that nobody's gonna ever listen to, look, Broody, Black America is the most advanced group of Black people the world's ever seen, right? You gotta come up with something better than a bunch of fucking nonsense you be talking. I ain't gonna track nobody, man. I'm sorry to tell you that. So yeah. My dad's from Fort New Jersey. He was born on a military base. I am not happy with my dad though. Get him, Mari. So like I said, we have to examine our history, we have to really examine our history. What the hell made us so special? How were we able to survive in this racist country that basically did everything they can? It's like, no matter what they threw at us, we freaking succeeded. Why? Because we were more unified at one time in this country. So we were more unified in this country, Don't let the pieces like Principe and all these other goofballs tell you anything different. Black America's always been unified. We're still unified. We just don't have a unifying message right now to come around. Once we get a unifying message and purpose, things will turn around. But right now, we don't have that. We don't have that. Wow, they caught that guy, that shooting suspect. I think he's gonna get him sooner or later. In Minnesota after 2-day manhunt and whatnot, They had Minnesota on lock and whatnot, Too bad they didn't arrest Elvis and deport him, in the process, but but it is what it is, so it is what it is, folks, So we're continuing the topic, the hate produce and whatnot, If Black America, Black America was number one victims of hate, And the bottom line is we know we were victims of that hate. And so the anger and the hatred that built up in Black America, it's never properly been channeled into productive means, That hate that we have boiled up and eventually destroyed us with self-hate, hatred for people who look like us, hatred for people who are around us, like us and everything like that. We never directed that hate against the people who really, really dedicated to hating us, which is white people, Negroes got every excuse, like Steven, what's his name? Steven, I think that's his name last night. I don't hate nobody, caller. Of course you don't. You're not programmed to hate anybody else. You're programmed to love everybody else. You hate yourself, but you love everybody else. That's the American Negro. I love, like Martin Luther King, I want to love somebody. I just tried to love somebody. Man, get the fuck out of here. Hate is a good thing. Hate is a really good thing. Hate, sometimes, look, there's a season for all things. There's a season to love. There's a season to be angry. There's a season to be joy. There's a season for sorrow. There's a season for pain. There's a season for war. And also there's a season for hate. Look, God put hate in you as a natural instinct. Like, I'll be honest with you, I there's some things in Black America I hate. I really do. I really do. I really hate. I'm not gonna tell you I love everything or I love everybody. It's a lie behind me. So you know what I'm saying. So Kwame said, I got 2 cars. Wow, man. Why is everybody pulling out, doing a dick measuring contest in the friggin' chat room? I got 2 cars. How many cars you got? And all this kind of stuff like that. Well, come on, man. Seriously, we are the same league. And like, oh, man. Everybody's pulling out their pee-pee and doing a pee-pee measuring contest, It's sad. Sad situation, so it is what it is, Unfortunately, when do we ever start learning to love ourselves, love each other, man? Do we have to hate it? What is it about Black people, man? We always love it. We love to hate one another, man. It's like one day I was sitting there, you listen to somebody online, whatnot. Someone could say they could be agreeing on 90% of the shit, right? That one thing they disagree on. Next thing you know, you turn it back on, you go flip it on YouTube, come back. They're at it, man. Motherfuck you, bitch. Motherfuck you. What the fuck you start on, man? Well, he had his argument. They had a disagreement. And next thing you know, it just went left. Well, now, what the fuck, Oh, like, damn, man. Negroes, man. Like I said, I got a PhD in Negro Hollywood. Even sometimes Negroes surprise me. You think I'm lying about so-called being vigilant post narratives? I don't know what you're talking about, Broody. You gotta be really. Broody talks in riddles, man. I don't know, never understand what he's saying. Yeah, hate. Hate is sometimes necessary if it's channeled the right way. People. If you hate injustice, right? If you hate liars. If you hate murderers and whatnot, what happens? You're more likely to make sure justice is dispensed, right? God put you hate. Look, how do you basically have a society, right? It's like I was saying, if you go set up a civilization, a society, right? He said, well, how do we know laws are going to be enforced? How do we know somebody's going to try to get away? That's why you rate the law, right? They know in every society, right? No matter how big somebody thinks they are above the law or not, there's always going to be somebody there that hates you and says that's going to be your hater or distractor, right? Or your persecutor. And they're going to try to bring you down. And the law of the society balances it out. That's the way it is. Nobody should feel like they're invincible. And how do you do that? Is you always got to have a situation where somebody says, you know something? I think that motherfucker, these guys are getting too big for their britches, right? They think they own the town, whatever like that, right? And then when the opportunity comes along, they're saying, oh, I got them now. They did this, they did this. This happened many times in the West. You watch those old Westerns and whatnot, That's what hatred basically is, a necessary thing of keeping order and balance in any civilization, any society. So anybody tells you to freaking just keep loving and all this kind of stuff like that, you'll never have justice like that, So it is what it is, It is what it is. This idea, we gotta love everybody and all this kind of stupid shit like that. I got no hate for nobody, then you're not the type of person that's ready for civilization, Because civilization required you to want vengeance, justice, and all stuff like that, and you tempered it like with the law and the rule of law and justice, So it is what it is. I was just watching a video with this guy going in on Umar Johnson, right? Umar Johnson got his haters, right? Well, anyway, it's a lashing. Umar is basically saying somebody broke into his school and stole $5,000. Now it's like, nigga, why would you leave $5,000 basically laying around your school? Why? Could it be that uh Umar spent that damn money, probably tricking off or something like that. And he's going around now saying $5,000 missing. We don't know who broke. How many times has Umar's school been broken into? It's been broken into like 10 times already, you know? It's like, Negro, you know, take some of that cash that money you get and get some cameras, you know? You know, it is what it is. You know, look, you got to put some cameras up there, Umar. You know, you're talking about somebody in the broad daylight came in there, broke into school, and took $5,000. Would you leave it on your desk or something? It's like, but I say this stuff, right? And everybody calls me a hater. You're an Umar hater, Collar. No, I want to see the brother succeed, man. I don't like seeing the brother like that, you know. I want to see the brother succeed, man. But like I said, I'm starting to hate Pan-Africanism, you know, because all these people make us look like a friggin' joke. You know, I hate attaching my name to Pan-Africanism because what pops up is goofballs like Umar. What pops up are these pseudos. What pops up is motherfuckers talk about eating fucking bush meat and whatnot. What the hell am I supposed to do? You know, I'm just, you know, it's just unreal. And people like this guy, this clown Ja last night, Mr. Bahama Breeze, last night told Collar, when did you stop becoming a Pan-African? When you Negroes showed up? When I realized what I'm being associated with, I had to make a beeline and get the fuck out of here. I said, man, bump that, man. I'm out of here. When I hear some of these crazy Negroes out here talking this wild stuff, whatnot, you know, principally talk about, oh yeah, Mokoko is the same as Skid Row in Los Angeles. I mean, are you freaking insane? You know, it's goofy stuff like that. Defending Africa at all costs. You know, Africa has serious problems, poverty, extreme poverty. People are starving. That one video we played yesterday in Kenya, the guy said he don't expect a mass life because he hasn't eaten in like a month. You know, that's extreme poverty. You don't have these fat Negroes in America dying of starvation. And so, yeah, people starve in America. Yeah, where? And then when it gets to the point where if you try to tell it like it is, right? Like I tell people all the time, they say, well, Africa rising, Africa's tremendous opportunity. And I say, no, there isn't. I have not seen any real success story in anybody going to Africa, you know? I have not seen any success story. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm involved with a lot of stuff. I've been involved with so many projects, right? People coming to college, this, that, thing. We got this grant from this NGO. We got this investor from this country right here, from Thailand, and blah, blah, blah. He's going to invest $1 billion. Man, I was involved with all this shit. And guess what happened to every last single one of them? Like something like 20 different deals. Not a goddamn thing is what happened. I got people that go into Africa going broke or not, you know, spent their life savings chasing some fucking stupid dream and whatnot, you know, because no one's being honest about the continent, you know. You know, it is what it is, you know. You know, it is what it is. I say to myself, damn, man, it's like, what the hell is going on, man? Like I said, I thought a Pan-African movement was going to be us bringing in the best minds between both of us. When I thought Africans were on the same page as we are. Let's build Africa. Let's build infrastructure. Let's build Black African infrastructure. Let's do trade, business. Let's build some communities for us Black diasporas to live in, and probably even a nation state, whatever. Like, if not, just communities and whatnot that we can invest in. Let's build a new stock exchange, whatever, like that. Also, let's invest in IT, technology, and science, innovation. Let's all work together. But did any of that ever materialize? No. And you can't say I didn't try, you know? I did. I gave the BAIO my all. I gave it my friggin' all, 100%. You know, so it's just sad. So I tell people all the time, man, am I down in the movement? No, but I'm saying like this, I'm a little apprehensive, and somebody have to ask me, like Dark Meat asked me, what should I invest in Liberia? I say, not a damn thing. I'll tell you, I'm be honest with you, right? I'm saying nothing. You love Liberia, Colin. When I say, yeah, is there opportunities? Probably. But I am not going to put my stamp of approval on it, because I'm not going to have somebody go get off the plane, bring their whole life savings and listen to me and whatnot, and then they go broke and whatnot. Then I got to live with that. See, I got a conscience. I got to live with that on my conscience for the rest of my life. That somebody listen to me, and I tell you right there, I tell people all the time, you know, the people, I said, look, there's opportunity. When I said, the only thing you could do, I would say, is take some trips over there. get to know the country, get to know these countries and whatnot, get familiarized with the country and whatnot, and you could go from there, But this idea you're going to get out there and just basically get rich in Africa and whatnot. Yo, there's so much diamonds and gold and blah, 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 blah. Man, stop it. Stop it. All this stuff like that. And I see black people, particularly black women, they're always going broke in Africa. And it was in Gambia, Ghana, and all these other places. They're always going broke. And they're always being used by these African guys. One of my business associates says she has a cousin that has an African boyfriend, whatever like that. They haven't met yet. I think it's Nigeria. She be sending, she's a professional lady, and she be sending this guy money. And that happens so much in America, right? You got black women basically getting taken by these Africans on the continent, for money and stuff like that. And motherfuckers want that green card and whatnot. Y'all saw that video with a big girl, a dream husband, when I came to met her at the airport and whatnot. Man, I'm like, what that's all about, so. Yeah, Mari, I would not want to. That's what they do, that's what they do. They make it seem like, oh, America. Like I said, all you have to do is improve your life in America, whatever like that, and go to Africa when you feel like it. When you feel like it. Don't ever this idea that you got to bum rush the coast and go to Africa defeated. Like somebody just whipped you down. You're too strong for that. Our ancestors were strong. If we go to Africa, go with your head up. Go with pride and power. Like you got something to build and contribute. I tell any African American, hold your fucking head up. Don't let these fucking pan-Africans have you fucking putting your head down in shame and like there's something wrong with you. There's not a damn thing wrong with you. I was one of those pan-Africanists, right? Hated myself, hated my name, hated my lineage, hated my heritage, hated everything about myself and whatnot. And I want to break. Then I realize now, Africans ain't all that. Africa's not all that. Because with all that, we would never been taken into transatlantic slave trade. The hate that hate produced, So one thing you have to say, I don't care what anybody takes this, I am here for my people. If you're African American, you're part of my nation. You're part of my people. You're part of my bloodline. You're part of my heritage. You come first with me, Now, people ask me about pan-Africanism. If it doesn't serve the interests of my people, right, then it never it doesn't exist, And too many friggin' people out there that are called some pan-Africans, all they do is just be taken advantage of, and they basically don't stand on anything, and they're disrespected, whatever like that. And I'm just tired of seeing it, So yeah, so there's gonna be some pushback. So people are like, oh, Colin, you're not a Pan-African. I don't care what you call me. All I need is my people. I'll be wherever my people's at. My people decide. If my people decide that we don't want an Afghanistan, we're gonna stay right here in America, I'm gonna be right here with my people. But I know that's not the case. I know a large number of us will say, yeah, because the people that want to come and build an Afghanistan are the people that want to be around other Black Americans. We want to be there. You want that sanctuary. People who don't like Black Americans and whatnot, because you're not fooling me, right? If you say you're so-called FBA and whatnot, and the bottom line is this: okay, if you're be around their people, why wouldn't you want to have your own nation where you could be around your FBA people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Because I don't believe those people really love their people. They say that online, but they bet you any amount of money, all these people spend their time with white folks, everybody else, and everything. I'm dead serious, because if somebody who says I'm an FBA foundational Black American, and whatnot, you don't care where your people are, you just want to be around your people. No, these people love America and everything America has to give them, right? They don't give a damn about Black people, They don't. So like I said, man, we're gonna light the fire tonight. These people, we're gonna light the fire tonight. So you got the collar rumble tonight. Collar rumble. If you want to rumble with the collar Genesis, step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. Look, I'm not disavowing Pan-Africanism. Broody. I'm saying fuck Pan-Africanism. And fuck white supremacy. How about that? And fuck the Uncle Toms. There's a new order here. It's called the Collar Nation. That reigns supreme. Fuck Pan-Africanism. Fuck Ubuntu. Fuck all that. The only thing that matters is the colonization. I rewritten the script. Pan-Africanism sucks. Ubuntu sucks. All that shit's nonsense. And white supremacy is a freaking joke. We're living in the age of the collogenesis. I'm rewriting everything. So it is what it is. I hope that I make that clear for you. Pan-Africanism. I don't care about that. I'm just disavowing all this stupid nonsense and everything because it got us nowhere. 100 years from now, you're still going to be saying the same stupid stuff in somebody's chat room, getting nowhere, so aiding white supremacy. No, white supremacy do not want to see a colonization, I'm more of a threat to you. Pan-Africanism is a fucking joke, Ubuntu is a fucking joke. Yeah, white people doing Ubuntu now. Tell me about that shit. Ain't no white people supporting the colonization. Look, Principe, I am the leadership. I hate to tell you this, but it only matters to me. People want to talk, you talk to me. I am now the new leader. That's all I care. I ain't going to nobody. Let them come to me. So it is what it is. I don't know what the AES is. I don't really say. I wish them a lot of luck, but I don't know. I just have no faith in fucking Africans anymore. They're gonna find a way to bumble that shit. Like right now in Guinea, that's one of the major players of AES. They have a fucking riots right now. They're trying to overthrow the president. So it is what it is. So this is the collar rump. Let's get ready to rumble. Many people with arrogance. Look, your intellect is not attracting many. Yeah, they are. Not everybody that's come on this chat room. I got broad-based support all over the freaking world. I don't really care. Call me arrogant. Call you what you want. But I know I'm telling the truth. I'm telling it like it is. I'm not giving you fantasies and whatnot. If somebody wants fantasies and stuff like that, you got to go someplace else, right? But if you want the truth, right? Because right now, people, this is life and death here. Life and death. Like I tell people all the time, what do you think about me going to Africa and no. As much as I want to build an Afghanistan, stuff like that, I tell people all the time, right? Don't quit your job. Don't go like this. Like I told Mari Shai, don't quit your job. Don't go over there and so they pursue this nonsense and whatnot. Don't do it, don't do it. Don't do it. Africa will be there. And when Africa gets serious about integrating us and building with us and whatnot, then it'll happen. But right now, they are not serious. They're not, So we're not beholden to any so-called Pan-Africanism that does not exist. Pan-Africanism is dead. It does not exist. It's a joke. It's a farce. Your boots too clean to build a nation. Collar, personal struggle. Oh, whatever. Boop. Whoa. Principally, so for somebody who's never been to Africa before, never been to the continent, don't know anything we talk about. I've been to the continent. I got a house in Africa. I go every year, and pretty soon, in a couple of years, I'll be living there. I'm already setting the stage for me to actually living on the continent. Living on the continent, building my facilities and whatnot, building my army, a nation. So we could take action, our military units. We have military units all over the damn continent. So the bottom line is I'm going to be doing this stuff. This stuff is real to me. This is my life. This is real. I'm not here to somebody talk like this. All these people that you talk about, Principally, are fucking useless to me. I know when somebody's useful, or whatever like that. I'll tell you when somebody's useful, Most of these people are freaking useless, All these people, get with this person. Get with the AU, collar. Get all these freaking useless people, man. I've heard it all before. I've talked to some of the top people in Africa. The truth is, nobody's freaking serious about doing shit. I don't know what the hell is wrong with the African mind. But hey, the Europeans put these Africans in power for a reason, so they could ever suck the continent dry. The last thing the Europeans want is black people from the West going to the continent. That's the last thing they want, because they know we're gonna turn shit around. Our ideology, our mentality. They don't want that, you know. Oh, should you pay money for nothing? I don't know. I don't know, Adama. You come up with something, Adama. How about that? You know, it's on you. I now pronounce Adama, you know, director of aviation decoration. You know, there you go, Adama. So it's your job to friggin' design planes that for the African state. You know, there you go, Adama. I just appointed you that position. You know, I'm sure everybody else will go along with it. You know. So it is what it is, you know. But yeah, so but last night's show, man, just really, you know, just pushed my buttons, man. I mean, I I, I have no idea. You're talking about nation building, talking about culture, and trying to find an alternative for America, and then somebody sitting there telling us, "Okay, you got to go back in time to the Stone Age and start eating with your hands again." God damn, man, you know. They wonder why people are like, "Damn, man, I don't want to go to no damn Africa and whatnot." You know, these people. You know, like I said, you guys give these ADOS FBA people all this fucking ammunition, man. I swear to God, you know, it is what it is. Dark Nego, what's on your mind, brother?
Yo, what's good, Carla?
What's on your mind, brother?
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah,
Look at
what's up,
Steve
man?
saying nobody said that. That's exactly what they said the other night, right? They're basically saying, yeah, you know, you ain't an African unless you eat bush meat with your hands and one of them feet, you know.
Like, I didn't
That's
really
what,
watch the show yesterday. What happened?
oh, last couple of nights they were saying. I'm saying arguing with these idiots about etiquette. I said we black people in America, in our culture, we basically were taught etiquette. You know, that's in our
Yeah,
culture. And
yeah,
you know, it
that's
gets me
regular.
this, huh?
Nothing. Yeah, that's regular. Cause like, it's not just about eating. Like, it's just so like you could go out and not you're not looking like a savage when you're at
Right.
the
So we
restaurant and
took
everything.
civilization in Black America very fucking seriously. You know, we did. That's how we was able to build these thriving communities at one time. You know, because the way we acted and whatnot. You know, we took that shit. So when people come here trying to mock that, like, oh, you're trying to be white, whatnot. But yet these same people, the first thing they always talk. What does Mike Olawale talk about? I live in a white neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
They always talk about their degrees from a white man's institution. They always talk about the white neighborhood they lived in, but they didn't want to talk about us being trying to be white. You know, freaking cracks me up. These people, you know.
Yeah, that I mean that's probably what they think though. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people, have been saying that, bro. Africans think, getting a white degree and all that extra shit is probably, something
Yeah, you know,
that's
being around white
championed
people,
or some
having a
shit
white
like that.
woman, having a white girlfriend. The closer you are to white people, for the African like this, but they think they project that on us. Like they think that's how we are. We never was like that. You know, we were
Yeah.
never like that. You know, we were
They
never.
probably just think that just because we home base, we live amongst them, so I could see why they would think that.
Yeah, that's, the whole us living around white people is relatively recent. You know, that's really recent. You know,
Yeah,
like the last 20 years. You know, usually black people always lived in majority black communities, and not all the communities that we lived in were. I hate when people say that. You know, you live in the hood, ghetto, or not. We had nice black communities nationwide. You know, nice black communities. We still got them. You know, all over the place. You
yeah,
know.
yeah. I mean, and the hood thing is kind of like hard to say because like like there's even like I seen in Florida like they'll have like big nice houses and like it'll still be dangerous. So it's like
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it could
yeah.
be it could be
Hold on.
anywhere.
That's why I said you, Black America, we let our standards down. You know, we let our standards down. Look, a lot of black people. I look at this thing. A lot of black people have nice homes in these neighborhoods, right? But that's the hood. No, it's not the hood. You know what makes the hood? Not the neighborhood. It's some of the people there. Some of the people there. It
Yeah,
used to be a time where black people knew how to act among each other. You know, because all we had. You know. So this is what the problem is. Like people like say they turn your neighborhood into the fucking hood. You know, that forces us out of the neighborhoods because we don't want to have a house with no equity value and stuff like that, you know. So it's just really, really a rough situation, you know, as Black America. I said like this: every community is under attack. Prince George's County, that was one of the number one black community in America, right? Now that's becoming like the hood. Why? Because a lot of people from DC moving out there, and they're bringing that hood culture to these areas, right? So the hood, like which one? My boy that lives in Baltimore, he's like, uh,
yeah.
The surrounding suburbs are really nice. Baltimore got a lot. Maryland got nice black suburbs, but they're saying the crime in Baltimore is spilling out into these communities and whatnot, affecting everyone. Statewide. The crime and
Yeah.
violence and everything like that. So that's what it is. But we
Yeah, because I
try.
remember you were saying, Baltimore's pretty, it looked crazy or whatever. But my cousin went to Stevenson. I used to go down there a lot. It was real nice over there. So it was kind of, like
Yeah,
50-50.
this is the
Like,
Baltimore. That whole area, surrounding area, got nice black areas. Black area.
yeah.
But that's heart of Baltimore, man, is friggin' something I said years ago, man. Like back it was 2010. I was going from DC to New York, right? I had to go to New York, right? I was taking the Amtrak, right? Man, when we got
It
to the
was.
train station and pulled out of Baltimore, driving, man, it was something. I remember the Fat Albert Cosby Kids show, with the little tiny houses and when that brick house. I was like, God damn, man, that was. I didn't know people lived like that. And then I looked it up. Those houses were built in the early 1800s. People still
Yeah.
living in them.
Yeah, I think doesn't Baltimore have a lot of abandoned, houses and stuff
Oh
like
no, they
that?
abandoned my ass, man. They put people in those damn houses.
Uh,
Yeah, Baltimore just a mess, man. Just I just it's like just sad how it goes, man. Sad how it goes. Brewery says, Kala, if you're supposed to have a big support for African, then what's stopping you from erecting one regional? Dude, man, the first thing to do is build it up in our people. The land is going to be nothing, man. When we're organized and we got literally millions of dollars flowing through our hands, you know how easy that's going to be to get land? Land's nothing, man. Africans will sell you their mother for a friggin' dollar, man. So the bottom line, land is nothing. That's the last thing I worry about. You
yeah,
know?
I see you had them upset because y'all said it was like non-uninhabited land or something like that.
Yeah,
The
there's so
land
many.
wasn't
Most of the
inhabited.
continent is uninhabited. They can't even friggin'. There'll be 1,000 years before they even get to it because Africa simply don't have enough people. So the bottom line, yeah, they need people to build, to settle. Africa needs population. That's what it needs. But all these people end up leaving the continent. We're saying we're trying to come there. So bottom line, I don't know I don't understand the African mind, man. Your most valuable resource is your people, young people. All young people are headed to Israel, Europe, Australia, America, crossing the Atlantic, and boats were drowning in the sea and shit. What the hell, man.
Sheesh.
You know. All right, Adama, what's on your mind, man? Okay, Director of Aviation Decoration, what's going on? What's on your
Oh
mind?
yeah, what's up, Carla? I'll say this is that and I agree with you. All my life I've seen Africans, you know, I've grown up with them. They went to my schools and stuff, and they're just way too comfortable around white people, man. They're just way too eager to be around white people. I'm not saying that they shouldn't. Um, I'm not saying that they shouldn't try to have good relationships with white people. But what I'm saying is that they're not like us in the sense that, you know what I mean? They have no concept of like black unity. Like I said, I saw this video. I told you this about. There was this Cameroonian girl.
Hey,
Well,
you and these Cameroonian chicks, man. What the heck
no,
is
no.
up?
What is he was a
Yeah.
businessman. No, hold on. He was a businessman, and he he kept showing like his daughter hugging like in church hugging up on these old white ladies and shit, and she was like, "Oh yeah, we're a Christian family." And every photo I saw was his daughter hugging up on these. These were old ass white women too. Wasn't like they were white women that were even her age. His daughter was like in her early 20s, and she hugging up on all these old white women. Like, what are y'all doing? It's like, what are you doing with that? Like, what are you teaching your daughter with that? Like, what do y'all really what do they see in white people like that they
Was
gotta
it? You
be
said it was like a
around them?
church thing, though, right?
It's probably a Christian thing,
Yeah, that's all. It's probably like that, though.
It
You know
didn't
how
have
that is.
nothing to do with that though. It was they just too eager. Look, black people are Christians too. Most black people I know are not. super eager like that to
Yeah,
go
because hold on,
bug up on white people like
because of
that.
our history, other
It's an
people,
African thing. Is they
other
just
Africans don't
too
see white
happy.
people the way we do. That's all it is.
Yeah, but can I ask you a question? What state was this in?
This was in North Carolina.
Okay, so you know what I have noticed? It might be like where they're at because I've seen Africans, like assimilate to the Black American culture. Like they don't really like mess with white people. Like they'll still be on their African stuff, but they don't really mess with white people. So it could be just location.
Yeah, and I agree, and it disturbed me because, but there was another case too, Kala, where and I'm trying to find the YouTube video of it. It happened about a couple years ago. There was I don't know what she was. I don't know if she was, more than likely I think she was probably Nigerian. She was a university student. She was living in some dorm. She was living in a dormitory, and these like her white roommates and stuff, and her they started fucking with her, and it was to the point where she had to get the news involved, because she just, she was real smart. She was winning all the awards, and she was getting all the high grades and stuff, and they actually targeted her because of that. They started fucking with her. But when you try to find it, it's because they slick. So when I try to, I've looked up that video. When you try to find it, it's like they've hid it. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, I remember seeing it. It was about 2-3 years ago. And I remember seeing it. And she was all in front of the cameras talking about how, what she was going through and stuff. And they was talking about how these white girls were harassing her, and it's like now it's like they scrubbed the internet of it. Like you try to find it, is you can't really find it like that. So I got to dig a little more. But I remember that story, and she was an immigrant. She was an African immigrant, but she got to the U.S. and she ended up out excelling, the white people around her, and then she found out.
Well, check this out.
You know what I mean?
My
So
nurse is a Cameroonian lady. A real nice lady, man.
yeah,
She takes no junk from me either. She's like, you gotta do that, blah 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 blah. She's no joke, man. But she has told me. She said, look, I think she worked out in Texas, whatnot. She said, yeah, the way the white people treat her. So like, I don't want you touching me because you're black, and stuff like that. And then she goes. The whole thing is, these same white people will go to her country and whatnot, and they basically got the people back home fooled that they're just nice people. I said, yeah, you notice that too. I said, I noticed that in Liberia. Then they always go to Africa, and the Africans on the continent seem like they're so nice. White people act like, oh, these white people are cool and that. But then they basically, when they come here, when you work with her, she goes, I work with them and whatnot, and it's like really, the race of the way we treat black people here and whatnot, when they come to our country, we treat them like fucking gold. She said, she's like, it is what it is, but it is what it is. So yeah, like I said, but this show tonight, we're just talking about the hate that hate produced, right? And I said the reason I did the show last night is because Black America is a victim of hate, right? And unfortunately, what I don't like is Black people taking that hate and we're hating each other, right? And I talked about different types of hate, but the hatred that you have, like Black women, right, have taught to friggin' hate, like Tyler Perry, so egging this shit on, and the lie that Black men are no good and all this kind of stuff like that, just hate, So I think the people, the group that's the hated the most is the African American male. That's what I believe, I believe we're the hated group of people the most. Everybody's hated, right? But we're the most hated group of people because we've been hated by our own people, our own women, whatever like that. For the most part, we're hated by our children, we're hated by our women, we're hated by all stuff like that. See, this is what I'm talking about. This idiot. He goes, the hate that produces victim mindset. No, So in other words, basically, if we're talking about the hate that's directed at us, right? Why is it that Africans and always say the Black Americans have a victim mindset? I don't understand that. I just that what I don't understand. So friggin' insensitive. We have a victim mindset. Everybody always wants Black people in America, African Americans, to forget their history. If you, God forbid, if you remember slavery, Jim Crow, and all stuff like that, or the hate against us, whatnot, you always accuse of a victim mindset. So like I said, this is where way back like this. Who hates us, Steve? Everybody, even your president hates you. Your president hates you. Everybody like that. FBA young lion. I can't unblock people. I can't unblock people once I accidentally permanently blocked. I don't know how to permanently unblock somebody. I don't know how to do it. So if somebody show me how to do it, I don't think there is a way. So we say who hates us? What? Everybody hates. The whole thing about the Black man in America, right? Everybody hates us, right? But everybody wants to imitate us. Everybody wants to suck our culture dry. Everybody wants love our music, our style, whatnot. Everybody likes our what you call it, our everything, right? But they hate us. I don't get it, man. Like I said, I did. And also, somebody said last night, Kala, whose was it? Yeah, I think it was Steve again. Said, would you sit down and talk to white? Now, look, I don't want to talk to white nationalists. Then we have nothing to discuss.
Yeah, exactly. Don't do that, Colin.
I have nothing to discuss with a white nationalist. If I was in the same room with them, man, I'd pull off and punch them right in the mouth.
Yeah, and see, here's the thing, Colin.
Nothing to discuss.
Because here's the thing, Colin. I've seen other Black leaders do the same thing. Like, what was the name of the dude? I think his name was in the '60s, or his name was like Rockwell or something like that. Lincoln Rockwell out of Illinois. He did like some march in Illinois back in the day.
He was with the Nation of Islam. He was with the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, he brought the Nation of Islam out there. But I don't think I've never seen anything come of that. It's like I've
seen that because these motherfuckers. If they were, the bottom line is this. Okay, Marshai says, Kala, go to settings. What settings? What settings? I think you're talking about the block settings on the I can unblock people from calling in. That's banned calling in, but the chat rooms, the chat room, I don't know how to unblock somebody from the chat room. I can unblock somebody from the calling, yeah. Because say people up there, I go in there and so a couple of people dollar bill had blocked and whatnot, a call, and a couple of trolls that I blocked when I is in there, and so yeah, you can unblock somebody. I was gracious, unblocked Elvis. Unblocking Elvis, I think it was a mistake. And what you call it? So yeah, no one that is blocked. We tried that. Yeah, I tried everything in the book, man. I tried everything in the book. To freaking like this. Person said Africans are very loved. Get the hell out of here. Well, look, that's what I'm saying. If you keep listening to people like Principe, we're gonna go insane. Dude, man, I know this people freaking that was a long time ago. I blocked Elvis. I unblocked him, He's not blocked now, For now, he ain't blocked, But check us out. I hate that when people insult our intelligence, right? And so that's why I said we have to be really clear, right? If we know people hate us, right? You say you hate us, whatnot. And also I look at people's tone, right? I said, this is what we always say in the BAO. Before we go any further, are you friend or foe? Well, no, I don't want to hear no that. Are you again, like right now? I'm gonna ask everybody that comes on this platform, are you for the idea of an Afghanistan or not? I don't want to hear no but, no and, no nothing like that, right? I want to know where you stand. Other than that, if you don't say yes 100% and leave and not no without a but, I'm getting rid of you. Simple as that. I can't afford you anymore, So the bottom line, this move is serious, People are gonna start making moves on this thing, So it's this. Broody says so-called Africans are positioning themselves wrongly to what? strategically cult footprint, utilize Africa. Look, Adamas, do you understand where I'm coming from? Brewery saying utilize Africa. Yo, look, Africa, it belongs to Chinese, Europeans. What the hell do we? This is what I'm saying. This is what angers me. It really angers me when people get up here and insult my intelligence, right? There is nothing in Africa for Black Americans, really. You know, we got countries like Ghana who got Black people doing a little bit of something, something, maybe South Africa, but for the most part, there's nothing basically going on as far as like Pan-Africanism and stuff like that. It's all a farce. It's a joke. If it was real, I would say so, you know. But I every turn it away. You know, I've been at this for so many friggin' years. I've been at this for so many damn years and whatnot, and I never seen anything come out of it. You know, I'm just sad. You know, I ain't ashamed to admit it. You know, I ain't ashamed to admit it because I went into this movement with my heart, man. I really beloved Africa. I really thought we could build something together and shit like that. And everybody just takes us as a joke. They sit there and they mock us, right? So I'm gonna say, you know, Africans think all our efforts to try to build with them is a joke. You know, they mock us. You got even our Afro dumbass, right? Comes up with a channel talking about I'm anti-Pan-African. Okay, so guess what? A lot of Black people say, you know, fuck Pan-Africanism, right? That's the way. That's the way they want to talk about it. When Africans destroyed Pan-Africanism, Principe, not us. We didn't destroy Pan-Africanism. They did. You know, whatever reason you say they did, they did. They destroyed the Pan-Africanism. We made a serious effort to reach out, build, and all stuff like that, and they basically like this, you know.
Yeah, and let me ask you this, Colin. Why is it that because like when I saw the Ramaphosa thing, how he was literally begging Trump like on his knees, I said, okay, something's not right here. Okay, these guys have countries, whole countries
I
with
could never,
natural
I could
resources
never,
and
I could
a
never,
tax
I could
bases,
that I could never.
and all that, but they doing all this. Like, you know what I mean? Something ain't right, and I say something's not right here. These guys are not men in the way that we are. They're not men. There's something way lower than a man. It's like, why is it that they get around white people? They you know they have to beg on their knees and stuff. I'll never understand that.
And they say we're too loud and abrasive and whatnot. We're like this, you know, like they want us to train like this guy Musa in here. I knew that's really Ras Moish. They want to basically when they say something like your victim mentality, what they want to do is just us shut up and be obedient to white people. That's all that is, you know. You know, being the way Truco comes in here, but they y'all got so much, and I don't give a damn how much we got. You know, we are not going to bow down and basically. I don't know what happened to Ross, but I didn't ban him. I can think that's his new name now, Musa. That's just stop. I don't know. You know, he just goes by Musa to stop. You know. You know, I did not block you. You know, I did not block you. You know, Elvis, stop lying on me, boy. You know, I did not block you. I didn't block anybody. You know, I might have. You know, but I unblocked you. You know, so be grateful. You know, I unblocked you. But
Yeah,
yes,
and that's another thing, Carla, with Chukwu. He's a grown man, and why would he say something like that? That y'all should be like happy to be around white folks, and like, I mean, bro, you a grown man. Well, you know what I mean. You're not supposed to be happy to be around other men, other groups of people. You should be happy to build with their own people. And I don't understand the way he think either. Like, what's wrong with him?
like I said, the whole thing is this. I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. I don't blame them at all. I blame these so-called Black American Pan-Africanists. That's who I blame. I blame the people like Dynasty and friggin' Brandon and whatnot who let these people give these people a platform to friggin' attack us any kind of way. So I don't know, Principe. What do you mean victimhood or not? Victimhood. So just because Black America stands up for itself and says, "Well, you guys basically," when you talk about victimhood, right? Let's talk about your island. You guys say, "Why is Haiti sitting such a?" Well, because European powers and whatnot. When it's them, it's a righteous cause. With us, it's just being a victim. You ever notice that? You know, with
Yeah,
with us, with them, it's a righteous cause. When not us, we're just being crying victimhood. You know, they get up here all the time. Why is Africa such a fucking in such a poor position? Well, you got to understand neo-colonialism, Kala. And I said that's bullshit, right? And people attack me and like, what the hell? Who was it? Somebody like, you gotta understand. You don't believe in neo-colonial white? Oh, Kwame. You know, neo-colonial. No, I know the fuck I don't. You know, just the same way they tell us there's no racism in America. I'll say, okay, there's no racism in the fucking in the EU and the UN and all stuff like that. Why not? You know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You know. So it is what it is. You know, fight fire with fire. You know what I'm saying? This is how the whole movement fell apart, right? Instead of us standing in solidarity as a race like we did in the garbage time, we're all black. We're not. The white people made sure that he gave some of us a little bit of advancement here, a little bit of advancement there, and whatnot, a little bit of favoritism and whatnot. We just basically just took it and ran with it and say, you know, I'm not oppressed. You know, they'll tell you all the time, I ain't oppressed. You know, I ain't like Mike Olawale. He'll defend the white man to this day, man. You talk about white people to Mike Olawale, you know.
yeah, yeah. And Mike, that dude is really, he got some problems. I used to talk to him back on Kaizo's channel. I don't fuck with Kai. That's why I'm glad that you got your channel up and running, because I don't fuck with Kaizo no more. Like he tried to portray himself like he was this, you know, um, this African channel and stuff. And I found out he was just nothing but a little punk, a little coon. And then one day I went over to his channel and he had a bunch of little like these like little, I don't know where he found these motherfuckers, but it was a bunch of little white ass kids and stuff. And he was just sitting up there goofing off, and I'm like, bro, you are not a black man that you got to go and get a bunch of little pipsqueak like little white ass kids to come up there and troll. And you want to be taken seriously? You want black
Yeah,
people
that's the
to
whole
fuck?
thing about Africa between Africans and us. Afro dumbass do the same thing. He'll have white. He had this one guy look like Santa Claus and whatnot. Fucking redneck. Fucking talk about black women this, black women that. Who the fuck are you to get up here and talk about black women? You know, and
Yeah,
whatnot. These people giving up a platform to fucking open racists and whatnot to talk about black people. KI Truth does the same fucking thing. I don't like that shit. You know. On my platform, man, nobody's gonna get up here and talk about black women like that, you know, particularly not no friggin' white man, you know. My job is to fucking protect black women, all black women, you know. That's my job, you know. Black, even though they get on my nerve half the time, you know, my job is still to protect women, you know. That's what I do. And so when people get up here and they start talking all this nonsense, not and when I letting white people on and everything like that, I'm like, what the hell, man? You know, what the hell are you doing? You know, you're supposed to be taken seriously as a black nationalist, pan-African platform. You let white people basically in our conversations, our inner thoughts and whatnot, you know. I cringe the fact that if you got people out here in the world listen to this conversation and we're sitting there talking degrading our women, and you got people out here racists and people like that use that as an ammunition. That's why I said I don't like, you know, certain things we shouldn't say online. You know, we can say some stuff or not, but some things we gotta protect our women. You know, we gotta protect our women. You know, they should feel safe around us and whatnot. You know, so I watch
yeah,
the verbiage I say, you know, and the stuff like that, you know, because I know women are listening, you know,
yeah,
women are listening and stuff like that, you know, but yeah, so, but like I said, this idea that Black America needs saving, that's another thing I'm getting sick and tired of, right? Black America needs saving. Oh yeah, man, I come from Haiti, man. We're gonna come and save you, Black Americans, man, because we got it going on, man. Look at us, look at our role model that we have and whatnot. Look what we built up and whatnot, you know. You know, here comes Kwame, you know. Oh yeah. I guess he come up here to try to push my buttons, you know. Go ahead, Kwame. What's on your mind?
Peace, Kyla. Happy Father's Day.
Yeah,
Happy
yeah.
Father's Day to you too, and Nama.
All right, cool. Thank you. Well, I'm not a father, but I'll pass it on to my biological father who passed away in 2015.
Okay, okay,
So
okay.
thank you for that.
Kyle, I wanted to know what you mean by is like, are you saying that Caribbeans and Africans hate African Americans?
No, I don't. I don't say you hate. I don't think you people have a respect for us. That's what I believe. I do. That's true. Like hate is a strong word. I think you guys don't have any respect for us. That's what I do believe. And that causes a lot of hatred back and forth. Because black people in America we could tell when somebody don't like us and somebody disrespected us. And so that's what a lot of stuff you get, the feedback you get. That's why you have these groups like the FBA, ADOS, and whatnot. Because people know black people in America know when they're being talked down to. They know that. They're not stupid. They know when they're being talked down to, when they're being patronized and all stuff like that, And a lot of people tell me they get tired of it, they get tired of it. So I gotta listen. Look, I'm not no ADOS FBA, but I do gotta listen to what my people are saying. They're telling me this is what I'm hearing, They're
But you
saying,
don't think you don't think it go both ways?
well, it's like this. Black America is in their own country. We're in our own country. That's the difference. Other people come here. You're a minority. You're a guest, and we're the main event here. We're the
I,
majority. Black
I
America's the majority.
I understand that, but when I first came up here in the early '90s, like robbing African cab drivers was a big thing in New York.
But how do you know
I,
they're all African American? Also, let me ask you a question. Do you understand there's a difference between someone who's a criminal, right? Yeah, they may come from the same background and whatnot, and we all basically condemn criminality, But the person who's a criminal, right? The whole thing is this: the black criminal, African American criminal, has nothing to do with the black community. That's a criminal. He's a rogue. He's outside the community. We understand that. We understand that. Just like we understand when Jamaicans were instrumental in bringing drug trade to the community in America. And stuff
instrumental.
like that. The Jamaicans were instrumental in bringing the drugs into the black community. And I know. Look, I got friends and family, that were heavily into that shit, bringing shit from the islands, everything from ganja to fucking cocaine, all that shit like that was coming through the islands. Was Martinique, was Belize, where it was freaking Colombia, all this shit like Haiti, all these people like that were bringing drugs into the black community. Now, did we ever say? I never heard nobody say all these islanders were not. Because we know that the majority of our people from Jamaica were good people.
Carla, so are you saying it wasn't a stereotype for Black Americans to say Jamaicans sell weed and stuff like that?
Well, hold up. First of all, the stereotype don't come from Black America because Black America don't have a thing like this. The stereotype comes from white people. They're the ones who created the Rasta stereotype and whatnot, the weed and whatnot, Jamaica and whatnot. It's white people who pushed that out there. And so the black people just went along with it. You guys blame us for everything. It was actually white people who started those stereotypes about Jamaicans.
What was it? Was it white people that promoted African booty scratcher or coconut as
Okay,
stereotype?
first of all, when you say African booty scratcher, I don't remember anybody because I didn't grow up with Africans, right? A lot of Africans didn't come here to the late 90s, right? So who are these people that got called? Everybody got called booty scratcher, or basically black Americans said it to each other, right? And Africans took offense to it. There was that another thing I'm getting sick and tired of. That was a freaking lie, And also I
Carla, that
learned
was
this
in
too.
movies.
Hold on. People said it in movies, right? Nobody called anybody an African booty scratcher in the movie. It was in freaking the movie Boys in the Hood, and they were talking to each other. So what I'm saying is this, though, that people basically come here and they feel free that they could just lie on Black America. Black America, if you really look at it, the number one movie in Black America in 1988 was Coming to America. And they'll tell you, they said, look, black people at that time, that movie basically was set me on my Afrocentric and Pan-African path. So many people began right in Black Middle America and upstate New York and everything like that. They would all talk about Africa. 2 years later, Ebony Magazine did a cover on Nigeria, and the idea that Black Americans talk about reuniting with Africa, and because we had Mandela out and whatnot. So this lie that we fucking hate Africans is a fucking lie. I'm sick and tired of it.
I
It's
never
not
said
true.
you hate Africans, but I'm
No, but
saying that
hold up. Anybody who says, "Well, we were calling Africans," that's not. When Nelson Mandela came here, he shut the friggin' country down. Streets were packed. Streets were. I'll show you videos. Streets were packed and whatnot. New York, Long Island, all over the country. Every city he went to, Chicago, Black people out there in the streets and whatnot for this Black African man and whatnot. Nobody ever got that reception in America besides Nelson Mandela. So it's not.
Yo, Colin.
what about Frederick Douglass and Elijah Muhammad
Well, hold
called
on, look.
African
First of all, I told you before, Frederick Douglass did not speak for Black people.
What about Elijah Muhammad?
Elijah Muhammad did not speak for Black people. He did not speak for Black people.
Colin, let me address something real quick, right? I remember it was a time where I think it was in the West Coast where a bunch of Black dudes were robbing Asians, and some younger Asian dudes got upset with that, and they started robbing older Black women and whatnot, right? And the Asian community came out, at a it was on the news when the Asian community came out and took accountability for what those few Asian dudes did and whatnot, and said they're not a representation of our community and whatnot.
Nobody said they were. Why they felt the need to do that? Because somebody could just make a thing saying, "Now look, we all know that most Black people ain't stupid. We know that those people don't represent Asian people. We're not dumb.
We know we understand that, but the point is they made sure it was like they tried their best to make sure they disassociate themselves with those dudes that did that.
Hold on. So in other words, what you're saying is every time somebody Black do something, we should go all get out there and
no. But what we shouldn't do. Let me finish.
It seems to me that white people like this stuff anyway, right? Because they create the conditions that these people.
Colin, let me finish, Colin. What I'm saying is, a lot of people say stuff like, African booty scratching stuff and whatnot. Oh, that was just jokes in school and whatnot. Obviously, people did not like it. So we can't just say.
Let me ask you a question.
All right.
Okay, what time period are we talking about? When did Africans?
The 90s to 2000, 2010.
Okay. So you're telling me in the 90s, right? Who was going to actual school? There wasn't a lot of Africans here in the United States going to school with us.
There was a lot of Africans in New York.
Colin, it was enough of them going to school, and they got picked on.
So in other words, look, I want somebody, an African person who went to school here in America. Like we don't have a lot of them even in this country, that come out here and verify and say, and I'll shut up and say that I got called an African booty scratcher in school. It
didn't necessarily have to be African booty scratcher, but they got picked on.
Everybody got picked on. I got picked on.
Oh my! No.
Look. I went to school in North Carolina, right? I'm from New York. I used to get beat up every freaking day.
I get that, Colin. I get that. But the problem is, though, right? Those same Africans in those Caribbean whatnot, they were treated better by white people. That's not good.
Oh, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Oh, okay, it's not. That's a lie.
I've seen white kids call them fucking niggas. Call my friend Jimmy, right? Right? Now he's Jamaican, right? We have three of us were sitting together on the school bus, right? Jimmy's Jamaican. My boy George was Puerto Rican, whatever like that. The seat in back of him was my boy, this white guy, Tommy Neal, Irish kid, sister, right? And Jimmy was like telling her, "Hey, look, stop kicking my seat," whatever like that. So he turned around, and said something to his sister, right? And all of a sudden, and Jimmy had a thick Jamaican accent. Just sit back there. Yo, this guy Tommy said, "Look, nigger, look, nigger. Don't be fucking talking to my sister like that." He didn't say, "Look, Jamaican, whatnot." All he saw was he's black. Like that's white America. White America don't give a fuck. Real Jamaicans will tell you that. That's Bomani. They don't.
I understand that, Carla. But what I'm trying to say is that we cannot.
It's a lie that white people treat you bad. It's a friggin' lie, bro. It's a lie.
Oh, okay. All
right. Are you familiar why the Shower Posse came to New York? Came to America?
I have no idea, man. But I'm not gonna look.
Because Jamaicans are getting picked on.
Hold on. Bottom line is this: everybody's always talking about somebody's got picked on. If you're in the streets doing a bunch of dumb shit and whatnot, what do you think is gonna happen?
We're talking about school, Colin.
And
not
so,
the
Hold on,
so in
one
other
shortest.
second,
words,
Kwame. One second,
in
Kwame.
other words, basically, you're going to school, minding
Go
your
ahead,
business and
Steve.
whatnot, and then basically you got picked on so bad you're going to join a murderous drug gang. That make any
All
sense?
right, Kyle. Let me explain. Right. What I'm trying to say is you can't keep telling people their experience and tell them, oh, that was just jokes in
And
school or whatnot.
okay, let's
Let
say
me
that.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. You can't keep throwing people's experiment. I mean, not experiment, but experiences, and try to say, oh, that was just in school and whatnot. And because I mean, some of this stuff even happened when people were grown ups.
Like what? Yeah, man, that's a lie. That's a lie.
It's a lot. College, listen, college, just because you didn't do it, don't mean there weren't Black Americans who
Look,
were
I
doing
know a
it.
lot of black people when not. The bottom line, I have never had anybody in my life say anything negative about
College,
it.
You told me that your own aunt used to talk about Black people who were darker skinned. He said they were
Yeah,
ugly people.
my aunt Shirley, but she was stupid, And
Okay,
she don't,
exactly. So there
look,
was
look,
stupid people in Black America.
I don't think she was going by what ethnicity they were. She was like, just those people over there, they got hard.
Exactly.
They look hard.
Exactly. That's my
Holla,
point. Your
They
aunt
look
was
hard. They
a
look hard.
grown woman. She said that.
They got hard faces. And then I realized years later because these people are our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean. They look
Kala,
just
are
like
you
Oh,
familiar how the African cab drivers? They was the ones that was picking up black people in Manhattan because
why the
the
hell did
white
they
and
do that?
Indian.
That's the dumbest
Look,
thing I've ever
let
seen in
me
my life.
just explain. Let me just explain. They was the one picking up black Americans in Manhattan and stuff when the Indian and white people used to drive right past them.
Yeah,
They
and it's
they
sad
start
because the whole thing is it's sad, and I feel for that. I feel for that, right?
okay,
The
let me
whole
finish
thing
my
is this.
point.
Whole thing is this. We cannot control, right? Black America cannot control the criminal element in Black America. We don't understand that,
we
right?
understand that, but you should at least call them out and whatnot, and say
Hold on. What do you mean you
we don't
don't
accept
call
this
them out?
behavior.
Anybody listen to this show? I call that shit out all the freaking
Okay,
time.
I get it.
You know?
You call them out, but anytime
So
a
hold on.
African listen,
I
let me
do it. A lot of us do it. Where now we basically say, "Hell
Kala, we
no."
can't even. Me and Steve can't even finish our points.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you finish. I'll mute
listen,
myself.
listen.
Go
Like
ahead.
anytime an African did, like I've been, like I said, I've been subscribed to your show for a few months. Anytime a African does come up here and talk about their experience or whatnot, you the first thing you say is, "Oh man, that's not all Black Americans." What you should be saying is, they shouldn't have did you like that. Those are ignorant people, and I don't accept that type of behavior and whatnot. The first thing I know is that with the FBA too, instead of you know calling that behavior out, they just say, "Well, that's just back in school. That's just high school. We was just joking and whatnot."
Oh,
Obviously, these people.
look what Dark Mingo was saying. He knows. Ever since I got on the line, I've been calling this shit out. You can't say
I
that.
like I,
So
yes, you have called you
all I
had out.
all I could do is be responsible for what I do or not. I've been calling friggin' fuckery in Black America out from day one. I'm the
I
culture. I'm the judge.
I agree. I agree with that.
And so basically, I've been calling all this stuff out for years. I said like this: the people, like I said, one of the reasons why we want to build a nation, right, is because we want to be cleansed from these people. The thing is this: Black America is a nation, right, that has none of the powers of a nation. What I mean by that is every culture and every civilization has a balance between reward and punishment. That means if you do the right thing, you're rewarded, right? Black America, we don't have that ability, right? We're just a people stuck in one particular category or whatnot. We don't have any ability to tell those guys who are robbing like the white man did, right? You know how they got rid of cattle rustlers, people like Jesse James and all that? You know how they did it? With the Homestead Act, right? They gave them opportunity. They said, you can go to California. We give you land. We give you credit. We can do all stuff like this. They gave them opportunity. And same thing with the pirates, off the coast of America, right? Hey, we're gonna give you pirate. We're gonna forgive you. We're gonna give you opportunity to go do this.
Colin,
Hold
there's really not a.
hold up. The black criminal in America don't have anybody telling him, "Well, stop your criminality. We're gonna do this." You can't just do punishment. You got to give people an alternative lifestyle. We don't have the power to do that. If
So they
white
shouldn't
America
be
did
punished
not do that with
for
the
robbing and
white
killing
America
African
did
cab
not do that
drivers.
in the Wild West and whatnot and the gangster era. When the gangster era was on, it was the most violent era in American history when the Al Capone and all the other people. All those people went into legitimate businesses because they were invited to legitimate businesses. We don't have any means to do that in America. This is not our country. We're not the majority. So what you guys want to do is hold us to standards that it's impossible. You know, it's impossible for us to punish and bring in the black criminal element in Black America. You guys hold us responsible for stuff like that.
But
You
you
guys
hold all
have the
Africans and
concept.
Caribbean accountable for
Hold on,
little
I'm not
minor
holding you
things.
accountable. I say like this. My whole thing is this. Look. I have family
You
members that are
said
Caribbean.
Caribbeans and Africans
Hold on. Yeah,
dislike.
hold on. I have family members that are Caribbean. I feel good like that. I'm not gonna hold them.
You sound like the white person that says
But you
I
hold,
got black people that I'm friends with.
No. I'm saying like
yeah,
this.
but
When
you
you
hold, but you're
like, I
making
hold
blanket
families
statements and
accountable.
holding
Hey, yo,
Caribbeans and
look, hold
Africans
on.
for everything.
Miles Jr., right? He has a recording studio and he's always worked his whole life when I retired, right? And he has his own leather shop in Long Island City, you know, leather store in Long Island City, you know. He's Jamaican, he's hard working, you know. That's my aunt's husband, you know. I have freaking Caribbeans in my family and whatnot. You know, I'm not gonna say, you know, somebody's a criminal or drug dealer, even though we know a lot of Jamaicans that are drug dealer criminal. We know the majority of them that with us when they come family function and whatnot. They're all
MP just said the funniest comment. She said that we're not sensitive, Black Americans. Black people in general are sensitive, but yeah.
yeah, so like I said, I just realized now that people just simply don't like Black America. They want to blame us for everything, you know, but they want to
No,
forget that
caller, that's not what it is. Listen,
everything is. You guys have a forgiving tone when it comes to white people, you know.
Who?
White
no,
people
no,
treat us
no,
better.
caller. Like, listen,
I
Treat us
understand why you
better.
keep making those
Those
blanket
kind of
statements that
nonsense and
we
whatnot,
love
you know.
white people and you guys hate
No,
white people.
hold up. The bottom line is this: the white man plays this game, right? He knows he has power. He knows that he's who you got to answer to, right? So basically, he tells you. I remember I saw this episode of Howard Stern, right? This is tell a tale, right? Howard Stern was interviewed a couple of Jamaican guys, right? And he was like, "Yo, I like you Jamaicans better because you guys are so hard work. You're much better than the black people from over here. You're so hardworking and blah blah. Don't you just love these guys?" Or whatever? And Jamaica was like, "Man, I can't do that, man." Yeah, first they were like trying to take the bait, like, "Yeah, throwing Black America under the bus." Then they was like, "Nah, I can't talk like that because I know a lot of good black people in America." Like, "No, you guys are better. You guys do this and whatnot." They was like basically like this, but then white people play that game. You know, they've been playing that game from day one. And you guys fall for that, you know, that nonsense.
Who's y'all? That's a blanket
Hold on.
statement.
When you make a comment like we got treated better by white people, right? That's that
When did
pick
I
me
say
shit,
that?
you know. You just said somebody just said that. You know, Steve said that. You know,
wait, what?
you said, hold on,
Oh
you
no,
said
no,
that.
no. I said that a lot of them say that they got treated better
Hold on,
by
God,
white
say that.
people than Black Americans.
Hold on. That's a lie. That's that pick me nonsense. You know, pick me, I'm
Okay,
better.
I
You
guess so.
know? That's
Or
But
they
Carla,
had better experience with white people than Black
you
Americans.
can't tell
saying
somebody
so.
their
Oh yeah,
experience if
okay,
they
all
got
right.
robbed
Exactly. You can't tell.
or
Yeah,
Hold
you
up,
can't do that, Colin.
hold up. Amil Diallo, he was gunned down 40 shots. Who killed him? White
Oh
people.
my God, you talking about you? Listen, even Mary Shot the other night in the comments says she hasn't experienced racism like that, and she lives in Ohio.
Okay, so no, so who killed who
Or
killed?
or most white people she come in contact with are good
You know,
people or
I didn't look.
nice.
Hold up, most white people I come in contact with aren't racist to me, but I
Okay,
know.
okay. So what?
Hold up. It's not even about that. It's a cultural dynamic, the social and cultural dynamic. They're white and I'm black. That's all you need to know. You know,
Carla,
it
you know how
doesn't
many
matter.
African cab drivers got killed by Black Americans in New
So what
York
does that
alone?
got to do with Black America?
It don't got nothing to do with Black Americans.
No, it has nothing to do with Black Americans. You got killed by freaking criminals, you know. And so
So I guess that white cop
you know,
that
the
killed
whole thing is
Amadou
this. Whole
Diallo
thing
got
is
nothing
this.
to
Whole
do
thing
with
is
white supremacy either.
whole thing is this. What you want to do is say black people should take responsibility for shit that we own. We said, look, we black people in America said from day one, we never fucking asked to be brought here. It was never going
Oh
to work.
no, we're not gonna do that, Carla.
Hold on,
All I'm saying is
I'm just sure. You asked why there's black criminals and things. Did those black
no.
criminals
Stop it,
ask?
Carla. Were there black criminals like right now back in the 40s and 50s?
Well,
Yes.
there is now, you know. So bottom line is this, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So the
There's no
bottom line,
excuse to be a criminal.
like, there's
Like I
good.
knew a lot of people that grew up in bad situations and they
There's
didn't
no
become
good
criminals.
criminals. Oh, but criminals gonna do what criminals do. You could take the criminal, put him into a nice neighborhood. We're not giving. He's still gonna do the same damn thing, you know. Because there's no report. I bet you any amount of money you go to these criminals that do all this stuff like that, robbing, they probably have 20 offenses, right? And now you got a mayor, I mean, a city in New York that give people who do that no cash bail. You know, do we control that? You know, do we control that situation? No. Who's letting them back on the streets or not? You know, people all these people that you talk about probably been arrested like 50 times and they're still back on the street. Do we do that?
That's because the community supports liberal
Oh
policies.
no, they don't computer support shit, man. That's bullshit. You know,
All right,
well,
Colin.
because white
Okay.
people white people do that because they like crime in the black community. That's how you keep everybody hating us and you keep the black community unstable.
But
That's all it is.
isn't the black American supporting those policies?
No, who told you that shit?
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
On average,
You guys don't know shit about us. Majority of black people do not support that stuff like that. You know,
are you saying
you got
majority of
black
black
activists
people
and liberals talking that nonsense and whatnot? But the average black person believes in law and order. Most black people support the death penalty. You know,
So why do
Can I ask you a
they
question?
support those
Majority of
policies?
black Americans Republicans or Democrats?
it doesn't matter.
Democrat.
Most black people are neither one. You know.
How
Oh
is
my
how does
God,
that
Colin,
matter?
Hold up. The
Colin.
bottom line is this. Hold up. Bottom line is this. What you're trying to do is say, oh, black people are Democrats, so we support this nonsense, no cash bail, and we like the freaking thing because you haven't really gone into you. I can tell you're not around black people in America. If you was around black America, right? If you're around black,
I live in Jamaica, right? Queens.
Yeah. Hold up. I don't know who you're around. You know, you could be around white people. I know. You know. The bottom line is that if you was in conversation with black people, barbershop, whatnot, you know, you would hear what they really say. Black people are real tough on crime. You know, you would hear what them old brothers and whatnot got to say, man. Yeah, this, that, and the other thing. You hear what
That's true, but then who do they vote for when the election comes up?
They'll say, you hear what black people really got to say about illegal aliens. What the hell are you doing here?
Kyla, when I first came up here, I heard people talking about Bill Clinton was the first black president.
Who said that? You know, who said that? You know,
come on, Colin. You was talking about that the other show that how some black people were saying that he was the first black president, or when you got Hillary Clinton bringing hot sauce on her purse.
Giovanni coined that, right? And that lady, like, listen to Judge Joe Brown, what he had to say about Nikki Giovanni. You know, let me play something. She coined Bill Clinton's a first black president, right? Let me see. Then we're gonna talk about this lady, man. These people, we don't know who these people come from. You know,
Carla, are most black voters Democrats?
She a tether, right, Carla? She a tether.
I don't know. I don't think black people are Democrats. They're basically just anti-racist. You know.
Okay.
Joe Brown. Most black people are just anti-racist. Republicans tend to be in that racist redneck crowd. That's what black people don't like. That's all that is. You know, most black people are conservative. You know.
I disagree with that. Maybe the older generation.
Most black people are very conservative, very down to earth, old school conservative. That's black.
So why are there so many abortions?
Wait, hold up. First of all, just because somebody has abortion, look, white middle America has abortion. Look, white middle America are the biggest consumers of porn, right? They said where the area where Pornhub downloaded the most is right there in the Bible Belt. You know, so of course there's contradictions all over the place. You know. So if you knew something, man, say if you know, don't know. If you don't know, I'll teach you. You know, you don't know. You say, Kyle, I don't know. So then I'll teach you. You know, just say I don't know. You know, so white Bible Belt America is the biggest consumer of pornography.
My whole point is, Kyle, is Africans and Caribbean came up here to support Black Americans. And we have seen.
Hold up. We never asked you for your support. You know.
Okay.
We never.
Why is this show about?
Problem. That's the problem. We never once asked you for your support. You know. You guys imposed on us. You know.
Carla, does Black Americans have a self-hate problem?
So why?
All black people got a self-hate problem. You
know? No, don't put that on all black people.
All black people got.
I don't.
Look, every last single black person got a self-hate problem.
No, I don't.
Colin, if you don't want nobody support, why are you mad why are you so mad talking about we're the most hated and nobody support us?
Well, hold on. I'm saying like this. I don't care if you support us or not, right? I don't care if you support us or not. I'm saying that all I want the Caribbeans and Africans to do, stop freaking telling us what to do, you know, like Principe. You know, tell me, oh, you should support your lady. We never said any people were our fucking league, you know.
She said feeling.
But you telling him to go back to his island though. So why?
Yeah, that's where he should go. You know,
why?
We don't need him. What do we need him here for?
But it's not your country.
Exactly. Right, Colin. It's the white man's country.
It's the white man's
country.
How about this? I hereby give Principe over to the white community, right? He can go over there and give them
Okay.
advice about how to fix their shit, you know. What the hell do we need? What do I need him for? That goddamn.
He's
You
a good
don't,
brother, man. He
but you
just
Hold
making
don't,
on,
but
hold
suggestions.
on, hold on, hold on. If you're a good brother, what you do is sit back, shut the fuck up. Like I don't go on a
Oh, come on, Colin.
no, seriously, I don't go on a Haitian panel, a Jamaican. Look, I'm like this. I go on a lot of people, look at a lot of people's show. I never comment on anybody of a community besides my own. These people basically come in our platforms, and you're gonna tell me, a freaking prominent person in Black America, what the fucking think, and tell me I'm wrong about my own people.
Because Black
I guess
Americans,
I guess Marcus Garvey shouldn't have came here and
Well,
told black people what to
I don't
do.
know. I don't know. I
I
don't know.
guess
That's hard
Stokely
because
to
Carmichael shouldn't have came
say.
here and told black people about
Garvey
black
was
power.
actually embraced. Garvey was actually embraced by Black America.
oh
But,
my
All these people that
but
come
he
here now,
should he should be
these
held to
new
the same
Black
standard
people.
that Principe and every other
Oh no,
Caribbean or African.
we don't. No, we don't. Principe says
He
that he
came here
called.
and told black people what
Oh,
to do.
Principe is lukewarm. You know why? Because he also hangs around with fucking Afro dumbass.
God. But
So
he
that means that
criticized Afro
look, I'm
dummies
sorry.
all the time as
I'm
well.
sorry. If we look, it's up to us Black Americans, right? If you basically hang around with somebody who's a sworn enemy of Black America, right? And I consider you an enemy, right? That's it. If I call you an enemy,
But he pushes back on Afro dummies all the
no,
time
no,
when
no,
he's
no, no, no. He goes in there
uh,
and he's with them. He's with that group. When I don't trust nobody who goes on that show.
So why do you
Well,
attack Elvis so much? And Elvis, he sticks up for us a lot
I don't
to the
think I
point
thought
to the
Elvis.
point where even Africans
Look,
said that
hold on.
Elvis
Every
kisses
time I
Black
attack
Americans' butt.
Elvis attacks me personally.
Oh,
He'll talk
okay.
to my family, to my wife. That's the only time I have a problem with Elvis. Really, he talks about me
Colin,
personally.
you question the man question sexuality. I think that's a little bit.
Well, hold on. But look, somebody basically that always sitting around talking about another fucking man it's weird to me. Weird, really, it is. That's that. I should say he was gay. I said that's that feminine energy he has. I don't sit there and be like, if I hate somebody, what they
Colin,
say on that.
I heard
Well,
you
hold
say
on.
I never seen his wife.
If I was on Afro Dumbass, looking at Afro Dumbass, and I was on his chat room every night, Afro Dumbass, you this, blah, blah, blah. Like, somebody will say, you know something, Colin, man, you got a fetish for him, Elvis, man, be like, God damn, man. It's like, I say one thing, man. This guy's right there on every freaking topic, man, I don't look. I never go on no one. You never see me go on anybody's show. Why is that? Because I don't have to. I don't have to. I don't care what you say. Like back to the major. So I'm calling doing clip. I don't care. I'm not gonna listen to your show. I'm not coming over there either. I don't care what people say. Yes, you're entitled to your opinion. I respect that. After dumbass says one thing, I can respect that. I say another thing like that. I don't hate Elvis. I don't hate Elvis not at all. I don't hate Elvis at all. I let him up here because he's a Liberian, right? I'm vested in Liberia. And I think, in all fairness, that he has a right to discuss Liberia. When I bring up Liberia, which I often do, he has every right to come up here and debate me on Liberia because that's his homeland, and I would never deny him that, that's fine. But when you start going to other stuff, when I ask me about my wife, ask my family and stuff like that, Kala, where's your family? Blah, blah, blah. Why you did this? The other night I said, Kala, man. When he said, Kala, you only go to Liberia because you need sex or whatever. It's like, that's just real disrespectful. I let it slide, I let a lot of shit slide on this platform, man. I let people get away with a lot of shit, So you can't say I'm just this tyrant. I let a lot of shit fucking slide, I let people come in the chat room and insult me all night and whatnot, say shit when I'm like, okay. I try to win hearts and minds, man. It's not easy,
I don't insult you, Colin.
what I'm saying? It was hearts and minds. I didn't say you did. I said hearts and minds, trying to win hearts and minds and whatnot, but people are so hardened, right? I said, look, I have a belief system, which I believe I was put on this earth, right? I believe that Black America is a nation, right? I'm the happiest when I'm around my own people. I love my own people. I'm literally really obsessed with Black people in America, Black America. My culture, my history, everything, the beauty, the language, the culture, everything, the food, everything. And somebody said the other night, I want to address something.
I thought you said it's only. I thought you said it's only one America, and that's white America.
No, I said our community is Black America. We're not part of America. That's what I said. America is America. That's white people and everybody, all you people that want to be part of America, right? I'm saying Black America. I'm talking about my people, my lineage in here. You know,
Is
the African
Stokely
American.
Carmichael part of Black America?
Who?
Stokely Carmichael.
Well, he's an ally. He's an ally. He assimilated into Black American society. If you assimilate with us, and Stokely Carmichael, right? He talked about racism. He talked about white supremacy and all stuff like that. So it seems like, yeah, I would consider him one of us, even though he wasn't born here. I would consider him one of us, you know, because just by the way he talks, everything. But the majority of these people that come here now, when not these Black people that come here from the islands now, you guys can keep them. You know, but they serve us no freaking use. They're useless. You know,
So
so
so the so the
Carmichael,
Caribbeans
Marcus
that's the
Garvey, and all these other people, they were some use to us because they would roll their hands up and they went to work with. They saw us as one people.
right.
Maurice Bishop, all these other people, they were real Black nationalists. You know, and
So
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 we rock with them. You know, but these
so
other
would you
people that
say
come in now, you know, your Principes, you, and all these other people, man, yeah, y'all gotta go, man. You know,
so would you say that the Caribbeans that's helping,
helping
uh,
what? You know, look, we don't look. I told you, stop saying you're gonna help us. I hate that. You know, you don't need your help. Black America survived 400 years here without anybody's help. Say you want to, if you want to be part of this and you want to see be part of the Black family, I'll welcome you in.
I'm
I'll welcome
already a
you
part of the
open arms. But don't
black
come here,
family. I'm
don't
not
come here like
I
you're gonna
don't
be the savior of Black
Yeah,
America.
he's already black. What you mean he not part of the black
No,
family?
no, no, hold on, no, no. I'm saying like this: if you're standoffish and say, you know, Kala, and you keep bringing up the fact I'm Caribbean, I'm coming here to help Black America. No, Black America
I never
almanac.
Kyler, you're not even letting me finish my point.
Black America has an almanac that's 12 inches thick of accomplishments and achievements. We made our mark with this world. We don't need nobody coming here telling us what to do. You know, really. You know, now if
Oh
you want
man.
to, you want to blend into our community or not, marry into our community, assimilate into our community, take our ways and stuff like that. Hey, you're more than welcome to it, but don't come here trying to change us. You know, to suit you. That's the problem I have.
Who was trying to change us?
You guys are sitting there insisting on us eating bush meat. So eating with our
Who
hands.
said that you had to eat? But what are
You are.
you saying?
You are. You guys are spending eating with your freaking hands. You said somebody said,
Nobody said you
"Oh,
had to eat with your hands. They just said respect people who have different culture. That's all.
idea of eating burgers, pizza, hot dogs, and wings and whatnot is relatively new. That wasn't really in our culture. We always ate meals at a table. We never freaking eat stuff like that until recently. You know?
And you made another comment that people trying to come in and change our culture. Who is trying to do that?
Yo, hold on. When people come here, right, and I say we don't do that, right? I say we don't do that, right? Don't argue with me about that. You know, that's a line in the sand. We don't do that.
No, they don't argue with you not doing so. They argue when you talk bad about people and call them
Yeah,
savages.
you're calling
Like
people you're
this.
calling
Look,
people
people take it the wrong way.
you
Somebody,
basically calling people savages that eat with their hands,
oh, look, yo,
which is
look, I'm saying,
disrespectful.
look, Elvis. I mean, Elvis. Yo, Kwame. I'm saying like this. You know, in our culture, right? My culture, right? We consider people ate with their hands like that savages, right? Now I'm not gonna
No,
call.
don't say my culture. Don't say mine.
Hold on. No, in the culture I grew up in, you know, my culture I grew up in, right?
Is
We were
pizza a
like
part of your
Elvis
culture?
Catulo. We were taught etiquette, how to hold a fork, how to hold a knife, when to sit down, when to say grace, with all the stuff like this, etiquette. You know, that's what we were taught in our history. You know,
Is hamburgers and hot dog a part of your culture?
hold on. That's something that came new. That's relatively new. You know, like the 1960s, whatever, like that. That's not really a part of our culture. So that's when Black America started changing. Around that.
That's just standard
What's
American culture.
yeah? What's
So
standard Black
in other words,
American?
okay, you guys want to have this debate, right? You want to have this debate, right? I'm glad you guys stepped
Nobody want
right up.
to. I'm just trying
Oh
to
We're
no,
not
understand.
trying to debate. We just talking.
hold on. I know, you're trying to make little snide ad mom attack, but I'm going to shut you down.
No, nobody's just trying to attack you, Colin. What you
Oh,
talking about?
no, look, don't say that. Just, you got beef. Just come out with it, man. Don't bring around the bush. You guys obviously had a chip on your shoulder, so you come up here. So let's play this game. I'm gonna play this game with you.
Colin,
Colin,
you
nobody
calling
trying to
people
beef with you,
uncivilized,
bro.
so we just trying to understand what's
Hold on. Yeah,
uncivilized about
check us
eating with
out.
your
Check us
hands.
out. Check us out. And said, "Collins no fool." Yeah, you can't fool me, bro. You know.
Colin, nobody's trying to beef with you.
Let me ask you a question, then I'll shut up. Right? Just shut up. Right? Why is it that you people from the islands and all the stuff like that always freaking come up into America bragging about your proximity to white people. Michael Awad talks about he lives in a white neighborhood, right? You guys always talk about your degrees from a white institution and all stuff like this. But yet you want to try to put like, if I talk about etiquette, I'm trying to be white. See how hypocritical that is? All
Kyler,
you guys do
I
is
gotta
fucking,
let Kwame answer that because I'm not from the island.
you
Kyler,
know.
all of the Caribbean communities is just inside the Black American community. So I
Oh,
don't know what you're
hold
talking
on,
about.
hold on. Every time you look at Caribbeans, right? The only thing they never produce nothing in Black America, but they got degrees, right? They always say we got degrees, right? Where do you get your degrees from? The white man. That's your validation, right? Everything
That's
is
our
the white man's
validation.
validation, the white man's job, and whatnot, and all stuff like that. But yet, when we talk about etiquette and stuff like that that we learned and whatnot, you should go tell us, well, why is that white? See how double standard it is?
What are you
You
talking about?
use your degrees and all stuff like that. Your ability.
But who said that, Kyla?
No, I'm saying,
You're Kyler, you
hold
making
on.
stuff
You
in your
guys,
head
look,
and projecting it.
hold on. Kwame yesterday asked the question. He said, "Where'd you learn etiquette from, Kala?" Did you not say
No,
that,
I
Kwame?
never
I don't think that.
asked you that.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
That,
Who
that no
said
no
it?
no no
Who
no no
said
no
it?
no.
Who said? Who
That
said?
was no
Where'd
you
you
no
learn?
because the reason I brought that up, that was me that said that. The reason I brought that up because you was talking about how but you like you hate how the white man brought you here and how the white man
No,
treat you whatnot.
hold on. First of all, yes, I do hate, but I said in the process of us coming here, right? We still
Mm-hmm.
managed to be resilient and build communities. We took some things
That's
from
true,
America.
but I was saying if you hate the
Let me finish what I'm saying.
all right, go ahead.
Some things that was out of in the culture here and whatnot that we use and utilize and made it uniquely our own. You know, and also, like I said, and I don't apologize for that. Wherever we learn etiquette from and whatnot, it worked. We were able to build nice communities. Generations after slavery, we had communities that surpassed the white communities. That's why they were so jealous and they burned them all down. We surpassed the white communities because we had our faith, but Kwame doesn't like. He's a heathen. We had culture. We had all this stuff like this. Now we got people here, degenerates are coming here telling us, "Oh, we gotta get rid of the Bible. We gotta get rid of this etiquette. We gotta eat bushmeat."
I disagree with that,
You know,
Who's
So
telling you to
and a
eat
lot of
bushmeat?
Caribbeans, Africans would disagree with that as well.
the bottom line is this: look, if you guys want to eat bush
Who's
meat
telling you to eat
with your
bushmeat?
hands, go right ahead. Just don't.
Yeah, nobody has ever told Kala to eat bushmeat.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you did. You said, "Don't you
No,
eat
I
bush?"
didn't.
You said that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No,
You
no,
said
I
you said
didn't. I never said that, Kala.
you asked me, "Did I eat raccoon?" I said, "What
I
the fuck?"
never
You
asked
eat?
you that. I never, never
I
asked
asked
you
you
that.
that because a lot of Southern
Oh,
people
okay.
say they
No, I
eat
can't tell you two
raccoons.
apart. Your both sound the damn same.
No,
Okay.
we don't. We don't even sound the same. What are you
Hey,
talking about?
whatever. You both sound the same to me.
And a lot of people asking for the link, Kyler. I guess they want to jump on.
Okay,
To
which
the chat, does
I
me
see
and
like four
Kwame
or five
sound the
people
same?
ask for the link.
Because yesterday you
let me
kicked me
get
off the panel, Kala, because you said
let
I
me get
said something. I was quiet.
hold up, let me get Manosphere on. Go ahead, brother. Say your piece.
Peace, peace. What's going on, fellas?
Go ahead.
What's going on, King? Happy Father's
Ain't
Day.
nothing. Happy Father's Day. Yes, indeed. Yeah, nah, I'm just listening, you know what I mean? Certain black traditions and stuff. I never had raccoon or anything like that, but my parents talk about my grandparents and them carving up raccoons and eating stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Certain traditions that come down from the old South and stuff like that.
Exactly.
The deep south.
Yeah,
No,
deep South. Right, right,
Deep
right.
south. Deep south. Deep south.
According to Kyler, he said that's uncivilized.
is North Carolina the deep South, Kala?
Well, I have no idea. Look,
Well,
yeah,
it's not.
the bottom line is I think it's unclean. Stuff like that. You want to look. You want to do what you want to do. Like I said, you want to eat freaking pig ass, chitlins, and all this shit like that. But which I don't eat. Go right the fuck ahead. But what I hate is when people try to tell me I gotta do it. I'm like,
Nobody said that.
I say I gotta do it, or I gotta approve of it. If I say I don't,
Nobody said you had to prove it
No,
either. They just said
nobody said
respect
you had to
people and their
eat
culture.
raccoons.
look,
Nobody
whatever
told you you had to eat
you
with your
do,
hands. But to
I
say
do it like this.
people, other people's
You guys want
culture
to
is
dig in your ass and then eat with your hands? Go right the fuck ahead. That's what y'all do. What y'all do? You know.
Kyler. Nobody's telling you to eat raccoons, and nobody telling you to eat with your
We
hands.
just
But to
saying be
call,
respectful of other
yeah,
people's
but
culture.
to
That's
call
all.
other people
Hold on.
culture
Yeah, I
savages
understand that.
and
Hold up. But why they gotta bring that culture to Black America?
Kala, what do you bring? What culture to Black America?
There was a guy, a TikTok going around a couple of years ago. This African dude, man, stupid, dumb African dude, right? Had a fine ass black American girl, right? And basically, he just freaking dug into a fucking plate of pasta with his hand. She goes, "We don't do that." Oh, that's how we do in Africa. It's like eating with his fucking hands, you know? I mean, fucking
Oh my God, Colin.
shit like that, man. You know, dumb shit
It was
like
a
that.
possum collar.
I don't know. It was pasta, you
Oh,
know?
pasta. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was like, man, what the hell? I was just so embarrassed. The comment section was like, oh Lord, man, I was so fucking embarrassed. And then people kept saying in the comment section, yo, you understand this guy's from Africa. He's not one of us. The white people
Colin. So are
So
you
the
trying to tell the
FBA's in the
African
comments.
dude what to do?
what?
Are you trying to tell the African dude how to eat and
No,
how to
I'm
go
saying,
about
look,
it?
if you do that. Why the fuck you put it online? Why you gotta share it with the world? You know?
But why
Oh
would you
my
care though?
God.
If you don't care
Just like
about, you
the,
don't
just like
care.
the whole, just like the dumbass African dude that shakes his ass in front of that. We call that cooning, buck dancing. Shake his ass in front of the white chicks and whatnot in the middle of nowhere.
Was it like a funny video, a comedy video?
Oh no, that's a freaking no. That guy that with the noodles, no, it was dead serious. You know, dead serious.
Anyone was it a comedy video or was it serious?
No, it was a
Because
freaking.
anyone said he seen it.
You know what I'm saying? So it was, yeah. I think I see it. It was hilarious. Yeah, cute couple. Yeah, the girl was cute, but that dude, he didn't deserve that. He didn't
Oh
deserve.
my God, Colin. So
He didn't
you,
deserve that.
you
He didn't deserve that. You know, she was cute. You know, he didn't deserve that shit. You know. All right, Elvis, go ahead. You know, see how long you can last tonight.
What's up, Carlos? What's
Yeah,
up,
what's going
man?
on?
Elvis walk on eggshells. Walk on
I
eggshells.
mean, I don't know. I was just asking your brother some pertinent
I just
questions
want to
last
say,
night, and you
You
got
being,
offended by that, Carla.
hold on, you're being disrespectful. You know, you said
Really?
to him, you said you asked
Carla, I
him,
meant
what
to ask
breakfast
you,
does it take?
is
You
criticize
hold up. Kwame, I'm talking.
right.
Jose, you said to him, you said, if you don't like Africa so much, build this someplace else. That's disrespectful. Nobody said we hate Africa. David Hitt don't hate Africa. He just wants
No,
some
the way
people, you know. Simple as
he
that,
got
you
it,
know.
and he was comparing Africa to like Asia,
Yeah, so
and that's the reason I was saying, like, if Africa is so terrible, why go there and build a country there?
Let me ask you, hold up. First of all, because maybe Harry is not right now. You could ask him yourself, you know. Captain Hit, what's going on,
Right.
brother?
I want you to ask him if he was offended by my questions last night, because I don't think he was.
I kicked him off
I was
because
asking him some tough questions, but it wasn't disrespectful.
I'm saying like this. The bottom line is Asia, because he was saying about Singapore, and he's watched a country go from rice paddies and filthy. Singapore was filthy at one time, you know, filthy, worse than Singapore
Yeah,
used to be like Makoko. They went from that
yeah.
to this.
The one question I was asking Carla was that he was trying to say that Africans on the continent are going to be the manual laborers, and I was saying why make Africans the
Yeah,
manual laborers
hold
when there's
on,
African
hold
Americans
on.
who could do that
Hey,
job
look,
too?
this is what I'm talking about, right? Hold up. First of all, he ain't saying they're gonna be slaves, right? But people look, Africans go everywhere for jobs, you know. The biggest thing in Africa right now is labor, right? Labor is a thing. People go in Africa go everywhere in the world for jobs, right? They go to Dubai, they go everywhere, they go to Saudi Arabia for jobs and that. So I'm saying to myself, yeah, if wouldn't you want to go to a majority black country, right? People look like you and have a job, right? You're gonna go either you're gonna go to come to us or go someplace else. That's what he's saying. You know what's wrong
So
with
what
that?
do you want to give that job to your own people? The people
No,
didn't do
no,
that job.
no. Look, we're gonna be basically we want to bring our people in for specialized work. You know,
See,
for the most
there you
part.
go. That's the point I was making.
So
That's
what's
the
wrong
point I
with
was making. Now you said it, Colin.
what's wrong with that? If
That
we're
seems
bringing
kind of messed up
themselves,
because that seems kind of.
some sound of what?
I mean, that seems kind of messed up though. Like you so.
Well, hold on. Hey, look, if you're coming to a country, right, you're gonna have all the basics, you know, a better standard of living you're ever gonna have anywhere in your country, right? Why not? Why wouldn't
Mhm.
you want to come there? You
But
know?
we got a whole lot of Black Americans that could fill those
Hey,
jobs
hold
right
on.
now.
We got Black Americans.
But yeah, Carla,
Hold on.
wouldn't it make sense if you building a
Hold
Black
on. Hold on.
Colin
First
said
of
it's
all,
beneath them. That's his
Black
point. It's
Americans.
beneath them.
Black Americans basically built Detroit, Gary, and all these other places. They're industrial workers. You know. You know, so the bottom line is this: we built the car industry, we built all these things, the steel fabrication, all these things like that, precision. We're now heavy industry. You know, we're the only group of black people that have that as a group that have on the average of people working 35 to 40 years and retirement and pension. Nowhere else on earth does that exist for black people. No place. You
Can you
know?
guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, and to highlight what Kala said is that if you think of us the African American people in America and being a part of building and being a part of so many projects for the last 150 years, 200 years, and even today, we are that group of individuals that, like he said, we can literally build cars. We have way more African Americans that have built cars than people in Africa itself, because there's no one building cars in Africa. We just have a level of expertise by living here in America that we can bring that over to the continent. And to the comment about like we would want Africans to be like our laborers, no, it's not saying we want Africans to be laborers. We're going to need laborers in the country. If we cannot provide, if the African American people are not going to fulfill certain jobs, just like in Dubai, they opened it up for people to come in from India, from Pakistan, or Philippines, or wherever they want. They can come to the country. And hopefully, and what we will do as a government is that we will make sure that anyone that does, like, say, for instance, there are Africans that come to our nation to work as labor, quote, laborers. We want to take care of them better than they are in their own country. We want to give them medical care. We want to give them a fair wage. We're not talking about paying them $2 an hour or something to that effect. No, we want them to make some money so that they can send it back to their families and help those who are at home. And we want them to be in an environment where they don't mind helping us build the country and also making something for themselves and being respected. We don't want to take advantage of anyone ever on the nation itself. We don't want to do no child exploitation. We don't want labor exploitation. We will have laws to make sure that we protect the rights of those people. Now, if people break our laws, on the other hand, then they get deported. Or if they break certain laws, they go. We will have a very strict judicial system and a punishment system. Just think like in Singapore. I have no problem with adopting caning. I have no problem with adopting for drug dealers, execution, and murderers. I have no problem. Child molesters, pedophiles. I have no problem with adopting that. But we have to be very, very specific on it. And for those people who are just ornery and are not going to be a part or make a positive contribution to America, then we deport them back to the United States and say you can never come back again.
Dave, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, we're not going to allow negativity to happen. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, happy Father's Day and Salam Alaikum, Aki.
Walaikum salam. Happy Father's Day to everybody out there. I did ask my dad real quick. I thanked my father today. I said, Dad, I want to thank you for beating me when I was a child. And he said, you're welcome.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you. So, wouldn't it make more sense if you're trying to build a republic for African Americans? Wouldn't it be better to have African Americans in the manufacturing companies and in the industries that's providing the labor versus foreign labor?
Yes, of course, absolutely. But say for instance, we are in need of laborers. Say for instance, we can't fulfill that goal with just African American people. Then we can open up, like for instance, the host nation that would allot that territory for us. So immediately, the host nation that would give up that territory, they would be the first people on. They would be the first people on the list to get automatic visas to come work, or automatic work visas, as a part of the deal that we would make in the acquisition of the land. So we can then open up. Say a company says, "Hey, listen, man, I have a farm. I need 100 people to be on this farm, and we got 50 people that can fulfill that load. Okay, so we need 50 more people." So we can put that out there and say, okay, we need to immigrate 50 more people for whatever job skill. It could be for construction, cement factories, bricks, building cars, installing solar panels, and who knows what it would be.
Hey, David, let me get Principe on, and also, you understand, so one of the biggest lucrative businesses. I put this out there. I put so much stuff out there. People don't act on it. Staffing business, labor staffing businesses, right? Mm-hmm. Labor staffing. You can start with as an agent in a labor staffing business under a broker, right? And all you do is gather names, right? Gather names, different categories, plumber, painter, but like that, and then you make money on all the
yes, you do.
All the hours. So now you become a broker. You make even more money because you got agents under you. That's how Mexicans dominate the labor in this country because they built their own staffing services. You could start your own labor staffing business with a laptop. You
Yes,
know,
you can.
with $500 in a laptop, you can get started on being your own labor staff. And also, we're gonna have labor staffing services, like about 100 of them, right? Supplying us with labor in the United States or wherever like that. You know, so it's not just none of that. I would say like this. If somebody's like a Nigerian and he's a doctor, an engineer, you know, hell, we know that if he's really good, right, he's going to probably work less than it, work better, and probably be cost less than an Indian doctor. So we'll bring him over too. So it's not going to be just cheap labor. You know, we're going to utilize labor from all over, but it's going to be the majority of us.
Also, yeah, I mean, and in the future, we need to be competitive. I mean, I would love to be in a position where we provide some of the best salaries in the entire continent or even in the globe. I would love to be able to pay a doctor $500,000 a year for their job, and then let them compete from wherever they come from, and let them train our people, our young men and women, to be that. Let's pay those who are the best, so that they can then train our younger kids to be just like them. It's best for us to
it ain't
do
us
it that
being
way.
superior when we know we're going to need help from Africans, you know, that got expertise in certain things, and
Absolutely.
European. It's going to be a learning process for everybody, you know.
Yeah, let's pay a Nigerian. I don't care, a Nigerian cardiologist, if he's great. Hey, let's look for him first.
People had this idea that we're
$500,000 a year.
African. That's what. See, people. This is what I say about African Americans. They always think the worst of us. You ever notice that, Dave?
Yeah,
they always think the worst of us until you prove otherwise. You know, they think the worst of
course.
Us, you know?
And those people that come, those people.
I'm African American. I don't think the worst. I'm African American.
No, not you, sir. But I know there's many people who are very dismissive of us. But I want to tell those people who are dismissive of us, your views don't matter at all to us. We're moving forward with you or without you. We don't care. We're moving forward because you tell me. For those of you in the chat who are talking, a lot of smack, tell me, why should I follow you? What can you tell me that I can tell my children to follow what you want us to do? Tell me. You and some of you guys in the chat who are talking a lot of shit. Tell me, why should I be like you and follow your lifestyle, and tell me how that's going to benefit my family? I want you to tell me so I can call my kids up and say, guess what? So-and-so in this chat told me that you guys are going to have a better life because we're going to follow his plan. So what's your plan? Tell me. Put it in the chat, some of these people. It's very easy to criticize, but none of you have got no solutions. We are the ones that are offering a true solution, 1,000%. And whether you like it or not, we're going to get it done. We're that confident in ourselves.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I know it will be done. You know what I'm saying? So bottom line, what I'm going to do is about another year or so, I'm going to pay for this poll. Like, what's that poll that we used to have? Like, what's that poll used to sound, Dave? Where people, you can send it to people and whatnot. What do you think about this? And it's emailed out to millions of people, right? But I only want African American men voting this poll, right? They're gonna go out there saying we have a constitution. Okay, should we go forward with this idea of building a nation for African Americans, right? And only black males gonna vote in this poll, right? Until we get like 100,000 people to vote in the poll. If we get 65 to 80% approval like that, now we got a mandate.
It's going to happen when we step this up. There are many people, like I said, the people that are some of these people who are the naysayers in the chat who don't have any solution for the future at all. So when we come up with this solution, there are going to be many people who are looking at the writing on the wall and are saying, look, if we don't do something for ourselves, Dave,
you heard about Donald Trump taking down Henry West's name off the base? That dude was a freaking hero. He died in poverty of a disease in World War I. He was one of the Harlem Hellfighters. He killed like 10 Germans with his bare hands.
I didn't hear about that.
So the bottom line, this guy basically came back. He couldn't get medical care when he died of his wounds, right? And then President Obama, to his credit, gave him a posthumous Medal of Honor. Long overdue, almost 100 years later. So the bottom line is this: a hero like that, we're gonna honor people like that.
Of course, definitely.
He's gonna have a military base named after his name in our land. We're gonna honor the hell fighters and all the people. We don't need Trump in America anymore.
No,
Yeah,
no,
absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
no, we don't. We're good. And once again,
Is that the one he renaming back Robert Lee?
I don't know. I don't know about that, but Robert, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's in Virginia. This was in Louisiana.
Now we're not going to have any Robert E. Lees in our nation. There won't even be any mention of any of those people whatsoever. It's going to be like they never existed. So we'll control the.
Well, see, here's the thing. I think that we should still teach about them so that we know how to prevent stuff like that in the future.
How wicked they were. Everything that kids know every day, and how wicked they were. Like the Japanese kids, the reason why they're so fired up because they know their history. They know everything that happened. They know about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They ain't stupid, They don't hide nothing for the people. They let them know what happened, whatnot. And also, Japan has people don't know this, right? Japan was the only nation that was able to counter Western propaganda. I watched this documentary back in the 90s, right? And I finally understood what was going on in Central America. It was a Japanese documentary. It was basically saying the United Fruit Company, staged a coup in this country because there was some communist, whatever. They created this whole idea of communism and so they said a lot of these fruit companies, Chiquita, Banana, all these people, that's where the term Banana Republic comes from,
Yeah.
These fruit companies in Central and South America, right, were basically puppets. These governments were puppets of these fruit companies. That's what we call Banana Republic, And so the Japanese showed, I said, oh, so that's what happened, The Western means like they were fighting communism and all this kind of stupid shit. We believed it, right? The Japanese did a documentary and said, no, this is what happened, man. I was like, damn, man. See, that's what happens when you have your own media, your own media, your own programming. You could do stuff like that,
Yeah, and to highlight what Kyle is saying, and imagine like seeing billboards, electronic billboards that we control, and we're showing the Black family together, that nuclear family, that we're putting out messages.
Dave, it's time to play your video. Let me see. Can you find it? Let's see who can find it first.
Which video?
Oh man, you're one of your first videos. Remember? This is your brain, 3/5 of your brain working. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, where's that video? I have it saved someplace, man, but I gotta find it. Let me see.
Yeah, this is your this is your 3/5.
Can I say something?
Yeah. I'm gonna find this video.
Yes, sir.
Because your ideas are not bad, but it's not indifferent from what they're already doing in Africa. Why can't you simply go sit down with your cousin and network with your own cousin?
I want to be with.
Nobody said you have to be with. Do you understand what partner means? You don't have to be with somebody. You're just coordinating individuals.
How about this, Principe? You said you get one of these countries to offer us 10,000 square, and I'll partner all day.
Bro, so I don't even know the terms of your deal and what you guys are trying to do. Why would the hell I set something up like that?
We know somebody.
Why would I go visit embassies in New York to set up a deal with you guys or those guys, and I don't even know your terms. You guys switch up every time you come up.
Oh, yeah, switching up.
Principally,
I do. I switch up your tone every time y'all come up, bro.
No, yesterday I had mentioned before I gave you a list of what the many benefits of the host nation as we go through and we look at different nations to talk to. So we go to nation 1, nation 2, nation 3, nation 4, nation 5, who we would like to get that 10,000 square miles of land. So each one of them, as we go through this, then we're going to go through the list of the benefits that their nation would have if they give us this land. So, and hopefully that competitive nature will create a sense of urgency with those nations to say, you know what, maybe we think we should.
I guarantee you, right? I know right off the bat, we got 3 countries that's going to give us off that I know about. It's going to be like, hey, look, we want.
Why don't you guys go sit down with them first rather than make polls?
Once we form a government. Once we form a government, then we can sit down. That's what we're leading towards. Once we form our own government, have our constitutional convention, and we form a government, then we are in that position where legitimately the world knows, okay, African Americans have decided. That will be global news. Imagine if CNN and Fox News and MSDNC, they say announce, hey, African Americans just created an independent African American nation, their own government, and now they're going to go look to acquire land that was stolen from their ancestors in a crime against humanity back in the homeland of their ancestors. It'll be global news.
Dave, what sovereign nation you think will be willing to give up 10,000 square miles?
Okay, that's a good question, right? And I think that a nation that has a lot of land with a very small population, that will be a country that could see tremendous benefit of having us bring our resources to that particular region. So there are many nations that have a very, very low population, but extreme. Like, for instance, I'm going to use Namibia as an example. Namibia, I mean, their population density is like probably one person in a square mile or something like that. I mean, they have so much land in a very, very tiny population. I mean, half the country, I mean, probably 90% of the country is uninhabited. That's just the way it is. The continent is so huge. People just don't, once again, I keep going back to, people don't really know geography, and when they don't look at the maps correctly, because the Mercator maps that we're reading distort the size of the United States and Canada and Russia. They don't realize how big Africa truly is. It's a lot of land out there. So yes, a nation with a small population and a lot of unoccupied land, that is the best nation for a mutually beneficial arrangement in which the independent African American nation could be created. With that.
How many nations you think in Africa exist like that besides Namibia?
Look, you can go online and look at it. You can look at it yourself. I mean, there's many places. I just told you Namibia. Namibia's got a coastline, almost 1,200 mile coastline, and it only has 3 million people.
But you said yesterday that wasn't an option.
Say again?
You said yesterday that wasn't an option, though.
Well, I mean, once again, there's a lot. Yes, Namibia is a place that I would not prefer to go to because it's mainly desert. I mean, I don't think that if we're going to go back to acquire land, we should take the crappiest land that's out there, or we are told, hey, you just got to take these rocks. No, I want a beautiful location. I want to see trees. I want to see lush forests. I want to see nice rain. Get water. I want to see a beautiful place, warm. I don't want to be cold. I get
so that would be like so that would be basically the ECOWAS countries and Cameroon.
It could be. Well, our legitimate claim is West Africa for land. We have a legitimate legal claim anywhere in West Africa. We have a legitimate legal claim.
I'm just going off the description that you just gave. Like, yes, you
can look at anywhere of those areas, and I think you can deduce from you can find plenty of areas that have very small population densities and a lot of unoccupied land. There's tons of
ECOWAS country you think is not densely populated.
I'm not going to specifically say. I don't want to specifically give any specific targets.
Okay. But I respect that.
Yeah, that's it. I just don't want to give any specific targets. But there are many places that have been identified as really key strategic locations that can make it work, and there's nobody there. There's nobody there. There's no power. There's no infrastructure. There's nothing there. We would go in there. Imagine we land on a ship. We drop our containers. We have pre-built homes. You have these small little homes that are already pre-built. We're bringing our own solar panel, our own generators, bringing our own waste management system. So we're bringing everything because it's going to be a construction site for many years initially. So, I mean, for us, most of us, we'll be living in a construction site.
What you're saying is like what the United States Army does, right? When they go to a new spot, they bring all of those things on the ship. But that's a lot of money. That's a lot of resources that they're extending. How do you get the resources to bring all of those things on a big old ship?
Those African Americans who will want to be a part of this nation, to be a part of the government, they will invest in the African American National Bank. So once the government is formed, we form our own bank, and then whatever other investment firms that we make. So we ask those African Americans who want to be a part of the nation, instead of taking 100% of your paycheck and putting it into Chase Manhattan Bank, bank take 20% and put it into the African American National Bank.
Are you saying the bank come before the migration, or the migration come before the bank?
No, the bank. No, that bank has to be created. No, we will be financially capable to buy whatever we need to buy in the tune of billions of dollars. If we have African Americans just dumped a couple $1,000s into this bank, just take a little money out of Chase and just take part of your direct deposit, and and say 20% goes or 10% goes to the African American National Bank. That's going to be billions of dollars right there. And with that money, we will then acquire what we need to acquire.
Can I tie this back into the topic? Because it's basically, this is a solid idea, but you guys are not willing to go sit down with those leaders, right? Y'all creating a fake boogeyman and fake boogie claims. And rather than sit down with those leaders,
we will
have established.
On this show, I mean, everybody gets heated. This show is it seems like there's a little bit of entertainment factor in here, but when it's all said and done, when we get down, we will outline this very specific, and we will outline the benefits.
No, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, brother.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying you guys should be sitting with those individuals, frequenting. They have different meetings in terms of economics, all that kind of stuff, and you partner with different individuals, network. Then you have those who support your idea already on the ground, already with the political ties, helping you establish those terms. Then you sit down, have those terms, then you come present to your people. They will see that is a tangible, effective idea that is, damn near already approved.
Yeah.
Versus trying to work backwards.
Yeah, no. We have to form our government first. Once we form our government and we declare ourselves the independent African American nation, once we declare ourselves that, then once the whole entire world is going to know about that day, brother. The entire world will know about it. They're going to say, "Oh, who the hell are these dudes?" And these ladies who now declared themselves as a government. And then once we then have our leadership, once we create our government and we have our spots, then we now have something to stand on.
Dave, let me play this video.
When we go negotiate with these leaders. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is a long time ago. I did this one.
Yeah, 15 years ago.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay. Let me widen it. This is video. This is one of the videos that really woke me up to this idea of a nation state. Look.
Hope you got the sound on.
It should be on. Come on. I hate this buffering shit,
Yeah, 3/5 of a mile. That's exactly where you are. Yeah.
This is not a dream. It is inevitable.
That's right. It is inevitable. Yeah, that's back in the day, Blog Talk Radio. Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, way back in the days, bro.
Way back in the. But yeah, it's no. This is inevitable, gentlemen. No, this is going to be 100% a segment of the African American people that wish to go. This is going to be the inevitable. We're not going to go. We're done.
Hey, Captain Hit, I got a couple questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So you have a plan, right? You have an end goal. And usually with goals, you have a step by step, What's the first step? And have you taken that first step?
Yes, sir. In the process of those steps, okay, to give you an idea, of those steps itself. So, of course, there is the just to give you an idea, of course, the mission statement, like the mission statement has already been created. I don't want to get into the detail, but I'm just going to tell you what the mission statement is from this movement: to empower African Americans descended from enslaved individuals in the United States to establish a sovereign nation on the African continent. Our mission includes organizing a constitutional convention to define governance structures, creating the African American National Bank to support economic development, and partnering with West African nations to secure and develop unoccupied territory for this purpose. Through advocacy, education, and outreach, we aim to reclaim cultural sovereignty, foster economic independence, and build a sustainable future for our community. So that's the mission statement, just to give you that. And then there's a whole bunch of other things. I'm not going to go into it right now. I'm it's too late right now to do that. But that's the mission statement. So you heard that, it's create our government, get our bank. Of course, we have in the Constitutional Convention, we are going to have probably, we're going to ratify the governance framework. We're going to create political parties, elect representatives for the executive, legislature, and judicial branch. Establishing the African American National Bank and integrating it into the global financial system. And once again, in securing those partnerships with West African nations to acquire this coastal territory for the development of our nation. And once again, so community organizing, advocacy, education, we have to do all of that stuff in the process in order to make this happen. But so that just gives you a brief overview of the mission statement and the steps that we're going to need. But we ain't playing, bro. I'm telling you, I am not playing. We are not playing games. It's time. It is time.
So,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Because of the way what you stated right there is a clear-cut, solid layout, although it's not clear on which order. It's a good solid layout.
Oh, you was
Do
finished?
you think? Huh? I'm sorry. What you say? Do you think your radical militant, posturing holds you back from success? Because I feel like overall, African Americans, some of that over-the-top militant posturing has held them back from creating certain things in the past. So, do you think that posturing, basically makes you ineffective in terms of painting this dream to the panel, not because it's a bad idea, it's a great idea, but because of your the manner in which you're posturing, it kind of hinders people from understanding where you're coming from.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what the foundation, what gives this, what backs this this initiative is our ability to defend ourselves. So people have got to understand that when we build this nation, we are coming with the ability to defend ourselves. And at the same time, this initiative is so important that we know that there are going to be so many people that are going to try to stop this. Who wants to see black men, the black woman have a Dubai of Africa or a Zurich of Africa, create that for themselves? Who wants to see that? No, people want to see us as butlers and maids, slaves and hoes. That's what people want to see. So there are going to be people that are going to stall. There are people that are going to get into our way, people that are going to try to block us. And we've got to let the world understand that we are not in the end, we're not the non-threatening, quote, Negro who's just going to sit there and say, yes, master. No, this is critical. This is future shock. We are at a critical juncture in our time in this country, folks. This is real. We are on the precipice of being a permanent minority forever, and we're going to get crumbs. These kids today that are graduating our schools can't even read or write. So what kind of future are they going to have in America? You can't, this is no joke. It has to be done. So people have to understand the urgency is, if you get in our way, if you're going to tell us that, no, you guys can't have this because of whatever or whoever's paying you off, then they have to understand that those of us who are willing to go, we are willing to fight for whatever piece of land that we need. And it has to be understood. Now, do we want that? No. Our intention is to diplomatically negotiate for this piece of land. We want diplomacy to work. But in the end, if you're going to tell me I can't have my ancestral land that was stolen, no, then fine. I'll see you on the battlefield.
Can I challenge that notion? You said your ancestral land was stolen. Why do you have like pretext of your ancestral land was stolen? Can you go into details into that?
Because our ancestors were captured with Africans and Europeans and Africans captured our ancestors and stole their land and whatever means, cattle, whatever they had, they stole them, threw them on a ship, and sold them and
That
forced them to
that's
into slave labor.
that's not
But
exactly what happened.
there you go. But yeah, because that's not really because African is like a new world kind of overall over there. They go by tribes, so different tribes war. Some of your cousins are still over there, so your
Yeah.
land wasn't stolen. You were split from your family in a sense. So that
Okay.
notion within
And so
itself is a
okay.
like almost
And
a
so our cousin,
dangerous kind of
good. Okay, I
ideal.
understand that. I understand. And so our cousins should be happy that we're coming back, and our cousins should say, "Hey, man, Dave, there's your land right over there. There's your acreage right over there. Here it is. Thank you for coming back. We've been waiting for hundreds of years for you to come back. Here's your piece of land. We kept your land, safe and secure for you. Here you go." That's what they should be saying if those are my cousins. But we
How
know
do
the
you
reality.
how do you think tribal land ownership works in Africa, David?
I've always been taught that the land is not owned by anybody. The land has always been there. No one owns the land. The land has always been
Okay.
there.
So the
Yeah.
land cannot be given to you as for ownership. The land
I
is
mean, right.
communal.
Yeah.
So
But right now in the modern,
you didn't lose any personal property in terms of land. The land has always belonged to the tribe.
we are a unique tribe. The African American people, we are a completely new tribe. We represent in our culture. We have people from every tribe in Africa can look at African American people and see their cousins. We have people that look like they're from Nigeria, Cameroon, Liberia, Egypt, Kenya. We have everybody, South Africa. We have everyone. Every tribe in Africa is in the African American community. But we as African Americans are a completely unique culture. We all speak English. We all like basketball, play basketball, American football. We have our own music, our own ways, our own dancing. So we are a unique culture in itself. And so because we are unique and we had already been a part of building one nation, we helped build the strongest, most prosperous nation in the world. But we are a minority that can never get ahead because we don't have the numbers. So we do have the right, just like everyone else in the world that wants to be free on their own. We have the right for our own sovereignty, and we can do it. But once again, I can talk to you guys here, like Colin and I, and you guys. We can talk about Cool and the Gang, and you know exactly who I'm talking about. We can talk about PE, and you guys know exactly who I'm talking about. If I go to Kenya and say, "Yo, man, what's your favorite PE track?" They'll be like, "What? What do you mean? Who's your favorite football team?" We're different. We're totally different. We are a unique culture that was forged in the greatest catastrophe to ever happen to the African people. The transatlantic slave trade. So that's what created us. And some of us know that it's time for us to go back. Let's go build our own Dubai. And with modern technology, trust me, guys, with the modern machines and technology that we have, you will not believe how fast you can build a city. You will not believe how fast you can do this.
Hey, I agree with you that you guys should get your own country if that's what you really desire. And I think, if it was up to me, I'll give you the land. But the thing
Thank
is,
you.
we're logical men, right? And we want to understand your logic and your methodology on how you're going to achieve getting to a country and establishing a nation. And that's where we find some flaws. It's not the idea that you want your own nation. There's nothing wrong with that. It's actually a noble thing. But
Thank
the
you, sir.
methodology in which you want to achieve it is where there's a lot of flaws. And I think with you and Carla and other people who want the same vision or who have the same vision, I would think you guys would have been working on this tediously throughout the years to really come to a nice a good methodology on how you can achieve it. Well, a step one, a
And
step
then,
two,
yeah,
and
we're not
have a
monolithic.
timeline in which you want to
Yeah,
achieve those things.
we're
All right.
not monolithic. We're not monolithic. And who in the end, as it comes together, the people will decide which path is going to be the right path. The African American people are going to say, "Okay, Colin, are they good to go? Are these guys the way to go, or do we go with the Hebrew Israelites, or do we go with whoever?" There's a lot. Do we go with TD Jakes, or do we go with Minister Fire? There are differences within the African American community itself, and so in the end, one of us will rise to the top in order to put this forward, and that we hope, and hopefully it will be us to rise to the top to lead this effort. And I think that so there's a lot of differences within the community. There's a Hebrew Israelite, they'll never join this. Minister Farrakhan and the NOI, I don't see them, wanting to join this. So there's many African Americans who will not, and there'll be many African Americans who will denigrate us and try to sabotage this in many different ways. So I think that once it gets out there, brother, then you'll start to see a coalition form. That coalition will form together.
But there's the problem, right? You and Carla, you have Carla very much. I don't know you. I haven't really listened to you, or you don't have a show that I can listen to. But we listen to Carla for months.
Not yet. Yeah, I always. Yeah.
Yeah, let me say this. So Carla has I would say slightly in certain instances a wide vision, a difference of vision from you. And I don't see two of you working together and really formulating plans and formulating, roadmaps on how you can achieve this. You guys have different ideologies, and it's like you're doing your own thing. Carla is doing his own thing. You espouses your own vision. Carla espouses, somewhat slightly or in some instances, a big different in your visions. So how can you guys come together and speak with one voice?
There's nothing wrong with this.
No, there's nothing wrong. I mean, that check and balance. There will be that check and there's a check and balance there. I mean, ideally, we are in the same situation. I think he's realized he's come to my side right now with regards to dealing with understanding that we have to go for 100% on our own. We got to go. There's no let me go stay with Chief Nana and you and let me go to Senegal and you give me a piece of land and you guys give me a permit to start building and I got to prove something to you. No, we're not proving. We don't need to prove anything to anyone.
Oh.
We are captains.
Have you come to that conclusion, Carla? Have you changed your point of view on that point?
I said, my whole thing is my end game is exactly what he said. We want to basically one day before the whole world is going to watch us erect our own land, a monument and land across the world when that nation is going to be now South Sudan, right? To fight a war, right? 99% people animist and illiterate, right? The country's falling apart, right? And they can get recognition. How is it that 45 million people who were stolen from Africa can't make a claim to their own land and build a nation? The whole thing is we're going to claim the land. That's undoubted. Within the next 2 years, we're going to make the claim to the land. I am going to do it, in the next 2 years. But the whole thing is, do we get recognition? Now, if the world turns its back on us, then, like I said, I just have to give it over to David Hick because we're going to take drastic measures, I'm the willing one to really negotiate, and to plan. That's why I want to set up a shop in Liberia and invite people there. I want to meet with heads of state. I want to meet with business leaders around the world. I want to speak on college campuses around the world. That's what I want to do. I want to be able to travel. Him and I are working on that right now. So we can have the type of the business we're working on right now. We're going to have this type of money where I can have freedom. I can travel the world. I can speak at universities. I can do road shows, show up at your city and have seminars and whatnot. Really build this, And so the whole thing is, I want to negotiate.
And I'm with him. I'm with him on the negotiation, but I want them to understand that this is going to get done. So it's best to get it. This is what I will do to protect my future generations, my children, and my people, my future generations. I will go above and beyond the call of duty for them. And they have to understand this is not a personal, I'm doing this for myself, me. I don't care about money, man. You can't bribe me with the cars of this or that, a place in an apartment in France or whatever. I don't give a crap about that.
So you're saying you're willing?
I could easily go. I can say I'll go live in St. John in the Virgin Islands, and I'll go out there on the beach and dive and go diving and I can go travel the world like I did, last month when I was traveling in the Middle East. I can go do that. I don't need to do this at all. I can just say, you know what, forget everybody. Let me just worry about myself and go have fun. Go to Austin, Texas. Yeah, I got a son out there. And what is he driving? Yeah, Ferraris, Lamborghinis. Yes, exactly right. When I go to Austin, that's what I'm driving over there. Okay? Yep, yoked out. That's what, and I'm like, that in the end, that is not my purpose. So all of that, I can't be bought like that. This is something that has to be done. I'm looking past that. We have to do something, and somebody's got to step up for it. And when you get older and you start to realize, where you are in life, you want to, you want to have stand on some purpose. And I have no fear of death. Absolutely not at all. No way, man. If I died right now, man, Allah's blessed me beyond belief. There's nothing to say. I have nothing to say. I couldn't. No.
So you're willing to go to war for the land?
And for my people, to save these black babies and these black babies, absolutely. To provide these black babies a safe, clean environment, a place where they're respected, where our black babies are respected, our black women are respected, our black boys can grow up and have a future and see names of streets in their name, and to be in a prosperous location. Yes, you damn right, I'll go to war over that. 1,000%. What, you want me to keep that? You want me to be satisfied with keeping them in the ghetto in Detroit or Baltimore or New York in the Bronx?
I mean, what would that look like as far as war?
Well, I don't look at it as war. Once again, when you look at some African nations, it's crazy how when coups are done, you won't even believe how few people even do a coup in some of these countries. I mean, some of these countries are taken over with 70 people, 80 people. Okay, when you look at what's happening in a lot of those countries, you look at the history and you look at how many coups have gone. It's a revolving door through there. So it's not about, okay, war. People want to have opportunities. People want safety and security. That's what they want. And we want to develop a win-win situation. I'm not saying, let me go to Africa, get this land, I win, you lose. No, I want us to win and I want them to win too. What I wish for myself, I want to see their children just as safe, just as prosperous, and having a wonderful opportunity. And I want to see their babies respected and their women respected and their young men respected. I want to see the same thing for myself, what I want for them. Exactly. And that's where my sincerity comes in. And if I have to fight to bring safety and security to my people, I'm going to fight for it. That's a good fight. Now, I'm not fighting to be a pimp, a hoe, drug dealers, this and that. I'm not fighting for that. I'm not fighting for that at all. I'm fighting for the future of our children, to make them. I've been in Dubai. You guys got to go to Dubai. I don't know where you guys have been in the world. Hopefully some of you guys have traveled the world. You will not believe some of the places in the world, man, that are beautiful, that are absolutely stunningly beautiful. And your soul feels free. There's nothing wrong with us living like Singapore or Dubai or being in Indonesia or Malaysia or Thailand. There's such nice people out there. There's so many beautiful places in the world. And why can't we have that? What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong. And the land is there. There's millions and millions of square miles of undeveloped territory out there on our ancestral homeland. Millions. So what's wrong with us having this place and you benefiting at the same time? There's nothing wrong with that. So that's why if when I come across as willing to fight for it, yes, that's a good fight. I'm willing to fight for that. I'm not looking to hurt anybody. We want to go to places, a land where there's nobody there. Nobody there. We want to even be conscious of the animals that we move out of the area. We don't want to go through there and just start killing it. We want to be conscious of, okay, what animals are out there? Where can we move them and capture them in a humane way and then relocate them to another area? That's the kind of people we want to be. They're not coming in there with bulldozers and just knocking every damn tree down and all this and that. We have to be conscious of that. And those are the kind of people that we wish to be. And I will fight for that, brother. I'm going to fight for your kids. 1,000%. I'm going to fight for them to be safe, to be educated, to be able to fulfill their dreams. I will do whatever it takes to fight anyone who doesn't want to see them achieve their potential, their full potential. I have no problem with fighting for them. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I hope that makes sense.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
it made
understand.
perfect sense. And I would
Yeah,
say
I
that
hear you.
I like the fact that Kala is giving it a a really concise timeline. He said he wants to get it done within the next 2 years, and I agree with that. I agree with that, man. 'Cause I think that the time is if you're gonna do an Afghanistan and Kala, you got to do it now because the
Yeah.
way that America is moving
Yeah.
is they're being real slick with it. Like they're trying to get. I'm noticing they're trying to get the especially the younger black women into like swirling and stuff and getting with these white guys and having these mixed kids and stuff like that. Like they really are trying to dilute us.
Mm-hmm.
And then I see that, especially when I go across the country. It's
And
something that
these women have no respect for our bloodline or heritage, but yeah, everything is in our culture. Tyler Perry makes another pity poor black woman movie. His movie is Straw, whatever like that. Oh, see, black women go through. What about what the hell black men go through?
But black men stepped out first, didn't they?
Say what? What are you talking about?
As far as like interracial dating.
Hold on. First of all, it's like this. The woman is the friggin' birther of a nation, right? Every man's gonna go out there, like the Philippines. They don't care about their culture, right? So they got every man in the world come over there and breed them out because they'll have they're not like that. Japanese protect their women. You can't go into Japan and do that, right? What I'm saying right now, when I was in Liberia last time, and I'm not no racist or nothing like that, right? I think Africa, even the continent of Africa, is going to start looking like Asia, with white men coming over there, sex tourism, and black women all over the world are going to start to find white men desirable. So if they do that, then they're going to lose any interest in building a nation. Because you can't build a nation without women. Simple as that. That's what I say. But like I said, my whole thing is we build a nation, right? We got large numbers of beautiful women on the continent that could do our female population. That's because I don't know black women in America are just I don't know. I look every time I see this one late girl the other day, dark skinned girl. She had a half white kid, and I'm saying to myself, I bet you anything amount of money that was a one night stand, and the guy's not doing nothing for his kid, but she got what she wanted. She wanted a baby that looks mixed. You
Kala,
know,
how you know she wasn't married?
Oh, I just know. I know.
well, see, Kyla, that's the point I'm trying to make is because I'm a truck driver and I go across the country and then I see it myself. But I notice when I go across the country, I see more and more mixed people in general, but mixed kids everywhere, and it's like we got a certain amount of time to get this thing popping, Carla, because if we don't, like, and I'm not against anybody, okay, I don't have no problem with mixed people or anything like that. If anything, more of them have a
I have no
problem
problem.
with.
I got mixed people in my family, but I still don't want my race to people to disappear.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
want to
but see,
see.
here's
Look,
the,
I want to see brothers that look like Wesley Snipes walking around and shit. Still,
yeah, and
I
see,
have a
here's the
general
thing.
people. I want to see
Yeah,
Wesley
see, here,
bros
yeah,
walking.
yeah, and see, here's the thing, Carla, is that those people they're not gonna side with us. It's like if when they see the Afghanistan, they're gonna call us racist, and they're gonna say that you know what I mean,
At one
that we
time,
hate
they were
white
calling
people,
black
that
people.
because we want to have an Afghanistan. Like that's what
At one
people like
time,
that
look,
will
this is how
do.
they control your mind games, right? At one time, they had almost convinced black people that Ebony magazine was racist. Jet magazine was racist. You're racist because if you love yourself and want to preserve yourself and your history and your people, you're racist. It's not like we're excluding anybody; we're just including ourselves. And so therefore they do that a lot. Basically say, "Oh yeah, you guys are being." No, it's not. Like I would say, look, to me building a nation has nothing to do with white people, has nothing to do with racism. I just believe it's just something that we need to do. You know what I'm saying? Like they asked a guy, why'd you climb Mount Everest? Because it was there. Colin, why you want to build a nation? Because I can. Basically like that. When it really comes down to it, I can. I have the ability and whatnot. I looked at all the facts, everything. I looked at history. What did people do when first of all, we're unique in our history, right? No other group of people ever taken thousands of miles off their land, because when Romans enslaved people, you weren't that far away. The Thracians were not that far away from Greece, when it was in Rome, We're the only group of people that are taken across a whole body of water to a new land, right? In complete captivity, right? That's psychological, So what I'm saying is, we have every right to say, look, that's our ancestral homeland. Whatever, we have a right to return, right? However we want to do it. If we want to have our own land, state, territory, so be it. Africans has to accommodate what we want. Now, some people will say we should integrate into African society, become like yeah, that's fine too. But I think the majority will say, something, when they look at how poorly African governments are run, and we say, look, this is what we could do, and say if we had control over our territory, let us pick that. And also we have large numbers of people who live in Ghana and these countries in South Africa, like South Africa. Put the video from South Africa saying it's a shame what they did to Johannesburg. Johannesburg open sewers now. Johannesburg is now turned into a third world shithole. Once a beautiful city, once a world class city, And I'm saying, we just have to say, look, and you guys may sound as cruel. We say, look, if we build it, our value system, me and Dave hit what we want as a nation, right? Okay. That we'll do anything to make sure you have that, right? That's our values. That's at our core, right? Now you can go to Kenya, you can go to Nigeria, you go to these other countries and whatnot, you go to Gabon, you go to Equatorial Guinea and whatnot. What do you think is going to happen? And when they have to choose between us and going to another African country, what do you think they're going to choose, Adama?
No, wait. Say it again, Colin.
No, I said unfortunately, when you look at Africa, right, there's not really one black country in Africa that's up to par. Not one, right?
Yeah.
So we say that we could build a first world nation, from day one or not. That's how we're going to start, and how we're going to end, right? And we make sure that's guaranteed in the Constitution. We guarantee, but constitutionally, everybody has the basics, and we have a constitution by law to constantly provide electricity, running water, all stuff like that,
Yeah.
So therefore, what do you think people are going to do? They're going to go where there is not that, where you could live in somebody like I said, a lot of people will love to see African Americans leave America and live in Makoko. I heard people say that, y'all think y'all too good to live in Makoko, when y'all should go start living in Makoko when you come to Africa.
Who said that, Colin?
I've had people tell me that. You ain't gonna get your own land. You got to start with Coco.
Like being like who? Like where at? Where did they say that?
Trolls online. Trolls
Okay.
online, and whatnot.
Got the fake boogeyman.
Just we got they would go like, because I say I don't see nothing when you go see African Americans, right? Go to Africa and whatnot. I don't see, except for my brother Mark Blanton in South Africa, I don't really see nothing working out. Really, I don't. I don't see nothing really working out. Just like I see going over there with no support. You got a government in Ghana that's trying to spend $400 million on a cathedral. But yet you got black people in America building communities over here with no plumbing, no nothing, whatever like that, no electricity, no infrastructure whatsoever. And Ghanaians always say, we ain't got no money. We ain't got no money. They got money to come up to build a cathedral. They got money to travel to these European countries to do freaking nothing but run their ass. So we look at all that. And also, like I asked Mamani, I said, are we paying taxes in these countries? Yeah, we could pay taxes when we're there. So you tell me taxation without representation. That's how America was founded, right? Against the British. Taxation without representation. So in other words, you live in Ghana, they're spending your tax dollars however they feel, and you have nothing to say about it. That's tyranny. In any words.
How's that tyranny if they're just like they're not citizens, bro?
First of all, hold up. When you have taxes, you have a right to have representation. That's what this whole Western world, the modern world, taxation without representation is tyranny. If you don't have representation, like what the government of Ghana did when it basically took the money that it raised for its Euro bonds, right? And Michael Blackson lost $1 million, right? He went broke off of that. He lost all his investment in Ghana. Ghana took the money to China,
Carla, you know,
Oh,
green card holders in this country cannot vote and they still pay taxes. They have no representation. By your
hold on, hold
logic,
on, hold on. Oh, okay, that's not true because a lot of green card holders vote in their local elections. They're not
no,
doing
you can't
federal.
vote. You can't vote in
Hey,
your
look,
local
yo, look,
election.
I know
You
so
can't vote
many.
at all, bro.
You
You
Hold
can't
on,
can't vote at
vote
all.
at all, Carla.
I know people still do. It depends on who's at the polling place, you know? And whoever's at the
Well, that's
polling place.
illegal. You're saying you're talking about
Hold on.
illegalities now.
First of all, there was an illegal alien lady, right, in Boston who got elected to city council. Don't tell me that they're not voting. Yeah, they are voting. You
No,
know?
but you're not
She got
supposed to vote.
elected. She got, hold on. It doesn't matter.
That
It
sound
happens.
okay?
That's what they're talking about.
So you saying it was illegal that got voted
I
in?
got myself together. If I'm on that,
Oh, no, I'm saying she got voted in by illegals too. She
and
was
in the
illegal
end,
and she
it's,
got voted in by
it's
illegals. Yeah,
actual.
they voted.
I don't know about that.
I
Okay,
want
I'll play it
people to
for you.
understand that
I'll
this
play it
is
for you
serious.
now.
So you saying there was more illegals that voted in the election
Yeah,
than
well, how
Being
do you think
safe
they
places
won? Yeah,
for
Biden
our
won.
future
There was so
generations.
many
You're
freaking
gonna tell me.
illegals that voted in that election.
Here, you gotta mute yourself, brother.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay. I'm sorry. Um,
Let's say,
I
okay,
apologize, brothers. Damn. I'm sorry. Yeah, you.
legal. Oh, jeez.
All right. I'm muted now.
What the hell? Legal, league. Oh, illegal. It's like thing is not typing. Yeah, okay. I don't know what the hell's wrong with my computer. I don't know. I'll find it. I don't know what the hell's wrong with my computer. Acting up retarded. I'm about to throw this thing out the window.
hey, Reed Solomon's last comment.
He says no plumbing in South Africa. Look, I played the video. You know, they have pipes from like the 1980s that are going bad, and it's sewage and stuff like that running in the streets because the pipes weren't replaced. You know, they spent the money or whatever. You know, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. I played the video the other day. Look at yesterday's show. Yeah, South Africa do like that. They have sewage and running water running out, mixing with drinking water. You know.
You said it's mixing with the drinking water.
Yeah, they said, well, the water table, when you have sewage, you got to put that sewage someplace, right? And so the water comes out of the ground, right? Eventually, that sewage water is going to mix it with the water that goes into your drinking table. Not saying you're going to drink that because it has to go to a water treatment or anything. But the thing is, you still don't want no sewage water, going into any drinking supply water. And so it's happening in South Africa. Hold up. Let me find that video. People always think I'm lying.
No, you don't got to play the video, caller. We believe. Quick question, caller. Have you deleted TikTok yet?
Not yet, but I am going to.
Okay.
I'm going to. I don't like it. Like I said, the whole thing about TikTok. Well, actually, the last couple of days hasn't been that bad. But like a month or two ago and whatnot, man, I was like, my God, all this toxic shit. I think what it is not these white people coming down off that high. They were really feeling themselves like they were invincible. In the first couple of months of Trump's election and whatnot, a lot of racists. 'Cause I voted for Trump, right? But but I see it brought out a lot of racists and whatnot. Do I really want the freaking Bahama Breeze up there, Jock? Do you guys want to hear about the Bahama Breeze?
Yeah, bring him up. He's a good brother.
Fucking clown, man.
Okay, Kyle, he's a good brother. Bring him up.
Okay, I'll bring the Bahama Breeze up. See how long you fucking.
Who's that? Who's the Bahama Breeze?
Yeah,
The fraudulent John, not the original
Oh,
John.
that's his other name. Okay.
But my whole thing with him is, I hate. Look, that's what this is what I'm trying to say. What I tried to tell these guys earlier, right? I hate when somebody somebody who's not African American, try to tell me what I should think, how I should feel, and what's best for me. There's nothing that burns me more than that shit.
Hey,
Nothing.
you could always learn from other
No,
groups of
we know
people.
the fuck we can.
Kyla, Baruti made an insightful comment. Baruti says, poor Kyla and Captain Hit. They think that so-called African Americans are going to be able to erect a superior nation to the adjacent nations surrounding the Afghanistan. African Americans have the same weaknesses as
Oh,
continentals.
no, the fuck we don't. No, the fuck
You
we
said
don't.
it
Yes, you
here on
do.
the you said it here
You,
on
you said
on
it
your
before. You
platform,
had
Oh,
said
Carl.
yeah,
it
look,
before,
we have a
Colin.
lot of weaknesses, but not like that, man. Come on,
Come on, Colin.
Yo,
No,
hold
we
on.
have.
Look, check this out. Africans had diamonds. Matter of fact, diamonds was discovered by African boys throwing diamond rocks at each other. You know, and some white man came and said, "This is a diamond." You know that Africans didn't know the value. You know, that's
We didn't know the value of our own
Did you know
neighborhoods.
the? Did your ancestor know the value of diamonds when they were in Africa, Carla?
neighborhoods. Hold up, we had neighborhoods. We don't have neighborhoods anymore. We have freaking I don't know what they are. You know,
And we didn't take care of them, and
I
it
know
got gentrified and
no,
Hey,
moved out
can
of
I
them.
say something?
no, most of us were able to move into better communities because those neighborhoods weren't able to get loans to refix them because of redlining and stuff like that. That's not our fault. If you want to have a house, right, and you can't get a loan to finance and refix it, not because it's redline. So what do? You move. You know, that's what a lot of people did. You know, that's what my family did. You know, we couldn't fix our house up because the banks wouldn't give us loans because most of us live in older houses and whatnot. And so we moved out of Queens and moved upstate New York. You know, so they don't tell you like what like this. We don't control the banking, the mortgage system, and all stuff like that. We don't have no community like that. You know, we're so reliant on. Hey, I remember my parents' mortgage company. First mortgage was a company called Beneficial. That was a mortgage, first mortgage. Hey, Dave, did your parents have Beneficial? They're the ones who gave loans to black people, mostly in Queens and whatnot. You know,
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
remember Beneficial? Apparently, like about
Yes,
Beneficial.
yep, I
You know,
remember that. One of my roommates from school, he got a loan from Beneficial. I'll
yeah.
never forget.
So they were the only ones giving out loans to the black community. You know.
Hmm.
You didn't get loan for beneficial with dead ass, a bunch of Jews when you were dead ass back in the days, you know, when I was a kid, you know. So
So,
you gotta build your community. Build it with what? We have
so,
no financing, no banks, no nothing, you know. They didn't give us that leg up in America like they did to the white community. The white community had a leg up. They had a GI Bill, loans
so,
to that, shit like that. We never had a leg up. All we got was a foot up our ass, you know.
so, so I agree with Carla generally what he's saying there. On some of the reasons why the black community was depressed in various areas. But I disagree with him with saying, Africans had to wait till the white guy come to figure out what a diamond is. I mean, I
No,
get
that
the
is the truth.
point.
You know that story, right?
No, I get the point. I get the point.
Yeah, but hold on. Hold on. Look, it's not trying to embarrass Africans, right? It's not trying to embarrass Africans.
No,
It's
no, no,
saying,
no, 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 no. Let me
I'm
let me
not
finish
trying
what
to
I'm saying.
embarrass
I'm not
Africans,
saying
you
you're
know?
trying to embarrass Africans, right? What I'm trying to say is that my argument every time I come on your panel is that, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Just went quiet, sorry. Is that it's the systems that you live under that determine your success. And so that's what you're saying with African Americans, because you lived on a system where you didn't get loans easily, you weren't treated fairly, all this good. Boom. The other thing is, it's multiple things, but Europeans, they lived in an area of the world geographically where they were interacting with various groups. So over time, they learned a lot through that interaction. Because at one point, the Romans thought the British were savages, right? They controlled that area, but
They
by
were
them
savages. They were savages, you
right,
know.
but by them controlling that area, they were exposed to Roman ideas, right? And vice versa, right? And so Africa was kind of a little bit more isolated in a lot of ways. And so the exposure wasn't really there. It's not that they didn't build things or didn't have the ability to build things mentally, but the institutions weren't really there. And in the modern time, some of those institutions weren't really built out effectively, even though they're in the modern world and they travel and they do all this. Some of the infrastructure is not up to par relative to some other places, and it can be. There's no reason for it
Yeah,
not
let
to.
me answer Baruti's question. He said, any black voter, I guess that's a shot at me. Voted for Trump. Look, the only reason why I voted for Donald Trump, it wasn't I was voting for him. I was voting against Kamala and the LGBTQ. That's it. I basically said, look, I don't give a damn about none of these people right here. I was voting against the LGBTQ. I was voting against transgenders, men going into females' bathrooms and all shit like that. You know, I
Kyle,
that
quick question.
So let me say something else when you're done there, Carla.
good.
So check this out, by the way.
I like. Let me go on to what I was saying. I like the guy that came on prior. I don't know who that brother is. I like his explanations of things. You know, he's pretty. I like how he deals with it. He's a little more diplomatic and clear. So I kind of finally understand like a roadmap, some kind of a roadmap. You know what I mean? It seems more plausible to me now, the idea that he was telling. And it sounds to me like I could even show a model of what I think he's talking about. He's probably talking something like Israel or something, how Israel got set up in the modern time, right? And so I kind of understand it a little bit clearer, and it seems a lot more feasible than
different than Israel in the sense that we're looking for unoccupied, undeveloped territory. We're not looking for territory that is occupied at all.
Conflict territory. We don't need no conflict, So
no, none at all.
Bottom line,
I'm making a couple of assumptions.
There'll be nobody there. We build it and whatnot. If you come there, you come in there with a passport or a visa, and we can kick you out anytime we want to. That's why.
Right, and I kind of like what he said because I feel like he mentioned, you have to be strong on defense in a situation like that, because it's possible that you're going to get attacked at some point. So again, going back to, I know it's not exactly like Israel, but going back to that idea, it's kind of like that in a sense, right?
Well, you need to have an internal. You need to have a nice one. I mean, I know that I would want to propose to our legislature that all of our men at least serve a couple of years.
So everybody serve too, like Israel Army. So all men and female and female.
Let me finish, Cal. Yeah, let me finish just real quick. So I hope that everyone will serve, because there's many things that you learn about when you do a couple of years of service, and you do national service. There's a lot of things that you do learn, and of course they're a part of the nation. Everyone knows how to defend themselves, because in the end, yes, if something does happen, yeah, great. We want to be able to protect ourselves, but we're not going to be a nation with a military that's going to go for expansionist. We don't have any expansionist type of desires anywhere in the world. Just to protect ourselves, because we want to be able to ensure that safety and security for our kids and our future generations will never be breached. You're gonna come through us. You better bring a lunch, because it's going to be a long day.
And you see, and this is what I agree with that, and especially if you're not taking expansionist bent, but
yes, exactly,
but a protection, like a defense, right, or offense, or whatever. But anyway, so I like that idea, And the thing is, I feel like ideally something like that would be good in terms of like inspiring others within the area to kind of up their game, right? Because that's what you need. You kind of need that competition. The thing is, though, I was looking at Singapore, and it's a city-state, and it has less than 300 square miles.
Yeah.
But there are a couple of things that Singapore has that's, like, in a sense, makes them able to do that, because they live around large population areas.
They expanded vertically. They have vertical. They even have vertical farms, right?
Right. I'm not even talking about the buildings.
They have tall buildings where each floor has they put soil on there. They grow farming indoor, greenhouse indoor. They'd be like 20 stories high, man, of farms of different floors have different crops they're growing, and they at the bottom they have manufacturing, put it in cans and stuff like that. So they use space. They actually they produce more agriculture than most countries in the world in 300 square miles, because all vertical farming, indoor farming,
I'd have to look a little bit more into that, but what I was saying too is that they're on the water, they're on the coast, they have access to the ocean.
They have access to two oceans, the Indian and the Pacific, and two continents. It starts Asia and Southeast Asia. Singapore is an ideal location. That's one thing Paul Bakami made a mistake, right? He wanted to be the Singapore of East Africa, but the thing is, Singapore is surrounded by water and a port.
Right.
Paul Kagame, there's no major cities surrounding Rwanda in proximity, so it's going to be hard for him to be the Singapore of the region, because Nairobi's so far away. The Europeans did that. They basically built the power centers away from each other. Like Monrovia and Freetown. They're so far away, but two cities, right? Anywhere in the world, two major cities should be connected by railway, highway, commerce, seaport, and everything like that. But African cities, like 50 miles, might as well be 10 million miles,
But Kyla, they're doing that currently with the EAC, the ECOWAS blocks. So you're trying to make it seem like you're not coming up with solutions.
Oh yeah, well,
And
okay.
how do you plug into those solutions when you're trying to paint them as villains?
Your principal. Oh, yes, I'm gonna say this right, and I wish
Yeah.
them a lot of luck. Love Traore and whatnot. But if I'm not doing somersaults and jumping up and down for one more other African disappointment, that's eventually gonna happen. You gotta excuse me. Let me get DK on. DK, go ahead. Like I said, I love him. Hope I wish him the best, man. But I'm not getting excited, because I've seen this movie before. Go ahead, DK.
Yeah. I wish Ibrahim Troy all the success, but if it fails, it's going to be because of another African. It's not going to be
It's
because
gonna be
of
so
France.
catastrophic, man. The psyche and self-esteem of Black people across the globe is gonna be so crushed, man. Lots on the line.
But it's a problem when you have more than 1.5 billion Africans put all their hope in a 37-year-old. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's sad. Really, it is. That's how you show how lost we are. Yeah, grown people in America, right? Negroes in America, 80 years old. He's a messiah. He's younger than your grandson. You feel like I don't know, man.
So was Jesus, brother. What is? I'm back, bro.
Are
So
you
was
going to
Jesus,
give
man.
a horary to Jesus, man? Come on, man.
He's
No,
the
we're talking about
leader
the
of
I'm
age
just saying
factor,
they
but
were
Jesus
around the
was a young
same
man as
age.
well.
They were around the
Yeah, that's what
same
I'm trying
age.
to. That's what I'm trying to say. So you're trying to make it an age thing,
He's a
and
great
all
he's a
and
great man, but I'm like this. I seen this movie before. Man. It's like we get our hopes up on somebody, like when Nelson Mandela got out of jail. Oh, we thought he had the best parade I've ever seen in my life. Black people came up and talking about I'm African now with South Africans. Us, yeah. So many people saying I want to be part of Africa. That right basically was so they and like a decade later, by the late '90s or whatnot. Everybody, Nelson, who? Nelson, we were just had this high hopes up. Then he became president and whatnot. We was like, man, we're on our way. Africa's finally free and whatnot. Did it
Yeah,
happen?
but Colin, my point is, if more than 1.5 billion people are that weak and just hopeless, you guys just go it your own way. Just find
bro,
your way.
how many new cities are built in South Africa? Can you show some of the new cities that's in South Africa? You keep showing Johannesburg. Where's Lozi at, man? Can you? This is the whole notion. That's the problem we had
What new
last night.
city?
You
What
paint this fake.
new cities in South Africa?
You paint this fake doom and gloom story. Then you try to preach it to other people, and
No,
then
I'm
you
not.
try to censor
Look,
it
I
back.
played a video by accident about Johannesburg, and I didn't know what it was about. I just played about Johannesburg. I didn't know it was gonna be bad, and they were talking about
No,
the
but
hype.
I heard you. I heard you speaking that night. You paint the fake notion that Pan Africanism is one sided, which is false. You paint that everybody's against you, which is
Look, hold
false.
on, Principe.
You paint that people's going to be against the Afghanistan,
Yeah,
false.
Chris, hold on. I'm saying like this, Principe, right? When I say Pan African one sided, right? I said that's not even Africans' fault. That's our fault because we have this idea that it's our duty to friggin' help Africa. We've been talking like this when we were kids. When I was a kid, we used to send money, families send money to Africa, world relief or whatnot. So by the whole idea, like saying, you guys were talking about saying we were not starving. Y'all Negroes in America was talking about helping Africans. That was Ethiopians. That's what he was saying. Basically, so in other words, basically, Africans are very prideful. They're based like this. If I show videos right now of African children starving, everybody's gonna come at me in chat room and say, "Oh, people starving all over the world right now." So it's hard. But we was always in Black America, like Africa. I tell people, it's like Africa don't need your help. Africa could be on, don't need our help. I never said that, So, but the whole thing is
No, but
this:
you paying this fake illusion that
most Black Americans,
Caribbeans and Africans didn't contribute to Black
most
America.
Black Americans, they go to Africa like Ja Rule. Tell me this, if I'm not
Yeah,
lying. Why is Ja Rule? He ain't Ghanaian. Why did he have to build a school in Ghana?
I don't
Because
know.
he
No,
wanted
that's
to.
that's
He
what
didn't have to do
he
anything. He
wanted to.
wanted to.
Exactly.
Oh, no, but hold on. No, because we have this overwhelming guilt. It's
No,
Black
we don't.
guilt.
No, we did not. No.
Yes, we do. We have this black guilt. Hold up. Hold up. You want me to go down a list of African Americans who basically built schools in Africa? Why not?
But they
Why do
also do
we
that in America as well, though. They do that to help the Black world. Like,
hold up. We need Oprah Winfrey. Why she spend $10 million building a school for South African girls?
Because she wanted to.
Okay, well, this is what I'm talking about.
I'm from New York. Carmelo sponsors schools in Red
Yo.
Hook and
Has
Brooklyn as
any
well.
Has any African ever went to our inner city schools where we're suffering and whatnot and built a school for our people?
Well, you get this injury. You guys paint yourself as strong and to yourself.
Oh no,
But I see Africans visit the
no.
schools.
See,
There's
hold on.
African teachers in the schools.
First of all, you're making my point, bro. You know, I'm saying like
But
this.
there's African teachers in the schools, bro.
Pan-African is one-sided, right? Let me give you another
It's
example.
not, bro. It really is not.
Hold up. When the movie Black Panther was made, right? Ryan Coogler specifically reached out to African designers and actors and extras and whatnot. He specifically included them in the verbiage, everything like that, right? Have you ever seen a Nollywood production basically reach out to Black America at all?
There was a whole Black American actress that was acting in Nollywood films. Look her up.
No, she was probably a Nigerian American. She wasn't no Black American, bro.
Oh,
She was a Black American, bro. Look it up, man.
No Black American.
What's her name? What's her name?
Or African.
I forgot her name. That she wasn't one of those movies in the '80s, and she became very popular in Nigeria.
Okay, all right, okay.
Kyle, I thought you said you don't watch Nollywood movies, so how would you know?
Look it up, Kyle. You got the computer. I'm driving, man.
They had African American actors. When I would probably watch it, you know. So.
And plus, they're building studios currently, so you're going to see increasing that. So,
okay.
You know, you just So again,
well, I'll wait till it happens, man. So, but I'm trying to say, principally, right? The people who say Pan-Africanism is one-sided, right, have legitimate arguments. Like I just said, Oprah Winfrey.
It's a false argument, man. They even include Caribbeans who contribute greatly to African Americans.
You look at Blacks Without Borders, right? You have Black people in South Africa built schools. Mark Blanton, him and his wife, they built a school in South Africa, helped fund the school in South Africa. They're doing a lot of work in the Johannesburg community. Why are we always giving to Africa? Let me ask you that. You ever ask that question?
But it's a two-sided thing. I recently seen a video where there's an African woman building housing developments in New Jersey.
Where?
She's from Liberia. Look it up. Type in Liberia housing New Jersey. You'll see it. It pop up. I'm driving.
She's building for Liberia because Liberians probably there.
Really?
Liberians, yeah.
So she's gonna exclude you guys from it. That's what you're trying to tell me.
But the bottom line is, people and African immigrants only take care of themselves.
That's not true. This whole African doctors.
Black America start taking care of itself, and we start coming together ourselves. We solve some of our problems, but we always try to save everybody else. So
you're looking at it like a save thing rather than a partnership. You know that Africans and the Caribbeans help partner and build back up the HBCUs, right? When the enrollment was down, right?
No, the fuck they didn't.
Oh man, look, bro, you about to make me talk.
You're right, Carla.
Hold up.
You're right, Carla.
Why did they come to America? Why did they build their own colleges?
They have their own colleges, man. If they went to a predominantly white university, you would have been complaining.
What colleges that they built in America?
I didn't say they built. I said they supported and add to the enrollment when some of you guys were going to the white institutions and degrading black institutions, right?
Yeah. So well, the bottom line is this: we.
So you see, you just dismiss that. That's a major fact. Pan-African is not one-sided.
Yeah, like I said, the bottom line is we have an African American lady.
Pan-Africanism is one side because, like you say, when
bourgeois.
Leader comes,
you got your ass card on tonight, man.
Whoa. When any African leader comes to America, like Cyril Ramaphosa, they never engage African Americans. They only come.
What about Ruto? Ruto's met with the Black Caucus, bro. Why you skip over that, bourgeois?
Man, that's nothing, man.
Yeah.
Bourgeois, he met with the whole Black Caucus. Why you skip over that, bourgeois?
They've never put anything on the table like what Trump did.
What did they ask for, bourgeois? What are the demands that they have, bourgeois?
What do you mean, bourgeois?
Steve Harvey got more demands than the Black Caucus for Africa's bourgeois. Why is that?
What has he done?
What's Steve Harvey? Steve was a clown, man. What are you talking about, Steve Harvey?
No, but I'm saying, what is the list of demands? You guys are trying to say it's one-sided where you don't have no real demands, bro.
Steve Harvey's I don't know what the hell Steve Harvey's talking about. He's not questionable. But the whole thing is this: in fact, DK, the problem is the fact that there's this huge Pan-African energy in Black America, right? They could harness, right? Like I was telling my one guy in the BAO Barrington that lives in freaking UK, right? And he had a habit of that. Colin, man, I have a lot of people in America and UK, important people, but they want to meet Jesse Jackson. When was the last time Jesse Jackson been fucking relevant, right? All they know is Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, the Charlie Rangel. I said, dudes are friggin' irrelevant, man. Irrelevant. They don't even African people outside of America, black people outside of America, don't even know who is relevant in Black America right now, you know? And we have a lot of online personalities and movements or they can tap into if they just want to finance it back and cultivate, you know? But they don't know that. All they know is the same people, Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, everybody that comes across through the white media. They don't know anything about
No, because those people actually put boots on the ground. You know how many times Jesse Jackson visited Africa, Haiti, Jamaica? You know how many times Farrakhan?
Jesse Jackson's an 80-year-old man. What the hell is he gonna do?
That means that your leaders last that they went was almost 40 years ago.
Stop calling them my leaders. I don't have any leaders. You know, I'm the leader.
Okay, the leaders of the general black community, those leaders went. Those are the main leaders that went, and that's over 30 to 40 years ago, bro. That means you guys have fell into present yourself in the modern day.
Hold up. Did we ever have an election that I don't know about that Jesse Jackson was elected leader?
Bro, he has pull, bro. You guys are trying to play like he don't have pull. That's why you got the title up there. The hate that hate created. You guys are trying to hate your leaders, but you know, like I know, these people got pull in your community.
Hold on. So leaders is black leadership is something the white media and the power structure impose upon us. We never asked for these people.
Really?
Know? Yeah, really.
So when Al Sharpton pull up in different communities after incidents, did people throw rocks at him or they received them well?
Al Sharpton is an you know,
the older generation receives them well.
Ambulance chaser.
Exactly, that's my point. Exactly. So even when you look at some of these newer leaders like yourself and Tariq and Umar Johnson, do the people not receive them well? Do they need a special election, or what qualify a leader to be a leader?
Well, hold on. I'm saying like this. I provide leadership through my platform. You know, I'm not a leader. I don't call myself a leader. I provide leadership by being an example. Right. What I'm doing in Liberia, it's like you said, my goal is to build the African start first by building a geopolitical base on the continent. That's why I want to have a building, everything like that, military logistics, a library, a research center. I want to have a research center, computer lab, all that stuff like that in one place and whatnot, and have like a thing. When I went to Integrity Marketing, right, we're down in Dallas a couple of months ago, right, and they show us a global thing where they could monitor cyber threats all over the world. It's like a whole big fucking thing, a map of the whole entire world. They can detect cyber. They got Integrity so big. They're in Japan, every country and whatnot. You know, they detect cyber threats from banking, everything all around the globe. And you got these. Well, they had a lot of young black guys there too, cyber security experts. You know. And I'm saying to myself, wow. I said, that's what I want in my town. I want to build that. Before I build an African, I want something like that. I want a command control center for the continent, you know? So we have logistics. That's what I want to do, you know? So that's my part. And I'm going to try to make that happen.
So can I ask you a question, Colin?
What?
Especially based on the title. You basically make it you basically preach like anti leadership kind of stand, but when you go to these different towns, some of them are more built up than others. You don't think that there's certain leadership that are doing that you might need to click in?
Hold on.
What you're trying to do?
Leadership, right? But when somebody walks around all day, appearing on talk shows and whatnot, talking about I'm a leader, we got a lot of local leaders that people that do stuff in my area right here. We got a lot of black people that do a lot of stuff in the community, build stuff, business people and whatnot. You know, I'm a leader in my community. You know, I'm a business person in my community. You know, but you got people out there who all they want to do is get on television, MSNBC and whatnot. And because you see them a lot, naturally you just think black leader, you know? And so the bottom line, no, you ain't a leader. You know, you're a leader. You're just somebody that they put in front of us, like Malcolm X said. You know, you put these puppets and clowns that they put in front of us and they call them leader. And then basically you just go along with what they say because somebody told you there was a leader. We never agreed to that, you know? Like Martin Luther King.
Yeah, but the same thing could have went for Malcolm. He's basically slandering leadership while he's the leader himself. You're doing the same thing in the current day.
Nobody in Black America elected. We're just going to look. I'm doing what I'm doing, right? And if it basically catches on, people have lived. People who turn to black nationalism, want a nation. I'm going to be the person that they come to. Now, if you're not interested in nation building and stuff like that, then I can't help you. You know, but I'm not going to be
Yeah,
a
but you technically are a form of leadership, right? So why would you tear down leadership? Aren't you creating hate and
leadership.
hopelessness?
I'm providing leadership, right? When it comes to when people want an alternative to what they see in America, and I'm saying to myself, okay, is there an alternative, right? Can we do something, right? I'm saying, it's not far fetched that black people in America, if we had our global banking system or not, we could be transferring literally trillions of dollars to the African continent through our own banking system. We could be investing in Africa, getting tremendous wealth and everything like that. We invested in African education, infrastructure, and like that's why we create the Black African infrastructure. So one day we could finance our global infrastructure. We control ports, airports, power grids, and all stuff like that that creates wealth. That's what I'm saying. Now people
But
want
yeah,
that.
you don't think you should start trying to create blocks like the Africans are doing? Did you claim you're quote unquote better than, but you somehow don't
Oh, we
have
talking
blocks that
we talking blocks like what?
like Marcus Garvey, low key? There's some of the movements that joined him was already in existence. He
Bro,
created blocks.
we
Why
already
aren't you not creating blocks?
we already have that. What we're saying is we want
What
friggin'
is it? Which block do you have?
hold on. First of all, we say blocks in America. Are you kidding? We move beyond that, bro.
Oh,
You know,
so you guys are not as organized as the Africans, bro. So how you move beyond that? How's that work?
we've been there, done that already, bro. You're late. You don't
Bro,
have
if it worked before, why would you move away from what worked before? There used to be blocks. Where are the blocks today?
those communities were not safe, right? We're not safe. Like you said,
Oh, hell.
just a little while ago, they were talking about Kala. What about black people, black Americans robbing African cab drivers, right? It's because
Yeah.
no matter what, look, these areas right here you call blocks or whatnot, we don't have any power
No,
over
not
there.
like not those kind of blocks. I'm talking about BLOCs, the regional blocks.
Are we going to control the police, the magistrate? Are we going to provide jobs and everything? Are we going to control the economic?
Absolutely.
No, we don't have that, because the bottom line is this. You haven't understood something. Is areas where black people live at New York, whatnot, it's controlled by Jews and a couple other people and whatnot.
That's New York. Go to the south. Go to the south. This whole region where the cities are majority black and the police is majority black, bro.
Yeah,
The judges are majority black.
they overblow that, because it's like even in
Oh, color.
so, look, hold up. Most of the businesses, most of the homeowners of black people in America, the people who hold their mortgage are white-owned companies, right? The banks that we put our money into,
Okay.
banks. We're part of the white infrastructure, right? The only way it's going to solve this is we have our own nation with our own banking, our own finance, and also our own currency and all that stuff like that. That's how we get out of this,
Then you're gonna still, but Collar, you forget that you're still gonna have to deal with the World Bank, right? So my thing is, at the end of the day,
Whoever said we got to deal with
coordinate.
the World Bank? We don't have to deal with the World Bank.
You don't have, but you're literally gonna be still connected back to
The
America.
World Bank is designed for poor countries that basically don't have no capital. We'll be able to capitalize and build our own nation. We don't need a World Bank. And the IMF and all these other institutions. Because all these countries basically got to start from scratch and zero. They got to spend the first 20 years convincing the people why they should move out of a mud hut to a modern life. They got to educate. That takes education. That's just your first 20 years, just convincing people that they got to give up their own way of life. That's the hardest part, right? And with Black Americans, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. There's no. We're talking about first world people. So we don't have to spend that initial 20 years educating people. As I remember Vietnam, right? You had people from Vietnam. When they brought them to America, they were so rural and whatnot. They brought people out of Vietnam, brought them to America. They didn't know what to do when they saw an escalator. The escalator goes up the stairs and whatnot. They were like terrified. We got a moving floor. They were terrified, They wouldn't go up it. They was like terrified. Then when they put the money in the cashier, the guy was like, "This is what we do. We give you this, and this is your change back, whatever like that." And people like, "What's this? This is paper money." I was like, they didn't know anything. That was age. That documentary was made when I was a kid back in the early '80s, right? I didn't make fun of them, but they didn't know. These people came from a village of refugees from a village in Vietnam, and they came to America, right? And they had to start all over again. A lot of Vietnamese grew up in black housing projects. People don't know that. A lot of Vietnamese grew up in black housing projects and whatnot. and there were a lot of them were poor. You know, they grew up in public housing. You know, and so I remember when I was a kid. You know, the Vietnamese people in the late '70s. A lot of Vietnamese moved into the public housing in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Remember that in school. Everybody like those are the people from the war. When Vietnamese people hanging clothes up on the line, whatnot. But they had to learn all this modern stuff from scratch. Black people in America, you talk about building a nation, they don't have to do all that. We already got all that down pat. You know, we don't have to do all that.
You think you're not going to have to educate your people about wanting to go, and
Not basic.
your people don't
Not
have
basic
fear?
stuff, not the basic stuff about using a toilet. You know, running water. You know, cooking on the stove instead of a fire outside. You know, all these modern things and whatnot. You know that we understand as necessary, right, to raise the standard of living of people and have a safe, orderly society. Black America is already there. You know, we don't have to tell people, you know, that you don't do this, you don't cook in a fire. Why do you think the fire started in the Bronx, right? Well, African immigrants, right? They were trying to use wood to heat their homes on. And when they turn the electric out, gas off, they try to use wood and they burn down the buildings. Unfortunately, people got killed, but they still know. You know, you don't do this. You know, freaking in Philadelphia, they had like Liberians who caused fires because they were catching squirrels and trying to eat them. You know, cook them. And try to eat them when buildings burn down. You know, people don't know. You know, you come
So
to
from
another.
catching squirrel, that's why all these buildings. Colin,
No,
you
yeah,
know
there was
that
a lot
sometimes
of
the
fires. There were a
heating
lot
is
of fires.
janky in certain areas.
Most of the fires were
Tyler,
done.
please post the reference. Let's see whether Liberians was eating squirrels.
Okay, well, I don't know if they were eating, but they were, they're eating something else, Elvis. You know, what
Well,
was
I
going
mean,
on?
why you just say some crazy shit like that with
Hold
no
on, I don't
evidence? You just wanted me to respond to you,
know what
Tyler.
they were cooking. I
You
don't
were
know what.
just fishing for me to come in and say something to you.
No. I don't know what they were cooking. What were you
So,
mentioned?
so why did you say squirrels if you didn't know
I
what they
don't
were
know. I
cooking?
just said the
And Colin
yeah.
act like that's not a common occurrence in the housing because sometimes they have janky heating. They have old boilers. They have old pipes under New York City that you don't want to talk about. When I showed you the article yesterday, you hit that article. You didn't even mention the article that I sent you about the old pipes that need to be replaced throughout the whole United States, especially in New York. Why you don't talk about that? Rusted pipes, lead
We
pipes.
know that. We know that, man. We know that. You know,
Yeah,
we
so
know.
why you singling out South Africa when there's the same issue in the modern world, first world
Yeah.
nation like
I know,
America?
but hold up. But the thing is, though, when it happens over here, we generally correct it. South Africa, you look at the video, they will talk about that issue for almost 20 years. And conveniently, right around the time when black people took over the government in Johannesburg, you know, the city government in Johannesburg, right
But
around that.
Carla, so look, where's Lozi at? Well, can you show you the newer cities? 'Cause I heard there's a bunch of newer cities in South Africa besides
Yeah.
Joburg. I think Joburg is semi-abandoned.
No, it was a city basically built by Indians. You know, I forgot what it's called. It was some Indian investors that built some cities or whatever like that. You know, it was like Indians, but it was the Indians that did that. You know, and I think
Yeah,
I heard
the
they were,
Guptas, the Guptas.
yeah, and it was excluding the black people. So, principally, come on, man.
No, there's other cities though. But
Yeah, hold
did
on.
you do you think?
Yeah, these are all Indians, and also China built one. You know, with their own police station, everything. You know.
Yeah, I heard there's parts of Nairobi that are all Indian. You can't go in if you're black.
Yeah,
So
man.
they're
So the
pretty much
bottom of Africa is being
segregation.
carved up on that. But God forbid if Black America says, you know something, our mother continent, can we have a little peace? You know, can we have we're not
But
asking for
Carla, what's
oil.
preventing you to go sit with your cousins, man? You never
Look,
answer that question.
look, they're more than welcome to come on this platform. We could talk, you know. They also more than welcome to get on me, and I get on a Zoom call with them. You know, like this.
You know, so let me say this. I remember when I've presented to Africans and I've asked them for their opinion, and I've shown like regular Africans from Africa, and I can tell you that even when I show them the military portion, the nation's military for defense, I can't tell you that pretty much all the Africans that I saw. We're not talking about those who were like the leaders of the country, but just the people themselves. They were very supportive of it, and they were, and they,
Same thing with
and they,
me,
and
man.
you know
Every
what,
time
for
I talk
them,
to Africans from the continent,
safety and security meant something to them. And when they saw like an elite force that is disciplined, that looks like they know what they're doing, they felt very comfortable with that. They were like, you know something, I have no problem with that. I've
yeah,
noticed
I pitched it to my people in Angola and Zambia. they're like, man, if I wish to God you could freaking do something like
Yes.
this, man, because we need that
But
energy.
David Hick and Kala, yeah, you guys presented it probably way differently than the way you originally presented here. When you originally presented here, you
Oh,
was basically
yo,
saying
we
the
say the
savages and this, that, and
same
the third.
thing. Look,
No,
Principe.
even your tone
Listen,
today and yesterday was
Principe,
way
no,
different from
Principe.
the initial
This is
presentation.
yeah.
Principe.
This is his
Africans
yeah.
understand
Principe. This is
tribalism.
this is part of an. This is an entertainment show. Also, this is you guys be going.
Yeah, but you judging the response of the crowd based on how you said it. If you said it the way you said it, nobody's going to disagree with you. That's what I'm saying. The
Yeah.
fake radical approach hinders growth. You see what I'm saying? That's what
No.
I'm saying. That
Once again,
if you're saying simple practical things, people are going to agree with you.
yes. What you miss early is this. Once again, we intend to diplomatically negotiate for this territory. That's always the case. But they have to understand, Principe, in the end, we want to build a safe, clean place for our families and for our future generations. We don't want to put our kids where there's drugs, where there's violence, murders. We don't want to put them there. And we want to go back to our ancestral land. And we want to build a nation with a win-win situation. If you tell me no, then that means that you are an enemy to us. If you say to me, no, we don't want you to build this nation where you can protect your kids. They don't have to worry about being sex trafficked. They don't have to worry about being. No, we don't want you to have that. Then I have to let you know. Then I have to fight you. I'm going to have to fight. They have to understand that we are at a critical point in our time in this nation's development. This is mission critical. These kids, Principe, the African American kids that are going to school today are complete, cannot read or write. Do you know that?
I understand that. I agree with you. I do.
And do you think that the Mexicans or the Venezuelans or the Cubans or white people are going to go into our neighborhoods and say, you know something, let's take your kids and we're going to give them a better life and we're going to teach them how to read and write on our own dime? Then nobody's coming to save us. So we have to do that. But the Africans have to understand that this group of individuals, this iteration of African Americans that are going to back to this land, this unoccupied land, this has to be done, plain and simple. It's for our future
But David Hicks, I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000%. But I still believe that you still, like I always tell Kyla, you're going to have to partner with both the leadership on this side and the leadership on that side. That way, it's a good coordination. Because at this point, we don't need friction. We need coordination. We need partnerships. So when I hear you guys talking about going to war, I'm like this.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying, go ahead. My fault.
Once again, there are many nations that we will propose to, and those nations are going to be like one nation is going to be like, hey, we'll give you the deal, because now we'll
absolutely, it's over 50. It's 52 nations, brother. I'll see that happen,
and that's what we. And that's what we want. And so those nations that we go to, somebody's going to be like, yo, we're going to fight for the deal. No, we'll give you the deal. We see what we're talking about. When we establish this government and this government goes to start to negotiate, then once again, I do believe it will be diplomatically settled. But they have to understand that this is inevitable. We have to get this done. No, because there will be forces that are going to tell these people, no, don't give them this land. You know how many people there are there's nobody in the world who wants us to see the African American people build the Singapore, Dubai, the Zurich of Africa. They don't want to see that. They don't want to see
that. I have to disagree with you. I think that people, especially in Africa, that want to see that. Even I think when Mugabe was alive, he was speaking with Khalid Muhammad, and he was talking about that thing. That was like maybe 20 years ago when I was a kid. I'm 30 now. So that means that's not a new concept. And I think you guys need to go, like, let me finish can I finish this point real quick? It's similar to how CARICOM goes to the AU and sit down and speak with them and talk to them. Because right now, currently, I think St. Kitts, Jamaica, these different islands have direct flight from Africa. They have investment banks with Africa. You guys need to start doing it again, because even when Kala just highlighted that some of these guys don't even know your current leaders, besides maybe Umar and a couple others. You guys need to go sit down with them and coordinate and state what you guys want. And that's why I keep telling you to go to those regional blocks, go to the AU and state these things, because the last AU meeting, Barbados was there. She's the one who gave the presentation. So that means their voice is being heard while you guys weren't there. And that kind of bothered me. I'm like, okay, these guys was always front line. Where's their current new Farrakhan? Where's their current new Jesse Jackson? Where's their current? And it is like
And when
they
when we
AWOL.
build this, when we build this government, when we form the government, we will be able to go there, and we will be able to then negotiate with them. But principally, like you have a country called Haiti. I'm happy that you have a country called Haiti. You have a place where when you go to your country, you see your dollar bills. You see the faces of your people. You guys control everything over there. And what you have is what I want for myself and my people too. And I would guarantee you that if I said to you, hey, Principe, why don't all the Haitians give up the land of Haiti and you guys come to America and you give us that land? You won't do that. You won't
No,
give
I
up
don't
that
believe in
nation.
that, bro.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I
You
don't
never
believe in that.
will. You will not. And I'm sure you would fight for that too, wouldn't you?
True. But my thing is,
Of
I don't
course
think
you
it's a
would
fighting
fight for that.
situation. I think a lot of them want you back, bro, and they want a coordination
Well,
between the
yeah,
two lines, and you guys been AWOL.
but we're
You
going
know,
back. We're going back to rule ourselves. We're going back to rule ourselves. We're not going back to build something where they can point their fingers at us. And these governments are not stable. So even the governments that are out there in that region, the turnover has been immense over there in that region. How many coups happen? I mean, how many coups have happened in Burkina Faso? Burkina Faso's had like 3 or 4 coups in the last like 20 years. 3 or 4 of them. So it depends on what nation or where these nations are. So there's a turnover, a huge turnover of in these nations. And then of course the ones that are in power, a lot of them, like for instance, depending on where you go, where France has a lot of control, the French have got them in check. There's certain places where the French can completely control the leadership, and they give them their money, they give them their resources, and these guys say, okay, whatever, whatever. But they're not ready for people who can't be bought. So when we go there, we're incorruptible. You can't give me the gold watch or this or that, the diamonds. I don't care. I don't like any of that stuff. You can't buy me for nothing. I want to have a beautiful view. I want to see kids laughing, and I want to see our women respected and our people having a great time. That's what I want. I don't care about you. You're not going to be able to buy us at all. And they're not ready for that. Wait a second. You guys don't want millions of dollars.
How do you know that? Because you're doing what Kala do, which is creating a fake boogeyman. How do you know they're not ready for that? Have you sat with attempted to reach out to the AU or the ECOWAS bloc or the EAC?
You know what, brother? When I used to believe in the Pan-African side of things, let's go back, black man of the world and this and that. And then when I started dealing with them, I've lived a long time. I lived over 11 years outside of America. So I've dealt with a lot of Africans. And then I started to see the games that were being played. I saw the promises. I've been in situations before where I was like, whoa, man. I realized very quickly that, of course, money talks to them. Money talks, and money definitely talks. And a lot of them, they have been enamored by material objects. If you want to talk to this leader, you have to pay. That's just the reality of it. And then as time went on, I realized that, something that, we can give them money and then they will say, okay, here, we're going to bring this to the AU or we're going to bring this to our leadership. And 6 months later, oh, no, we need another $1 million because we got to get this party. And
you might as well send them a check because
we got to do this. Then in 6 months later, oh, no, now things have changed. Now we need another $1 million.
My thing is not that those elements exist here too with the lobbyists. I'm saying like when you go there with a solid block. That's why I keep telling you when you move up, the block is stronger. You can sit down and negotiate peace on solid ground.
And we will do that. But Principe, when the day comes that we form the African American national government, we form that government, it will be global blowout news. The day that comes,
absolutely,
it will be global news. And when they see that and they see who the leadership is, and once we have that leadership elected, then it's time. Okay, now let's go call the embassies of all of those African nations. When the national government does get formed, there will be a press release that will be sent to every single African embassy in the world and the rest of the world in their language. That means when we send it to Nigeria, we're going to send it in Igbo, Hausa, and Fulani. When it goes to Kenya, it's going to be worded in Swahili. We want to make sure people don't get it twisted. So in Egypt, in Arabic, we will have it all ready to go throughout the entire planet when that announcement is made. We ain't playing on this one, brother. Okay? It will be in everyone's language. Everyone. On that day, the whole world will know who we are. Once we have elected ourselves and we've decided that we are going to form our own government and we want our sovereignty and we have the right. It's clear. It is clear that
Yeah,
our
but you.
ancestors were taking crime against humanity.
I'm listening. I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Yeah,
You
but
good,
you.
sir.
No, I was gonna say. I'm gonna say that. Shouldn't you start also with trying to connect those who already see or agree with your ideology in terms of like the different established institutes here? That way, y'all go over there as a block. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I mean,
You know what I mean? That building
as we
coalitions
start to,
here.
yes, as we start to build this up, as I said before, in the African American community, there's so many different blocks. You got the Creflo Dollar crew, you got the TD Jakes people, you got the people under Farrakhan, you got who else? You got all these other groups that are out there and stuff like that. And so, in the end, we will see what people come together. Now, we will go to the front. And we will say to the world, to the African American community, this is who we are. Who wants to ride or die? That's it. And if we convince them,
yeah.
And once
I'm listening.
we
I'm sorry.
convince them, yeah, we convince them. And if somebody says, well, we don't like your group, we want to be our own group, but we still want to be a part of the nation. Okay, fine. Then let's get that coalition. Who knows who that will be? Because we're not the Hebrew Israelites. They're going to be like, no, we Hebrew Israelites, we got to do our own way. And then you got the Moors, they got their way. And then you may have 5%ers, they got their way. Then you got the Freemasons, they have their way. There's many different groups that may decide to either participate or not participate with this. So when that government is formed, we'll figure that out. We're going to figure out how those parties are, and hopefully we can get it down to one specific block, a united block. And then once that united block is strong and then okay, now we can stand on something and go to negotiate for real, because the African American National Bank will have been created. Then once the government is formed, the bank is created. Then we're able to then put our money, those hard-earned U.S. dollars, put that into the African American National Bank, and we can take a portion of that, buy gold. So now our African American dollars are backed by a tangible asset, and it can be any physical tangible asset. Let's do that. Let's go do that. And now we're in business. And then these nations, when we go see them, okay, who are you? Well, we have political influence in America. We represent this many million people. We know how to do A, B, C, D, and E. If you give us this land, we can do revenue sharing, resource sharing. We can bring your people in to help work with us. We will then give them priority access, your people. We can do a whole bunch of beneficial agreements, with them. And if they say, yes, let's go, then go. Then let's get it. Then start sending the ships land, and we just start rolling off all of those Caterpillar bulldozers, backhoes, and all plumbing equipment, electrical, all of that stuff in those boxes, and we start to build on that. Start to build the territory. We're going to get a lot farther than those pilgrims that landed on Plymouth Rock. We'll be able to develop a lot more quickly, and we're going to have nice facilities there. I like principally, I like to be in a nice bed. Okay. I like to have a nice TV. I like to have a nice kitchen. Okay. I like to have a nice toilet. My toilet's
David, some of those things, some of those companies somewhat exist. Why don't you go to like business forums and network with people, and that way you have partnership with both? I don't know if you want that either, but you have some business partnerships with those who already have companies there, and then they'll kind of, how do you call it?
Yes.
Endorse your idea. You know what I mean?
The African American government will give priority to, of course, African American companies first, and then African nations. We want a win-win situation. I would rather. If
that's what I'm saying. But are you seeking to reach out?
Yes.
Are you reaching out to both parties?
Right now, brother, right now we can't reach out because once again, it's so volatile over there in certain areas. It's very volatile.
No, but there's calm areas and there's established businesses and companies that exist. I heard you earlier talking about car manufacturing doesn't exist in Africa. It does. They have Innocence cars. They have Kentucky. Uganda makes buses. There's different things going on. You can tap into that by going to the African business forums that happen periodically throughout the different times of the year. You know what I mean? And that way you network, and then when you
I agree with you, but we want to manufacture things for ourselves too. We can look at
But I'm saying you don't have to start from scratch. If it already exists in both places, you can kind of coordinate it.
The Chinese can come in and set up a factory in 6 months' time, and we can build. I mean, I've seen some really good Chinese cars, and it depends. That's when the
No, but
government
but
negotiates.
I ask you a question. Why not expand already established an African company and
No,
basically
we
partner
can.
with them and grow it
We can.
wider?
We can, but we can, but we are going to deal with initially when we start. We want things to get done quick and efficient and get it done. And whoever can provide that, then we will give them that contract. So we will do that. But the government has to be formed first, and then we have legs to stand on, and then they're going to know that we are serious, And then we look forward to doing that and to build, and once again to develop the win-win situation. They are going to win, and we are going to win together. We are going to win. It's not just us. We want their society, their nation to benefit just as much as us. I want their children to be in the just as clean, safe place and have as much fun as my kids. I want them to have the same, 100%. And I know we can do that, but we need to do it under our laws. We need to, that line, that border that we create, that border, you cross our border, it's our rules. And we are the ones that own everything in that nation. We own all of it. We make all the rules. We give out all of the licenses. Nobody else is going to tell us what to do. Plain and simple. And we deserve it. It's our ancestral land. We have the right to return. Melissa made a great point. Africa, our reparations from Africa is this land. That's our reparations. Give us a piece of unoccupied, undeveloped land and let us have that place and let us build the nation that we can build. And we want to be a part of seeing Africa grow. So we can be that port. We can be that pharmaceutical location. It breaks my heart that kids are dying of malaria. Bill, let us store all of those stuff, those nets, this, that, malaria drugs, all of that type of stuff. It breaks my heart to see that kids don't have clean water. Let's be able to bring those materials there and ship them out to these different locations and see the benefit of that. Let's be a part of that. But I think that we do deserve our right to have our piece of land and develop a nation on our own, 1,000%.
Well, like I said, the way you put it tonight, or the pause over the last couple of nights, pause, you made it more realistic and more respectable. Like I feel like you're trying to, it's more built on a level of reconciliation with some of the stuff I've been saying from the start. Again, your ideas
Yes.
are not far-fetched. You just need to present it better, and then you need to work on it, be presenting it both. I think you should someone send a copy to this of not just an overall concept to the AU and the regional blocks just through email to get some kind of friction on the idea and get the ball rolling. That's my opinion.
The day will come, brother. The day will come. We are. Believe me when I tell you, it's going to be. This is going to be tight. When I do things, we do it really tight. It's got to be really. The plan has got to be really planned out right, and we're getting there. We will. The day will come. We're not. We have to plan this to a T. Without a plan, we will fail. No question about it. And this plan that is coming together is going to be like, okay, here's our marching orders, go. And we are going to be able to adapt to any changing circumstances real easy. We're going to be very dynamic. We'll be able to make decisions very, very quickly. So it's going to, when they see it, they're going to be like, wow. And then you got to understand, Principe, too, there's a lot of people who are not going to want this to happen. We know that. Who knows that there may be somebody that will in New York. We have to let people know that if anyone joins this government, they have to be. We have to monitor people to make sure that people are not going to be traitors. I mean, don't you think? You don't. We already know that. COINTELPRO. We already know what happened.
The CIA is calling stuff. That's true.
Of course. And then they're going to try to do this, that, monitor this and that. You're not catching me on nothing. That's for sure. No, my days, that's long in the past. That's
what I'm saying. I think that your small, already connected, trusted group should go present the idea first, and then come preach it to the masses, because you don't know who's going to come, and you're going to have to screen those individuals even harder because you guys have a solid base.
I understand what you're saying, sir.
I
Yeah,
shouldn't
but
sell it on like a notion of like victimhood or hate. You should
no,
just
it's not
sell it on the
victim.
idea.
It's not victimhood. No, we're not going there to beg anyone. We're not saying, "Oh, please." We're not begging nobody. We're going to tell them what we're going to do, plain and simple. And this is
Yeah,
it.
that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
Go with business reconciliation,
yeah. And
security,
once they,
all the
and
elements
then
you guys are
when
doing
they
here.
say
You can bring it
yes,
there.
yes, sir. And when they
Hmm.
say, "Who are you guys?" and we say that we have our government, these are the representatives of our government, they're going to know that our government is established. It will be global news, brother. When this happens, it will be global blowout news. When the world finds out that African Americans have said, "F you," we are going and we're going to get our own land and we're going to build the Singapore, the Dubai of Africa. They're going to be like, "What? Yes." And this is who we
Yeah, but
are. Yes.
I wouldn't use the word "f you." I would use the word "thank you." But
Yeah,
we're gonna take it from
yeah.
there, kind of energy. You know?
I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that to you guys. And many people already realize we sense what's happening in America. We know this is going down. We have to do something, brother. These young kids, and that's all these kids that are graduating from
You
high
should.
school.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree
No,
with you. Because even with Umar, I thought Umar should have built his school over there and have people go over there. Because one is cheaper for tuition,
Or,
and
and
two,
look,
I think
and this
African leaders invited him there. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Crispy, look, I want to tell you, Kwame, y'all not him to see. Well, Kala, Umar got a school. Just come to find out today, Umar got a grand opening.
Carla, I didn't say that. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Julio, no, one of you, Kwame said, Umar got a school. He got I said he got a building, right? And not only that, check this out. He collects all his money. He said somebody basically stole $5,000 from the school. Now you know Umar went and tricked that money off. He tried to say somebody broke into school and stole his money. Have you ever thought about cameras? They don't cost that much.
Kyla, you just like to hate. You're an
No,
A1
no,
hater,
no, no,
Kyla.
no. It's not hate. It's not hate. I'm
It's
saying,
the
hold on, no,
hate that hate produced, Kyla. You're producing it right now.
nothing against Umar, right? But he's the reason why a lot of people take this movement as a joke, Because of Umar, someone like David Hitt will never get a platform because everyone's, oh, here we go, this pan-African.
Kyla, Omar has a tangible property that we can see and touch.
Yeah, but hold up. He has a property, right? That's all. He's a building. Somebody run down.
Umar Johnson is my favorite
Yeah, at least he
comedian.
has a building. In order to
But
have a school, you need a building.
If
but
people say
Kala,
if your whole thing is at least have a building, that's sad. That's really sad.
Kyla, with all due respect, what's your first step? What do you
Yeah,
have for your
I
average 10?
told you
What
my
have you
first.
accomplished for your average 10?
I'm going to friggin' Liberia, and I am establishing. Brother Hit's not going to do this, but I'm going to establish my office base and everything like that.
I'm going to. Omar has already done his. You haven't done yours yet.
My goal is to once have my own building there and stuff like facility and all stuff like that. I want to have like 20 vehicles. I want to be able to operate
Yeah,
inside.
Kyla, he's gonna be renting. He owns the
No,
school.
I plan on all the people that I know in Liberia. I got a lot of people that own a lot of property, right? My brother Sam Cooper, he owns like
Are
20.
they gonna give you a property, Kyla?
I have no idea, but I'm going to work it out. But the bottom line, Elvis, don't ask me a bunch of dumb questions. I already
Okay,
told you.
Kyla,
but
kick me
hold
off now
on,
because you
hold
don't
on,
like
Elvis.
pushback. You get mad
Hold
real
on.
quick.
Nah, come on, chill, Elvis.
You ask me stupid questions. If I say I'm going to do it, I don't need to tell you everything. You just understand that's my plan.
Let me defend Elvis' point. Why are you not attacking? Why are you not attacking the criminals who's broken into his school, but you're attacking Umar? Umar's like a valued
How do we know?
partner,
Check this
potential
out.
partner.
Hold on. He says $5,000 exactly is missing.
Do you really think he left that money in that school, man? That sounds crazy. That sounds ridiculous.
He left $5,000 laying around. Come on.
I don't know, but until we see a police report or something, like, we can't speculate.
You gotta show something, like police report.
Allegedly, but like even if he stole the money, shouldn't you call out since he claimed that a thief stole it, shouldn't you call out the thief, not just him?
Well, my whole thing is
That's you taking Kyla's word to be gospel. You got to do your own investigation and see
I
what
watched
really
the
happened.
video today. I watched the video. Omar said that somebody broke into his thing and stole
Show us the video, Carla.
$5,000 exactly.
Show us the video, Carla.
One thing I would like to know is where the hell did he get $5,000?
I'm on the website. I'm looking for his school. I'm clicking the link for the school, and it's like I'm getting the 404 file not found.
Yeah, it doesn't mean So, like I said, man, but
You can't even
that's
hire some web
that's
designers or
how
web
low we
developers.
got. Just
Crazy.
anybody can say anything, and
Yeah,
whatnot.
even
And
even
we
if
got
that was true,
Dave Hitton is serious.
would you be donating to someone who's so careless he would
But
just leave money in an abandoned
but you guys are not condemning
bourgeois?
the
Man, shut
criminal.
your
You
mouth, man.
condemn it,
Shut your mouth.
huh?
Because I
That's
can pay a
DK.
citizen here.
That's not yeah.
No, that's
I'm not
bourgeois. That's
bourgeois.
bourgeois. DK from
I'm
Charlotte.
not
So
bourgeois. It's
anybody
DK.
anybody talk sense is bourgeois. Yeah, yes,
Yeah, I don't eat mud
Hey,
cakes. I'm bourgeois. Come on, man.
now
This dude is from
but
Nigeria. He keeps talking about you don't eat mud cake. You're not African American, DK. Why you keep talking like you're
No,
African
I'm
American?
Nigerian.
Where's
This
DK
is
from?
Yeah, you're Nigerian, bro. You from the same place like Makoko and all of those things. You're not
we don't
separated from it.
we don't eat bushmeat. I'm from I'm Igbo. We don't eat bushmeat.
You Igbos don't eat bushmeat.
hold on.
All right, let me
Elvis,
look it
Elvis,
up.
don't
Let me look it up. Let me look it
El,
This
up.
dude.
Elvis, don't let them escape. Bourgeois, why you not condemning the criminals?
You breaking up. What did you say?
I said, why you're not condemning the criminals, but you're trying to condemn Umar Johnson? Why single out or not?
That story's made up. That story's made
How
up. I
how,
don't
how
How
do
do
you
you
believe
know
know
it's
that,
made
brother?
up?
man. Who leaves $5,000 in an abandoned building, man? Come on.
Who told you it was abandoned?
Who who?
He said, yeah, I
An empty
came there.
school.
You
He
just
saw
be saying any of those stupid shit, DK.
Let
Come on,
Carla
man.
tell a story.
and
Let Carla tell a
look,
story.
Makes
he
sense.
told me,
You don't have a bank
look, check
account?
this out. Look, I was up to say Umar Waze camera, right? That's what I got in my office, right? Waze.
No, but Carla, tell the whole
Look, I
story.
can,
Tell the
I
whole
can,
story.
I can look on my phone right now, right? My Waze out. Let me put my
Yeah.
Waze out. I can see what's going on in my office right now from my phone. Where's my Waze at? Waze at? Let me see. Gotta look for it. Waze. WAZE. Waze app. Oh, this thing. Boy,
But Carla, as a leader, you don't think that some of these elements, the hate that hate produce some of these criminals who don't care for your vision is going to rob some? You understand what I'm saying? Shouldn't you be condemning
Umar's a man of
criminals
people.
like that?
I find that hard
You
to
said who?
believe. Rob Umar, man. Yeah, I find that
Carter,
hard.
you think you're a better nationalist activist than Umar?
Well, I don't
No,
know. Like I said, I
criminals
don't
don't care about all that stuff, man.
know.
Why do y'all like Umar so much?
Cause he
Because
talks he talks well. He's educated, very educated. He's actually bought a property. It's tangible. We can see it. Yeah, we know it's difficult. It's going to cost millions to open that school.
Okay.
But he's at least bought a school that's cost like $700,000. That's a
Right.
big accomplishment.
Like I said, okay. All right. Yeah. But like I
plus,
said,
plus,
I'm
plus,
not here to argue with nobody. If that's your guy, Umar's your guy, man. Hey, I'm like, that's just thing.
Like I said, Umar is a good comedian.
Yeah, he's funny as hell.
he's a good kid.
I
He's
did.
funny. He's funny.
He has me cracking up. I be going down TikTok with he goes Negro. He says this shit. Negroes, man. He goes, I do try every time I try something. Negro stuff. He's fucking Umar's fucking a comedian, man.
Yeah,
He's
he
fucking
can be funny, but he's also intellectual,
Yeah,
and he
yeah,
has
Stoke.
some
I
real
looked at
good talk.
yes, yeah. Hold on, Stoke.
and
I looked at that a while ago. It did say the Ebos eat bushmeat, so I don't know what
Yeah,
DK
that's
talking
what
about.
that's what I saw. This DK dude come here and talking about we. Nigga, you evil. You from Nigeria. There's no we. You're not African American. What you be talking about, man?
our culture, man. DK is an African American,
I
bro.
live
So.
here. I'm born here. I'm not.
Collar
I'm not.
can't change your blood, DK.
I'm not
Okay,
African.
gentlemen, thank you so
Wait,
much. It was a great time.
all right, good
All
God
talking
right,
to
bless you,
brother.
you.
bro. Have a good night.
I'll give you a call tomorrow, bro.
But thank you very much for
Hey,
keeping us
Dave,
on
your
our
phone was off
toes.
all day today.
Say again?
Steve, you got the sound going on again, man. You got the sound on the mic.
Oh, okay, I'll leave and come back.
Voicemail.
DK.
Okay.
African goddess says she's a proud bushmeat eater.
You
Sad.
can have all the
My African
bushmeat.
guys probably got sharp teeth too. Yo, check this out, Dave.
Carla, you like to throw shots, and when people throw shots, you get mad. You know I always give it back to you the way you give it.
Dave,
Pause.
you understand? You said what I said. Your phone was off all day.
Who?
Your phone, yeah, you. Your phone was off all day. I tried to call you.
Now he blocks
Oh,
you, Carla, when it comes to the show to talk. You don't want to talk
oh,
to you in the back.
I apologize, bro. No, it should have. Yeah, maybe
Yes,
I
it
missed
said
it.
you. Sorry. I'll call you. I'll try to call you now. Watch. Let's
Let me
see.
see.
Your
Call
phone was
me
off.
now.
Let's see. Your phone was off. Let's see.
Carla, you got to pay your bills, man. It's on your side, man.
Yeah, maybe it's my
Hey,
bill.
look,
Wireless customer you are calling is not available. Please try.
Hello, it's been blocked, Carla. Step ahead. I want to talk to you, dog.
it's not available. You know,
What?
You sure you got the wrong number? You sure you got the right number? Maybe you got one digit wrong.
that's his brother, his number. You know,
let me call you, man. Hold
yeah,
on.
call me. See what
Yeah.
happens.
Hey, sometimes you get outgoing call, but you can't get incoming calls. You know how it be on T-Mobile and whatnot. They
Hey,
feel
Carla,
like doing that.
Carla, you got to switch your SIM, man. You put
okay,
Nigerian, man.
all
So you
right,
got to switch your SIM
all right.
card back to your regular phone.
No,
You
yeah,
call me, so I don't know what
Kyle,
happened.
I don't know, Kyle. I don't know if you got an Obama phone, something like that,
No,
man.
I ain't no
You got
Obama
that?
phone. Man. It's a
He got a little
iPhone.
Nigerian scam phone.
It's
Kind of
a
got a Virgin mobile phone.
iPhone 14, man. I pay like I still I owe another $500 on it, paying this thing off, man. So it's an expensive phone.
Yeah, I
You
got
know.
you. Kyle, you don't got a SIM card, a Liberian SIM card in
No, I
that
go.
phone?
What I do when I go over, I go over there, I usually use I buy a whole new phone over there and just transfer my WhatsApp account over to that new phone. That's what I use when I go over there. You know, I go there
Okay.
and use like this Galaxy or whatever like that. It's like $200, and I use that while I'm there. You know, and then before I
Gotcha.
leave, I switch my WhatsApp account back to this phone. You know, that's what I do. You know,
I
because
got you.
basically like
I
this, I'm
got
still paying. This time I didn't do that. I'm still paying on the cell phone bill. You know, I'm still paying on the cell phone bill from when I went to Liberia. You know, they got me with these charges when I
You was
stayed.
roaming out there in Liberia, Carla?
I had to roam because I don't know why. I wasn't trying to, but I did. You know, and not. You know, people calling me from the states and whatnot. I'm still paying that
That's
bill. So
crazy.
you know, it
you.
is
Yeah.
what
Carla
it
was
is.
roaming looking for that bushmeat over there in Liberia. I know you.
Yeah.
You was in
But
that. You was in the backwoods looking for the
you guys,
bushmeat,
man,
man.
if you guys do that one thing, man, stop telling us to eat bush meat and stop telling us to eat
I'm
whatever
not
you want.
telling you to. I'm just trolling you, man. You don't got to do none of that, bro.
Bush meat. Like,
Just
I
be
have a
yourself. Be yourself, man.
Bless me.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, gentlemen, it was always a pleasure. I wish the best for everyone. And once again, happy Father's Day to everybody out there who's a
Yeah. God
dad.
bless you. I
And
appreciate it.
very
yeah,
proud
All
of
right,
every.
David here.
Very
Peace
proud
and
of
much
all the
bush meat
dads.
to you, brother.
Yes, sir.
bush.
Thank you, sir. I
Now,
I
Elvis,
do
like
like
go
some
for that.
bush meat. That's for sure.
What'd you say, Carla?
For sure.
I said, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, it's so
All right.
stupid shit, man.
Have a good evening, gentlemen.
Good night, bro.
All right.
God
Later.
bless you. Have a
Later.
good day, man.
Yeah. You too, sir.
God bless.
So let's see. One minute.
Carla, what's
Let's
up
see.
with you allowing, certain people who are not actual African Americans to become African American?
What are you talking about, DK?
DK, you got
Dave.
Dave. What?
DK and Days are lost brothers.
Dave here in America. DK spent here most of his life. I can listen to him talk, right?
Yeah,
African
but he's the
American.
evil guy. Carla, y'all related by
Boy,
DNA, but not
But
by
it seems
I'm
culture.
like
born and raised. I'm born
that
and
you only
raised
allow
Hold
in
up,
Africans like.
Steve.
like I
I'm
said, hold
down the
up.
street from you, Steve.
You guys don't seem to understand something. Being African American is more of a mindset than it is fucking a lineage. It's like that's what I
But
don't
I'm an
believe.
African American too, though, Carla.
Yeah, but you act like a fucking. You
There
act
you
like.
go. I mean, God,
Oh my
jeez.
God.
Oh wow.
No,
See?
seriously, Steve.
See?
You got. I really don't really think you're one of us, man. You know.
Oh my wow.
You know what I'm saying? You
What
had you
more do
said
I need to prove?
hours here
Cause
talking about
Steve, you don't got that. You don't got enough hate in your heart. That's why, man. You got to be like DK.
Yeah, I know.
It's the hate that
Colin
hate
said he's gonna
produce.
teach us
Carla
how to
hate the
hate.
Africans, so he produces more hate for people like DK and Dave.
Exactly.
He's reproducing hate with these guys.
Dave is
I don't I, I
African
don't
American.
mind them claiming to be African American. I don't really care. But I'm just saying, like, it seems
No,
like
I
you
want to
only
hear
claim
from
the
DK.
one.
DK, are you an African or you're African American?
You guys don't seem to understand something.
I'm
I
a
really don't give
foundational
a
Biafran
damn
American.
about you.
Okay. Why does dude sound like Chuku? He sound like the alternate account for
Oh no,
Chuku.
Chuko's a
I'm
clown,
not
you
tripping.
know.
Come on,
You
man.
Nah, he
know?
don't sound like no Chuku.
This is his real
Brother,
voice.
don't do me
Look,
like that.
I will never
Like,
accept
Chuk,
people like Chukwo, Zongo.
You like DK because he hates on Africans.
No,
He's a
no, no.
self-loathing African.
These things are way.
Exactly.
nah.
self-loathing.
As long as they agree with color, they can
Proud,
be African
proud,
American.
I'm proud of my African ancestry. I'm proud, brother. What makes you think I'm
Chuko
not?
sound like Ross from Friends, man. They don't sound the same at all.
True,
Oh,
Chuko sounds
okay.
like a white
You
to
feel
me.
like
He's not
Russell
evil.
Simmons.
Chuco's basically an Oreo. You know, that's all he is. He's an
Yeah, I
Oreo.
think True
No, he just
DK
from what
is
I
the
heard.
Oreo. You hear how this dude
No,
talk? Caller, you know, a
DK,
caller.
yeah,
No, no,
nah,
Sounds
Oreo.
like he
Chuko sound
sounds
crazy.
like he got hot
DK,
coal in his mouth.
I'm
But
definitely an
Oreo is
Oreo.
somebody who thinks right. Chuco says
I've
when
cammed
Chuco
up.
says I
DK sounds like an educated black man. That's
hold on,
all.
hold on.
That's how
Yeah,
he
yeah,
talk. He sound like he got hot coal in his mouth. You know, caller. You know, oh,
hold on.
sir, I'm supposed to really embarrass himself today.
I'm trying to talk. I gotta move people. People don't fucking get it, man. When I'm talking, shut the fuck up. You know? God damn. You know? Look, the bottom line is this. This is what I will say. I don't care what the hell your what your background is, whatever like that. It's just a mentality. Being African American, if you're born in America and you understand the assignment and whatnot, you're one of us. I don't care about your background. Chuco sounds like a freaking idiot. You know, people don't understand something. I'm trying to make the case that Black America built institutions, communities, everything like that outside of, and it's despite of white America. Chugo thinks everything Black America built was because of America. That's a lie from the pit of hell. White America has tried to destroy Black America since the end of slavery. They tried everything they could in their power: redlining, Jim Crow, lynchings, fear, bombing, intimidation, and we still stood. So I'm not going to sit here and give the white man all the glory. That's what he does. Give the white man the glory, Kala. You know, give the white man the glory. No, I'm sorry, I can't do that. You know, Chuko wants me to give the white man the glory. Oh, let's say no, he didn't do us no damn favor, because the same Black community that we stayed in America and we went to Canada and Mexico, we would have erected the same successful community because it's in our culture to be successful. You know. That's why we was able to build our own school. That's how we went from 0% literacy rate at the end of the Civil War to 30 years later having a 99% literacy rate, because we cared. You know, people don't understand who we are as a people. Why we produce so many inventors and whatnot. You know, under duress. We hold
but
all the.
Kala, you don't think you both are right?
What are you talking about? No, I don't think he's right. What he basically wants to do is make it seem like, oh man, white people have something to do with Black America's success. No, it's not. You know, no, they
But
did not.
Kala, a lot of those first universities and schoolings were
Yeah,
supported by
some of them
whites.
some of them were
Tuskegee was
started
supported
through
by.
white philanthropy. I admit that, right? But the people who had to build the faculty, recruit the students, and do all the hard work, the heavy lifting, were Black people. You know, white people didn't do that. They just gave us say, hey, okay, here's your building. Y'all figure it out. We had to figure everything out. We had to build our own libraries. We had to we had to get accreditation. We had to do all that stuff like that. We had to build from nothing. And we had educators that put in so much work to build world-class universities and get accreditation and whatnot. You know, they didn't do that for us. We did that. All they did was give us some land and help us build a campus. But building an institute like Omar, you can build a building all you want, but if you don't freaking have the faculty and all the body and everything like that and the resource and whatnot, you ain't gonna build no damn school. You know what it takes to build an education institution? You know. And I hate the fact that people playing with Black people's education. You don't play with that. That's one thing. And this is why Black people are so screwed up right now. People believing in Native Americans, stuff like that. People playing with your education, you know? People online talking about fake history and all this kind of shit like that.
But
I'll
Kala,
say,
aren't you also right in the sense that you guys did educate yourself as well, and also some of your the rise of the African American people is through Black educators and Black leadership. So
yeah, hold
Umar
on.
Johnson is like the modern
Hold
Booker
on.
T.
We had
Washington.
educational leadership in our community that worked tirelessly to educate our people and stuff like that, you know? You know, so we basically like this, and they didn't hold themselves up as a so-called leader. You know, this idea
Booker
that
T. Washington didn't do that when he did that in the past and when
Booker
he
T.
started to
Washington,
speak.
I don't think you basically understood Booker T. Washington. He made one speech that you probably never heard of, right? In his one speech, he
I
said,
heard of one of his speeches.
no. He said in this one speech, he said, this is later in his life. He said, it appears to be a class of Black men who make it their business of staying. He was talking about so-called Black leaders. They call themselves Black leaders, right? He said, who make it their point of staying in white people's faces, putting the problem of the Negro before the white public and whatnot. He says, one, because it pays, and two, because they get something out of it. They basically, and they used by the white establishment. These people don't care about the community, but they go around white people, right? Because white people ultimately decides who's a black leader. Because ultimately it's about who the white man decides he's going to deal with, you know? Till we have power and whatnot to decide our own leaders, that means we're the ones giving out reward and punishment in our community. We're the ones giving out jobs. We're the ones giving out business opportunity. You know, then we're going to have real leaders chosen. But until that happens, a leader is nothing but whoever white people say is a leader. You understand?
They may approve the leader, but a lot of these leaders come from the grassroots
No.
in
They don't
academia.
come from the black community. They're imposed upon the black
Oh,
community.
so Umar is imposed.
Everybody in Black America traditionally they hated so-called black leaders. Really, they do.
Oh,
They really hate
you
it.
can't
You
be
know,
the. So
black.
can you name some of the leaders that they hated? Like what leaders did they hate?
Yeah, they really hated fucking black leaders. You know, the only leader
Which
that
leaders
black
are those?
people, the only black people leader that was able to get the type of black leadership was Marcus Garvey, then Adam Clayton Powell, and Malcolm X. People like that. Those three men
Oh,
they were able to get like that. But the bottom line is these people running around calling themselves black leaders and whatnot, like the James Farmers and Warren Wilkins, nobody cared about these guys. They're clowns, you know. The NAACP. Black people didn't look. The NAACP was not big in New York City. It was big in places outside New York City, Maryland, and places like that. The NAACP never had an office or foothold in New York City. You know, it was not New York City. New York City. The people in New York City basically saw the NAACP as enemies of Garvey. They hated the NAACP. You know, they saw them as the enemies of Marcus Garvey and race traders. You know, people, you got to know
yeah,
your real.
but
And
yeah,
the
but
first 50 years of
I'm sorry.
NAACP, the president was always a white man.
True, that's true. That's very true. That's very true.
So the bottom line,
White passing.
are not
Yeah,
stupid, you know. They don't trust
true.
that black people don't trust anything that they know is controlled by white people behind the scenes.
Kala,
No.
what do you think about
Go ahead.
Mark Lamont? Because I see that they're trying to push him as a leader
Yeah, that's what
of
they do. The media is trying to do it. You saw he interviewed T.D. Jakes, man. He was so
yeah.
gay. Because T.D. Jakes basically is changing his opinion on the LGBTQ, and he's right there.
Did you see that interview he did on Piers Morgan? It looked like he was about to cry,
Oh
man.
yeah, that little white girl one night. First, that white girl was like a swirler at one time. She used to date black girls, black guys, you know. And then I guess she found her niche. She's one of these little cute white girls that's saying the N word and whatnot. You know, she don't mean it. She's just trolling, you know. And he was about to cry. He goes, "Are you gonna let her call me an N word and whatnot?" Dude, man.
What makes you think she doesn't mean it?
Because the bottom line, because I saw some of her old videos, you know.
She could have changed her opinions on
I
life.
know, but hold up, but I look, dude, man. I see some of her old videos. I know she's just fucking trolling, you know. Yeah, she might believe that, whatever, like that. But it ain't a matter of time. Like, give her like a couple more years, right? She's gonna be like, well, I was thinking about that. I had to change her heart, you know. I know when somebody's a real racist, their heart. She's just hurting right now over something. She wants attention, you know.
Did she actually say the N word?
Yeah, she said the
Yeah,
N-word, you know. Yeah.
a couple
Well,
times.
I mean, then she. I mean, wouldn't she be canceled then? I guess like
Well, the
that's
bottom line is this: you look, if she's a white girl, she's blonde and whatnot, and a lot of even black people think it's cute. You know, oh, she's saying the N word. Well, a lot of black people like, oh yeah, there's a blonde chick. Now she was fat and nasty and bloated. Then everybody have a problem with it because she's
so
young, huh?
a white
Hold on,
person
but
can get away with the N word. Go ahead.
You know, look,
No, but which
society, like,
black people is he talking about? Isn't it the conservative blacks that like those the twins types who are
oh, they
encouraging her to
fucking
say that
heartstrings and
doesn't
Oh,
matter?
the what's the? I used to watch. The.
they turned into a bunch of Afro think tank ate them up today in his video about the
A
high.
word.
You mean
Yeah,
those light
I see.
skinned?
He ate them up,
What are
man.
their name? What's their name again?
The
Those light
high
skinned.
twins. You know,
Yeah, the Hodgkins. I used to watch them when they was in the
these
bodybuilding
guys,
stuff.
here's how, before they were like common sense conservative guys, but they turned into full blown fucking anti-black. Pookie and Buquisha were all Apple think they broke it down. He goes, you can tell this guy lives in white. These guys live in white areas, right? They're not around black people, right?
They could be grifting
Yeah,
because that's
well, I
like
don't know,
the
but
topic would be the ultra.
but the bottom line is they got making an awful lot of money because there's a lot of white people who like that stuff. You know, a lot of white people.
Right.
If you want to grip, if you look, this is one guy. He's a Mexican. He got fired. He worked at Waffle House, right? and he had a video. We had like a couple million TikTok views, right? And everybody got it canceled, right? He was like, "You fuck, you got my video taken down. I was just about to get paid out, right?" And they deleted his account. He was pissed, right? And the hostages were taking up for him, saying, but he was just basically saying black people were rude, the N-word, and all stuff like that. And the hostages was defending him, right? And the guy who broke it down was that guy, what's his name? Wise. You know, that guy Wise, you know. He was basically Wise TV. He was basically what I said, Hodgson defend this guy. They don't even know what's going on. The guy got his account taken down because he was saying the N-word, blah, blah, blah. And he basically throwing black people on the bus. And like Wise was saying, you know, if you want to make quick money on YouTube and TikTok and whatnot, just start talking about black people. If black women talk about black men, they go viral. You know,
I agree with that, Carl. A lot of these people just be, you know, they just gripped and trying to get money out of
it is way to
white
fucking
people.
it is way to fucking because they create this toxic environment. That's why I said everybody hates black men. You know, everybody hates us. I know. I don't bother even trying to fight no more. I'm not trying to get my like. You hate me, you hate me. Okay, we can live with that. You know.
But Kyla, I like what you just said right there. You don't think that some of these people today are monetizing their own hate for each other, especially black folks, in terms of like, you know, bashing one another for economic gains to the point in which is devaluing the image of whites. I mean, the image of black people to the point where certain black people start to fear and hate
Give
themselves.
a damn. They could give a damn because a lot of these guys are young. You know, they're thinking about that money every month. They're getting that nice fat check, and they're not gonna stop doing what they're doing. You know, so it is what it
So
is.
can I add another element too? So do you think the current state of black folks and the desire just to be seen and getting money, are they painting a better or worse image
The
of black
bottom line,
people than the whites did in the media?
the bottom line is this: the black people who are ignorant, putting like this one lady got a video going around where I had a son's birthday party. She's out in the background twerking, shaking her nasty ass, whatnot. You know, that goes by. These ignorant black people, right? Like, do I need to play that Sergeant Waters video again? You know,
No.
he
No.
says, I know you don't want to see that because you're CJ, Steve. You know, you're CJ.
What?
You know what I'm saying? So he was like, you know what damage one ignorant nigger could do? Remember? He
Yeah,
goes,
it's true. It's true. I agree with him.
yeah. So the
Always
bottom
agree
line
with
is,
him.
imagine, hold up. Now what you got is a bunch of CJs on. See, we tried to keep these people. See, Sergeant Waters represents, let me tell you something right now. This is how it works. Sergeant Waters represents that Creole, educated, cultivated class of black people that basically always look down on the Geechee people. You know, the Geechees were the closest thing you're gonna have to Africans in Black America. You know.
All right, Carl.
No, I'm just that's.
Carla, come on, man.
Oh look, no, no, don't take that the wrong way. Don't take that the wrong way. You know, but when we talk about people who like who are,
But you basically just saying if the closer you are to Africans, basically, it was.
I'm not saying that's the way it is. I'm just saying that's the way the Creole people think. You know, that's what we were taught. You know, my
All right,
grandma was a
thank you,
Creole.
Carla. Thank you. It makes
My
sense now.
grandma was a Creole. She basically said, "Look, boy, we're Americans." You know, now my mother's side of the family, but you know, they were more Afrocentric, whatever, like that. Whatever. But my grandmother, she was like, "We're Americans or not. We don't do that. Americans don't do that. This is the way we do." And we had to be the best Americans. I learned etiquette and all this stuff like that and everything. And we looked upon the people, the Geechee people were people that we saw going to the juke joints and shit like that. The drunkards, they're just country people and whatnot. We had kinfolks out in the country, you know, but they were nicest people and whatnot. But the bottom line is we sort of looked down on them because they were country people and when they came to New York, it was like really bad, a real bad situation. You know,
What's wrong with country people?
what? No, nothing wrong with country.
Why you look down on people from the
I
country?
didn't say I looked down on them. I didn't say I did I?
You just said that they.
No, I just said people did. You know, people did. You know,
What people, Carla?
the
The
black
people in your family, the Atlantic Creoles, right?
community. You know, it's like,
So
man,
can I ask Carla a question too,
they're
right there?
embarrassing. They're embarrassing.
So who retained the hate of self in the black community? Was it not other blacks?
Oh, that's not hate for itself. There was hating other type of black people. You know, they weren't hating themselves. You know, they love themselves, man, but they saw other black people like, damn, these people are uncivilized, whatever, like that. You know, so there's always that contention in our community. You know. who we thought was civilized and cultured and refined, and who was just a bunch of ignorant, fucking what they call them, ignorant.
What I got from that video you played yesterday was that Sergeant Waters, he was fighting for honor and the respect for his
Yeah,
race.
that's what it was. They wanted the Creole people. That's what they wanted more than anything else is a respect for society as men. Because they, you know why? Sergeant Waters, South black people, they knew they built communities that were way more advanced than white people. They were way more culture, but racism, and unfortunately, they blamed the perception of racism on the Geechee people and people like that. That's what they did. They were like, if it wasn't for you, like he always said in the movie, if you watch it, he said, he goes, they all think we're a bunch of niggas and whatnot, because of y'all. That
Hmm.
tension is always there in Black America because a lot of black people think when they're like, so when somebody gets up here like Steven talking about, what about black people? Right? Black people are so fucking embarrassed by the black criminal element, the black booty shaking element and whatnot. We don't know what the fuck to do. And a lot of it has to do. And it also drives black nationalists, right? Some black people are like, man, if we could build a nation and get away from these, the number one thing black people want to get away from is that one element of Black America that Black America really never liked, that underclass of just destructive, ignorant, dumb black people, and that we have to unfortunately deal with, That's what black people really want to get away from, It ain't because they want to move to white suburbs. Is that
But you say that, but then you and others like the FBA cats defend those individuals when we call out and say the same exact thing.
Look,
Thank
hold up.
you.
First of all,
Thank you.
hold up. You're right about that, right? That's why I say I don't like the FBA. I'm not like I told to tell the FBA. Some of the FBA are those people, right? And I said I want to delineate from niggas like you. I have no problem with African immigrant if he's civilized. I have a problem with you Negroes and whatnot. You stupid dumb nigga shit. That's what I'm saying. The FBA say that they're freaking Pookies and Ray Rays their damn self. And I said like
Well,
this.
I'm not a Pookie or a Ray Ray, so
So you're
But
FBA, right?
you
I'm
don't think it's a balance
not
that
an
is
FBA
needed?
either.
No, ain't no damn balance, man. Bottom line is this: black people who are civilized, you had like nice pockets of black communities in Maryland and whatnot, and like DeSoto, Texas, right? Nice black enclave up there, but it's starting to be overrun with the dumb niggas. They like I said. Let me tell you something, man. The dumb niggas in Black America, right? They always say my hood, my hood. I'm like, yeah. I told this one kid, you from such and such? Why don't you go back there? I want you to be in your hood. Get the fuck out of my neighborhood. Go back to your hood. Why are you
No,
out
but
here?
Kyla, don't believe in the concept of the talented chef, and you guys that are smarter supposed to
I know. I don't
help
believe in
better
politics.
the collective.
I believe a slight big number of us, about half of us are okay. I don't believe in talented tests. I believe there's a
No,
slight.
but who's supposed to educate and reform the others?
Hold on. Bottom line is this. And another thing. This is another thing. What we're talking about. Let me break it down to you. I'm glad you brought that up, bro. I was wanted to say this. I was mad if I would miss this. Right. Okay. Next topic. Right. Brews attacking me in the chat. Right. The problem with Pan Africanism. Right. I think Pan Africanism was very convenient for the lower classes of black people in America. Right. I say that is because me as a upper class black man, I tried to embrace Pan Africanism, right? And I don't see no benefit to it no more. The lower class black people basically like this Pan Africanism and black consciousness, right? It obfuscates your responsibility, right? For example, if you believe in it takes a village to raise a child, right? Not you busting your ass, rearing your kids and anything, but it takes a village.
That's not what that means, Kyle.
You know where I'm going with this, right? That means that you could. This is what I'm talking about. Negroes think, right? I got a PhD in Negroology, right? It simply means to the Negro, right? I can have my kids be dumped on the community, right? Dumped on the community, right? I could dump one like that, and it's up to the community to raise my kids, because I don't have to, because it takes a village, Very convenient, right? That's what it means to a lot of these people, They ain't trying to raise their kids. They want to dump it on everybody else.
That's what it means to ignorant people, but
Yeah, but
the
hold on.
true
That's
meaning.
exactly. That's what the majority of.
Only Carla would think like this, man. It's crazy.
That's the majority of the like principes. Majority of the Pan Africans.
No, that's not. I don't think
No,
that's how it works.
no, hold on, Carla. I think you once told a story about your whole family, right? You said your family, your father and mother, God bless their soul, married young, right? And their family leaned on them and helped them.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what
yeah. I
takes
know,
advantage.
but I know that, right? But my parents was ultimately, and every night my father came home one night. My father
Absolutely,
put on the table, right? Nowadays, you got
absolutely.
people right there. It takes a village when you send your kids. Okay, this person's gonna eat at this person's house tonight. You're gonna eat at this person's house tonight. You're gonna go over there and see if you can get this. You're gonna go over here and see this. I'm gonna drop you off with your grandpa. It takes a village. To raise a child, not just me. So you go out there and party and whatnot, and do like that. It there
I
stories.
I,
So
I agree with you,
It takes
Colin.
parents and to raise a child. It does. My parents raised me.
no,
Village.
no, but why
But
why did
hold
your
on, were the elders, aunties, and elders from the church that used to come by and whatnot and say, tell my parents because they were young parents, a young couple. Tell my mother as a young woman and whatnot, and kept on straight. Yeah, of course. I appreciate that. But ultimately, my father that had to get out there and work a job and put food on the table. My father that had to do that. So it is what it is.
like I said, why did so you're trying to say the previous generations understood the proverb better than the current generations that's dumping their children on the school, that's dumping their children on the
It
community,
takes a
that's dumping
village.
it
Yeah,
It takes a village.
they usually
Mean,
dump their children on grandma.
you're dumping on
exactly.
grandma, dumping on everybody else, but not yourself. That's what it is. That's what's
I
going on.
I seen a video where
I
there was
do
a
agree with
woman.
you.
Sorry, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I do agree with you. I can't stand when, like, in my opinion, when you bring a child into the world, the child is the priority. I can't stand when the women go drop their children off at their mama house so they can go to the
You
club
saw the
on
video.
Saturday.
The grandparents like, no, no, no. We had them last week. Y'all gotta take them.
Exactly. You like when you
I was
when
like,
you
well,
have a child, you're supposed to do stuff with your child. It's not about yourself
well,
no
yeah,
more.
you're their grandparent. Yeah, I know. We had them last week, but we can't do this every week. Grandpa put his foot down. He's like, nah, y'all gotta take them kids. Yeah, their grandma. They want to see their grandparents. No, they can come back.
Nah, yeah, I don't like that. People trying to like dump their kids off so they can go party.
Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about a lot of black girls. Especially that's why they always want a cute baby, right? Because everybody, a black girl has a cute baby, whatnot, good hair, light skin, whatever like that. They know everybody want to watch that baby and like that. They know. Okay, I
Wait,
don't.
whoa. So if the baby was dark skinned, they
Yeah,
wouldn't want to watch it.
kid around. I mean, that's. I just sad to say, man, but that's
I
just.
don't know about that, Kyler.
No, I
My
know.
mama
I
watch anybody's child.
seen it, right? I seen it, right? I'm like, this one girl. Let me stop, man. I just seen it, right? Because I knew what the problem was. Like, nobody want to watch my child one night, And I was like, I saw the kid, and I was like,
My mama had watched plenty of people's children, dark skin, light skin, didn't matter.
yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, light skinned kids get the preference. You know that, right?
No,
Yeah,
maybe,
cute kids get the preference,
Yeah,
man. Cute kids,
of
yeah,
course.
cute kids get the
beautiful
present.
black,
Maybe back in
light,
the
dark
day.
brown. They all get the.
In Black
That's why I
America,
say
that kid has a light skin and good hair. That's how sick Black America is. Right?
no. That's why I
That's
don't.
not
That's
true.
why I don't.
Go ahead, Buffalo,
That's why I
bro.
don't like. That's why I don't like this whole FBA thing because it's bringing colorism back in the black
Colorism
community.
is
I
there.
noticed that.
FBA just
No, it was dying down. Like when I was in school, we didn't have kids making fun of people for being light skinned, dark skinned. We just all got along.
yeah, I know. I believe
I'm a
that.
2000s baby.
But the bottom line is this: yeah, that colorism thing is making a comeback. You got more and more black women there trying. They don't want to have no dark skin. They want to. I see this. Like I said, see you asked me how do you never married. That girl was a single mother when that she probably laid with some white guy, whatever like that. He popped her up with that, and she was like, "Thanks for my child." You ever seen that movie that song? Thanks for my child. Video. Some dark
But
skinned
I
lady,
will.
white looking
But
lady.
oh, sorry. I
Thanks for
I
my child.
will say that some dark skinned women, I don't know what it is, but a lot of dark skinned women do have preferences for light skinned dudes. I
Yeah, because
noticed this.
they want that kid. They want that kid to be light skinned and whatnot, and
I
they
never
want.
thought about it when I was younger, but I remember one time my sister's boyfriend at the time said I tried to hook you up with my sister and whatnot, but she said that you was too dark for her, and I was like, I'm not even a dark skinned dude and whatnot, but I didn't think about it when I was younger, but as I got older, I was like, man, that's messed up. And like she was only like 11, 12 years old at the time, and that's how she was already thinking.
Hey, bottom line, it's taught to the women. Women tell their children, black women tell their children, you want to have a pretty baby because you want the kids to get along better in this world, So like this, you want your kids to have.
That's some.
Yo, Principe, man, it's more
But
prevalent.
That's
like I
probably more
said,
prevalent in y'all
that stuff
community.
died down though. That, like I said, when I
That's
grew
part.
up, we didn't really do that. That's some older generation stuff. But it's because Tariq Nasheed and the FBA stuff, like they bringing that colorism and futurism stuff back and whatnot. Like I hear you'll see a black American woman. She ain't no black American. That's an African. I'm like, her name is Tanisha Williams or something like that. Like, come on, guys. Like y'all just like
Yeah. What they're trying to do is they're trying to create this idea that black Americans are pretty much a mixed race, and everyone's very light skinned.
yeah.
Like this, and I'm saying no. We have a rainbow of colors in Black America, right? And say like this.
That's why I always wonder like where are FBA's from? Like where do these people where do they come from? Because like in North Carolina, you see all different.
That dude, like which one? They mostly come from places like Maryland, DC area.
I was like, they gotta be people like, oh, they from down south. I was like, they can't be from down south.
Here's how which one? They're not. And that's why I'm shocked when I hear an FBA person from New York. I'm like Nagmeezy. Like, damn, that don't sound right. You're in New York. You grew up with Caribbeans and all these other people. How the hell are you an FBA? You're around all kinds of people, black, dark skin, light skin, whatever like that in New York. But yeah, you're a fucking FBA, man. What the hell, man? I don't understand that.
I just seen
people in places like Baltimore and DC area, Maryland area. Yeah, there's a lot of that colorism shit that goes on there. I know.
I just seen Moose's comment and whatnot.
What'd he say? What'd he say? Let me scroll down. Mud cookies come from Sawo and other.
Oh no, not that one. Hold on, I'm gonna read it.
Why is he attacking Cameroon?
He said, Steve Jr. 2000. You are 24, 25. I'm 25. He said, Kyle can be your great grandfather.
I can't be his great grandfather. Can I be your grandfather? Nah, I could probably. I don't know if I could be a grandfather. I could be a father.
Nah, my grandma was born. My grandparents were born from 35 to 42.
I ain't old enough to be your grandparents.
Yeah,
I'm old enough to be your daddy. So. But
yeah, like I said, that colorism stuff on really like when I remember going to school, people had jokes whether people were light skinned or dark skinned, but it was never a big deal for what people look like.
Yeah, no, it's not that. It's the fact that the matter is, when it comes down to it, only happens when you start talking about babies and stuff like that. For the most part, black people get along. Black people in America, for the most part, they're like the islands where people are really divided, like on color.
What, bro? There's way no. There's way more dark skins with dark skins in the Caribbean than in African American community.
I'm saying the Caribbean, Haiti. You guys, the Duvaliers, were a light skinned elite that ruled the islands or whatnot.
Duvalier was a black man. What are you talking about? Duvalier was the Papa was a black man.
Yeah, but
he was a noirist. That's a black movement.
Bro. But they also self-identify as a mulatto.
No. You talking about the son? He married a mulatto, and he was grouped with that. But his father, the people that everybody loved and worshipped, even the grandson to this day.
Black America, we never had a mulatto class in Black America.
But you have mulatto people. That's
hold on. That's why you guys, all you foreigners don't understand. Black America never had a mulatto class. That means
a lot of mulattoes was on the plantation.
My father was a very, very light-skinned black man with straight hair.
Light-skinned black man is not the same as a mulatto. My grandfather was a light-skinned black man. He's not.
My great-grandfather passed for white. But the bottom line, he was not a mulatto because mulatto's a mentality. He lived in the black community.
No.
He lived in the black culture and everything like that, and he married black. A mulatto is a separate class of people who distinguish themselves by color, and they don't mix with the black people. They have their own churches, whatever, like that, their own institution. When they don't mix with black people, you know.
I get what you're saying.
We never really had that in Black America because we're a minority group, and black people had a sense of unity, you know. The mulattoes was
Collar. They have blue blood societies, brother.
yeah, I
Why
know.
do they have blue blood
We know
societies?
about
Black
the blue
America
vein
as a whole.
societies, but hold on. But these people were just so small and insignificant, right? Because the bottom line, even when we have blue vein societies, right? Where were they at in the black community? You know, when you talk about a mulatto
Bro,
class,
they ruled over you just like the Caribbeans, bro.
hold on, the Caribbeans had whole separate societies.
They separate themselves under the
Hold
banner
on.
of black.
In America, the people who were blue vein and whatnot still was inside the black community, functioning inside the black community. You know, that's the difference. You know, in the Caribbean, the mulatto class of people were completely disenfranchised and delineated from that. We didn't have that in America. You had blue jay society, Jack and Jill clubs. We had all that stuff in Black America, stupid stuff, brown paper bags, shit like that. But the bottom line is this, you know, like what you call it was that's a lie, collar. Francis Duane was a black man of Igbo. So, oh, here we go. What the
First I do was Papa Doc. He was a black man. He was a part of a movement
whatever,
called
man.
the
Whatever.
Noirs,
Whatever.
which
There
was
was
a
all
pan-Africanist Haitian group,
there
man.
was pot pan Africa. Okay. All right. Okay.
Speaking of tribes
Bro,
and color,
he voted for Barifera, whatever that Igbo thing in Africa. Haile Selassie came to visit him. Oh, come on, bro. Come on. He was a Norris, man. He was a Norris.
speaking of tribes and whatnot, color, would you ever take that DNA test to find out what tribe you
Yo,
come
look,
from?
but like I told you, right? Tribe is not done. Right? You cannot scientifically have a tribe. You know, the only way you can have a tribe, right? If you take a tribe, an area like let's say this one part of Sierra Leone, right? Only the TMA people live there, right? And so, therefore, if your DNA comes back in that area, right, then it's safe for sure that's what tribe you are, right? But that's not how Africa works, right? Let's say I got the DNA in the Congo, right, in Angola, right. There's like 15 different tribes in that region that my ancestors come from, right? I would not know exactly which tribe it was. All I know is it's one of those tribes in that area. You know, it's one of those tribes in that area. That's all I know. And I don't think it's necessary. I just need to know where my ancestors came from, right? So it could be, you know, this tribe goes in that area, just like I told you about Liberia. Now, in Liberia, if you're in Grand Bassa County, right, most likely your ancestors are Bassa, right? Now, if you take a DNA test and your ancestors came back trace in the Kakata region in central Liberia, right? It's a good chance that you could be either Capelle or Bassa because both tribes occupy that area. Now, if you go in Bong County, most likely it's going to be Capelle because Bong County is the homeland of the Pele people. If it shows up that your DNA only goes to the Bong County, that means you're Capelle. Oprah was a Capelle, you know. That's because her only thing in like her own tribe traits back to, for the most part, the Bone County in Liberia, the Pele people, you know, and so she was Pele, and also Oprah is also part America. She's also American Liberian, you know. Her ancestors probably were the people that came back to America from Greenville, Sino County, you know. So she's probably double Liberian. Oprah's like 100% Liberian, you know, because Oprah's a Liberian name. You know, that's a Pele name, Oprah, you know, so it is what it is. I tell people all the time, I say, you guys more interested in that, you know. Like I said, I don't care about the tribe. I just know where I came from. My ancestors came from Eastern Cameroon, no, Western Cameroon on the Nigerian border, in Kanore, that area right, Kanem right there, in Nigeria, Cameroon, Amazonia region, that area right there. And they came from the Congo, Angola, southern Congo, northern Angola. You know,
Okay.
and my rest of my ancestors come from Ireland and England. You know, so
It was like when I ain't gonna lie, I was surprised by my DNA. I did 23andMe, but I was surprised by the DNA, especially the European DNA. The region that it came from. It was Switzerland. I was like, what the heck, Switzerland? But
I got like 2% Lithuanian blood. I don't know how that happened. Lithuanian. What the fuck is
I
that?
had because I thought that most of the European blood was gonna be like Irish or British and whatnot, but it was only 2%. It was 2%.
I also have like 2% Filipino blood. How the hell that happened? I don't know.
Okay.
And I got
I think
1%
there was
Native American blood. You know.
I believe there was some Filipino people down south, and when I read that, I think. But yeah, it was more it was like 8% Switzerland and 2% uh Irish and British. But I think I'm thinking I'm gonna take an ancestry test and whatnot. So I did 23.
I do. I did Ancestry.com right here. And that
Yeah.
popped up. I got it showed you all your cousins and whatnot. It took it whatnot, you know. I got fucking white redneck fourth cousins and whatnot living in Georgia.
I got white cousins too, but around like my fifth or sixth cousins, I started getting African cousins. I had one in
I
Sierra
have no
Leone.
African cousins, man, but like I said, I got a huge family in Georgia. Most of my family is in Georgia and North Carolina, mostly Georgia. You know, or at least the people who took the DNA test. You know, for all of Georgia. You know, got like, geez, so many people. That's how we put together a family reunion and whatnot a couple of years ago. I didn't go, but you know, that's how we all found each other.
But the reason I want to say ancestry because it's like for some reason on 23andMe they group like I think they group Sierra Leone, Ghana, and wait, was it Sierra Leone, Ghana, and what's the last one? Liberia. They group them all into like one group. But I looked at most of my cousins. Most of my cousins are mostly Nigerian, but I had the same amount of DNA from that region as the Nigerian DNA. They were tied. They were tied for the highest. The Nigerian, the Sierra Leone, and Ghana. But then I also had like 10% Angolan DNA. Only like 3%.
It said Solomon says, "God is he's taking a shot. We're nothing like the Africans on the African Americans that go to Africa. What are you talking about? They got to behave over there. Y'all, they're outnumbered, man. So you think, yeah, they would dare say something to offend you over there, Solomon? Of course not. Nobody dares say anything. You know, we're here to.
Solomon, don't put me in the same group as Colin.
Well, what's wrong with Colin? You know?
Listen, Colin, you a fellow African American, but don't put me in the same group as Colin.
No, I'm saying no. You know what I'm saying, what is wrong with Colin Jenner? What the hell?
I keep it respectful, Colin.
I
respect nobody.
I keep it respectful too. I say, what the hell did I say was so bad?
I don't know. I don't call African savages.
No, I didn't call. I call savages, not Africans. Okay. There's some African Americans I call savages. You know, we always
you said I wasn't a real African American.
Hey, sometimes you sound like a savage. You know, so I forget. Yeah, we do got Geechee people. You know, they're savages.
Oh man, Colin,
you know,
so he took the mulatto. He claimed that there was no mulatto class, but he's taking the mulatto stance and the elitist black stance.
Just because you're a mulatto, don't mean you're civilized. You know.
No, but you're taking the overall stance. All of them were not rich and elite, but they benefit from the collective imagery of the group.
I she remembers that. I said Hakeem was sure. Oh Lord, man, I got caught. Oh my God!
These are the jokes that the Black Americans say to the Africans at school.
I was being slick. I slipped that in. I'm sorry, African guys. I was trying to be slick when I slipped that in there. You remember?
Oh man, speaking of sharpened teeth, y'all remember Fang Tribe?
Oh yeah.
Whatever happened to her?
Oh, the lady.
Yeah, the lady.
Yeah, the one that Africa, Nack Beasley assaulted or whatever.
She was pretty funny.
Allegedly, she was crazy. That lady was crazy.
Yeah, she was crazy, but she was funny. Huh?
Blah. I said, African Fang Tribe, are we like the worst people? Yeah, you Black Americans are the worst people in the world. I'm like, show us some love, man. Does anybody love us in the world, man? Are
We
we
get a
really
lot of
the
comments.
are we really the worst people on the planet, man? As a black
No,
American,
we're not the worst people on the planet, Colin.
I know. I'm just getting I want to look. I want to reach out to people, man. How do I get people to love me? As an African American, how do I get people to
Just
love
be
me?
respectful. Just be
Well, I
respectful.
am being respectful, man.
All right,
Please,
Colin.
I am being respectful. Yeah.
Colin,
Somebody give
Colin, but
me a
you
chance to have her come on the show, man. We like that. I need more freaking women, man. I'm sick of talking to you dudes, man. You got strawberry
you
honey fries.
bash him too much, bro. What are you talking about? You
You know what I'm
bash
saying?
him too
You got
much.
Mari shy. She's scared to call in. And
You
we
you
got.
imply that
A
they
lot of
sell out the
time,
most.
I ain't gonna lie. A lot of time when the women get up here, we overtalk them.
Oh yeah, no. I tell you what, right? I hate to say this, right? When women get on a show, right? That's when things go left. Dudes start fighting with each other, blah blah blah. I know when you bring women to an organization, whatever like that, you want to destroy organization. That's what white man did. He didn't need COINTELPRO. All he had to send his sisters in, because what happens is this. This is how it usually happens. Everybody got their name, whatnot. Brother Al Bay, blah 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 blah. Hotel Black Power, whatnot. Right? Everybody's cool with brother, whatnot. And then the sisters come in, right? Next thing they're coming out right at, and sister Hachika looks banging, man. She like you like this, like the other, and what you call and everybody saying, yeah, this is our sister, we got a queen second. Then you go over to Al Bay's house one day and whatnot. So sister Hachika coming out of the shower with a towel and whatnot. You're saying, damn, man. How you getting that shit and I ain't? That's how the organization fall apart. Then next thing you know, you stop selling incense and bean pies and shit, and everybody goes to something. I've seen it happen, man. Like, damn, this you motherfuckers are fucking, You
I got
say,
a suggestion,
damn,
Colin.
what?
Do a show where only women can call in, like once a week, at least once a week. Do a show only women can call in.
Yeah, we'll do a show.
He got to do a show praising them, man. He be bashing them, man.
Look at John
That
taking
too.
a shot at me when I talk about not Colin. Women ran away. Taps it. How I would tap that from Honey Flower. That's funny, man. That's hilarious, man. That's
The
just
whole Colin. In fairness, that's the only person you protect. The other one of them, you
no,
kind
no.
of throw
Hold
jabs
on.
at them.
I would say this. Let me say this, right?
And that Mexican
And
girl that
Marie Shaw
Hold
too.
on. Check
Marie
us out.
Shaw is
Check
another.
us out. Hold on. Check us out. Now, Frenchie was having problems with Dollar Bill and Dark Migo. Dark Migo went there. I said, look, Dark Migo, I'll let you be a moderator on that, but please don't ever disrespect Frenchie. I don't like guys. I told Dollar Bill too. I do not like men freaking arguing and getting loud with women. I just don't do it like it, Now, what you call that last show, Kidola was saying things that triggered her about the Ethiopian people starving and shit like that. He was taking shots and then questioning her blackness. Now, me personally, that's disrespect to me. If I invite you on this platform, I have you on. Only people I never invite on the show are the ADOS FBA hate mongers. That's the only people that don't freaking I don't want on my show, But if you're black and you say like, and I'm saying like this, that would be groundbreaking because she's from East Africa and whatnot, and she supports what I'm trying to do. That's I guess I was like, yeah, okay, girl, listen to my show. Like that's something when you can win women over, man. That's really yeah. That means you got something, That means you
But
got something.
Colin, you don't think she's a product of the hate that hate produce, and
No,
she's
no,
very
no,
like
no, no.
negative.
Hold up,
I
hold up,
like her, but she's very negative.
hold up. I was like this. I listened to what she has to say, right? She's like, let me give you a perfect example I'm talking about. Last year, there was an incident in Liberia where a Liberian girl got her throat slit by this white guy that she was dating in Liberia, right?
Yep.
And the
Mm-hmm.
guy got off.
He was like
He
what
was a
you call it?
missionary.
Yeah,
He had a
missionary.
wife
Missionary guy, yeah.
and he tried to murder her, but she lived and told about it, and they still let him off, right? I
Mm.
was like so outrageous in sense when and I told the African guys, I said, what the hell y'all gonna do? When well, whatnot, And I said, this is why African women hate y'all. Y'all have no friggin' protection for your women. Like what you call you see these African girls getting trafficked in places like Oman and stuff like that. Where I'm like, dude, man, a woman, right, should feel safe in the world. You should feel safe. The Japanese woman feels safe in her land because the country is developed and the Japanese men built a society where Japanese women don't have to get on boats and go someplace else to find work. They got factories for them and everything for provide for them, you know. In Africa, the African man does not provide for his women. She got to go overseas.
Exploitation of those
Hold
women over there exists too.
up, yo, look, check us out. You know, it has N1 trafficking. Have everyone look. African American women aren't trafficked.
Japan, the Philippines,
Hold
those
up,
are hotbeds
That's
for
cap, Tyler. There's a
sex
lot of Black
tourism, bro.
American women that's missing right now.
Oh yeah, hold
That's
on. Yeah,
cap.
look, let's stop it. Let's stop it. There's nobody being trafficked in America. Come on. Not without no
Tyler, there's a
investigation.
lot of Black American women that
Look,
are
look, yeah,
missing right
look,
now.
look, this also like that. But I'm talking about. Do you see Black American women going over and have to work for peanuts in fucking Saudi Arabia or something like another
We
country?
don't know what happened to them. They
Yeah.
missing.
No,
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 but
no.
there's such a thing called pimps, Colin. Pimps
When I say
exist.
trafficking, is that criminality and Black women getting killed? Yeah. But I'm talking about African women have to go over the world, around the world to survive. Black women in America don't have to leave America to survive.
But there's pimps, there's
Yeah,
strip
like I said,
clubs where
like I said, they
all
don't.
races is exploited.
Whatever they don't have. Like, I don't know. Look, so this is
Radio
what I'm
check
saying.
rail yard.
This is what angers me, right? I'm not stupid, right? I'm seeing every day where I go, I see most Black women are well taken care of in this country. You know, most of them. So when you get up here making disparaging marks about our women, right, just give it to them. You know, Black women in America are probably the most educated demographic in America. Black American
So
women, you know,
are you saying African women are not taken care of?
no, no, not at all.
Well, can we
No.
ask the African women in the comments? Are
I
y'all
just
taken care of?
okay, listen, honey flower. This is my wife. Look at
Honeyflower didn't even grow up in Africa.
She grew up here. That's what her opinion. You know.
Radio check Delaware.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like this: African women do not feel protected by African men. Look at the poverty of the continent. You know, the lack of development. You know, the constant strife, wars, everything like that. African women don't feel no safe. You know. You know.
Kala, the Philippines, Asia, Japan, these are hotbeds for sex tourism, bro. What are you talking about?
I don't want to hear what the fuck you guys gotta say. I was an African guy.
Oh,
So hold up. We know Africa because you guys are in denial. You're never gonna be real men. None of you guys are
it
gonna.
exists.
Hold
So
you guys
Kala, why you never call out China that was killing their female babies, man? Why you never call that out?
I have no fucking respect for you because you just basically were dismissive of what I just said. Now, African guys saying, yeah, those Saudis are raping and maiming those young African girls over there. We know that, right? We know that. But the African man doesn't care. He's in denial, you know? And that's what makes us not respect you guys. What makes we call you savages?
So African guys, who send them over there?
Oh,
Can she answer that? Who's sending them over there?
Poverty.
This is not the first time
you
we heard
know?
the explanation.
Things like poverty sending them over
What?
there. You know, lack of development. You know, they also
You saying poverty?
hold up, the number of African women that the single motherhood is exploding in Africa. You know,
But hold on, but isn't that the same argument that Black American women are making the divestors, saying that they're not protected by Black American men? That's why they.
look, if you could date all you want, that's not the same thing. The investors are not going there because they got a fucking starve. They going over there because a white guy got a Lamborghini and a black guy's driving a Honda.
No, that's if you listen to
That's
them
what it is.
divestor channels, they're telling you
Look,
that.
the African American women go for a white guy. He's going for his money. That's all. You know.
That's not true.
Listen,
But
that's
Steve,
not the argument they're
They
making though.
perceive the white man as having more money and
But
more.
Kyla, when you go on those channels, they talk about how bad the black man is, that he doesn't protect them.
Yeah, hold on. And you know something? We never in denial of that because I know a lot of brothers ain't shit. You know, we admit it. I admit it. You know,
all right.
I'm saying so. The bottom line is this: my problem is African men don't want to admit that shit. You know, they want to sit there and make every damn excuse. I'm saying the fact that we did not build Black America like we should have. You know, and our women got to work for everybody else. And we at least we admit that we can solve our problems because we admit it. The African man doesn't want to do that. He want to get
but
mad.
the African American is making steps to improve their nations and building more.
Just making stuff for nothing, man. Come on, stop it. You know, so-called South should be one country, Nigeria, political capital, maybe. They got to do something, man. Because the bottom line is this: that continent, man, just really. Yeah, those go because they're looking for work. Yes, so it's poverty. Yeah, it's poverty. Extreme poverty. Extreme poverty make you migrate out of your country. That's extreme poverty. You know.
But is that issue not being addressed currently with the different regional blocks and investment groups and different
I don't
investment
know.
strategies?
All I know is that while they're addressing it, man, there's an African girl getting groped by some Arab right now in Oman, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, like that. That's what I do. That's what I do know.
A lot of us are very pessimistic and doom and gloom. That's why a lot of us look down on ourselves. Even when other regions are doing the same thing, if not worse, we
I don't
look
know.
down on ourselves too.
Yeah, that's what I learned. I learned how to stop consuming negative media all the time.
I live here in America.
Yeah.
I'm saying our region right now. I'm not living in the African continent. That's not my issue.
I'm saying all our region, even in the Black American community in here,
It's
there's
not the same thing.
communities that's
Hold
doing
on.
worse than.
Hold up. When Black American women start going overseas, sailing on boats to fucking third countries and getting abused, then you'll hear Black American men say that. But when that doesn't happen, yeah, she's going with a white guy, okay, whatever. But in fact, if she's going to an Arab country, getting shitted on and whatnot, pissed on and beaten and whatnot,
They're doing that. Some of them are doing that from here, bro. You never heard of people getting flown out to Dubai?
Yo, stop it. Yeah. The people
You never heard of that, bro?
Yeah, they're going to get making $100,000 to get shit on. Yeah, we know about that.
Doing what? Doing what?
Getting porta potty. We know that, But the bottom, those are sick Black women and whatnot. But they don't have to do that. That's a choice. I'm talking about women that are desperate. When you drive your women to desperation, women being abused,
Are you pulling up a video?
Yes.
Oh
man. See, Kyler likes the victimhood. That's what I'm saying. He's creating the hate creates. He just have a victim mentality.
I'm just talking about play it like it is, man. I'm telling you like it is.
Negative media all the time.
No. But he's consuming both medias. He's trying to highlight and hyper intense the negativity in the Black community.
Look, check this out.
Right.
In the Black race.
This is what I'm.
DR's getting the people flying there and exploiting their women. Is that not being highlighted? Why is that not being highlighted?
Okay.
Brazil, Philippines.
Nobody cares about these African women. At least not the African
women.
My
God. Bro, outside of America is quote unquote second and third world where these people these women are getting
exploited. Many have their passports confiscated on arrival.
Men and women.
And some find themselves trapped inside homes where they're overworked, underpaid, and physically abused.
My job is to tell it like it is. No fantasies over here.
Emma Mbura is a Kenyan senator who campaigns for the rights of Kenyan women who are sent as domestic servants to the Middle East. Today, she's on her way to the hospital to visit Mary, a Kenyan maid who was badly burned in a fire at her employer's home in Jordan.
Nilipofika kwa jiko, Maria akapiga nduru, wakaamka. Mama, nini Maria? Nachomeka. Nisaidie mama. Alipotamka.
Check this out. One thing Honey Flower point she made was, if it was not for Black America and her being able to come to America, this could have been her going over to these countries,
But Kala, hold on, Kala. There's Sudanese in Kenya. There's Sudanese in Ethiopia. There's Sudanese in Uganda.
Oh, there's Kenyans right here. They're going overseas, right? Because evidently there must not be a lot in Kenya.
No.
For a month,
they're seeking refuge in other African nations as well, man.
Or the recruitment agency informed Mary's family of the accident.
Hey, Kala, read Pan-Nigeria's last comment.
Who?
Now this is
Pan-Nigeria.
Brother, you're too old to be able to recognize propaganda. Oh, this is all private. This is the African male. He doesn't give a damn about that. All he cares about sitting on his fucking ass.
As a mother, as a leader, I will not.
This ain't propaganda.
I will not
real.
sit
These people have no heart.
This kind of
He rather be
We are
all
not
he want to do is
animals.
show up in front of us.
There
We
is
don't
no
got no
slave
problem. They want
trade
to sweep
anymore.
everything under the
So,
fucking
Carla,
rug.
hold on. Can I ask you a question, Carla? Why don't you have that same approach for the men that's crossing the desert? That for the same approach you have towards them,
I do.
towards these
I'm
women.
African
No,
men
towards these women. These women who's
drowning in the
going there.
sea,
Despite stories of
African men
abuse,
drowning in the
thousands
sea,
of women
whatnot. You
from
know,
Kenya and Ghana
Africa's the
still
failed
sign up
people.
with recruitment
The
agencies
failed people.
like
Bro,
this
the
one
majority's
in
still there,
Jordan.
man. Why do you think they're still there?
Yeah, because the
It's so
majority
negative.
can't leave. You know,
لو رحنا
majority
على
can't
تركيز
leave.
السوق
You
الأردني
know.
على الغنيات بالدرجة
So
الأولى
you know how many
أحسن
of
من
them will
كينيا.
go back?
أنا بالنسبة لي
أحسن من كينيا.
أحسن من
No,
كينيا. إحنا
everybody,
كينيا
you people,
لا أنا أقول لك هلا
you got people about to be shipped
كينيا
back to
تعليمها
Africa
أعلى.
from
هدول
Europe
الشعب
in large
اللي هم
numbers.
بيضوا هارد
Europeans are
وركر.
trying to
أنا بعت لك آخر جروب
ship them
وصل
back. You know, so
شو المحلاوة؟
yeah, it's gonna happen. They'll be back in Africa. You know.
سنة 11 بنت إياها.
بعقد شوي. هي هيك يوصلوا كمية غير شكل.
You are welcome here.
And you have a good choice that you have Mr. Yusuf. He's one of the best agencies in Jordan.
Thank you, Dad.
Yeah.
We must call you Dad.
Really? Thank you. يا حبيبي بلشنا.
I appreciate. Thank you very much. And you too also so beautiful, really.
Thank you.
Neither of these agents is accused of abuse, but the abuse does happen, often behind closed doors and usually unreported. Some women, though, escape to safe houses, like this Caritas Center in Lebanon, where they are free to tell their stories.
He came where I was sleeping and he told me, I want you. And I told him, no, I can't, I'm married. And he told me, you are in my house, you have to obey my roles in this house. I was feeling confused, even I was wishing I would die. It was hard. I don't want to remember it.
Marivi?
I don't know why I'm so emotional.
Give me lighter. I don't think there is a human rights in this world. No way. Maybe in Europe, but not in the Middle East.
In 2012, Kenya banned women from traveling to the Middle East as domestic workers. But recently, they lifted that ban and signed new deals with Saudi Arabia,
they
Lebanon,
lifted the ban.
and Jordan.
That was only temporarily. They got to do that for politics.
Mary Mbela, the maid who was burned while working in Jordan, died of her injuries a month after she was returned to Kenya. Her family was never compensated, while the fight against the trade in domestic servants continues for Mbura.
Kwa sababu wanaokwenda Saudia ni wasichana wengi ambao mara nyingi si wasomi kutoka kwetu Mijikenda. Mimi leo siondoki hapa mpaka nikae na nyinyi wa mama kando na tupange hilo Kilifi County kama wanawake.
Yeah, you know, So, bottom line is, like I said, we got these stupid idiots. What that do, Pan-American, Africa, whatever the hell it is.
Pan-Nigerian.
That's who. That's the type of dude we get Honey Flowers talking about. The typical African man, you know.
So
Pan-Nigerian
saying this is. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he's bullshit. That's how they do. Nothing to see here. They'll sit there and watch people starving right in front of them and tell you that everything's all right in the country. You know, I know these people. I've been around.
You dismissed when Umar Johnson said somebody stole his money.
You can do all of this together with your collaborators. You can make annotations on the movie.
Bro, they're attempting to address poverty in their nations through business deals and different partnerships. You just giggled at somebody that.
No, but you say this. Ain't gonna be no damn.
How did Dubai get wealthy, bro? Business deals, man. What are you talking about?
I beg you, please take me back home. They said tomorrow they'll take me from here, and I don't know where they want to take me. Look at me now. I can't stand, move, or do anything. My Arabian boss threw me from the second floor. He thinks I am dead. Now my spinal cord is completely damaged. Kindly rescue me from him. As you see this video, I can die anytime from now.
on July 17, 2021. This video went viral. Mary Wanjiru, a girl from Kenya, was thrown by her Saudi Arabian boss from the second floor, and the rest is history. But what if I told you that Mary is the luckiest person alive? Yes, she survived, and today, for the first time, she's going to expose the dark truth of being a maid in Saudi Arabia. Others are dead. Others were brainwashed.
She left here when she was okay. She went to Saudi for 4 years. And when she reached here, she could not speak. They don't know what happened.
Vipi, hebu tueleze walikuchoma vipi, walikufanya nini?
Waya. Walikufunga waya, eh?
They can't even speak about the torture they went through, but not Mary. In this video, we are going to hear the incredible and hidden secret her boss was hiding. She crossed the border and discovered things she was never supposed to know, and that's what led her to where she is now.
My name is Mary Wanjiku. I am 23 years old. I am a single mother of 3. I went to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, and I learned the secret that ruined my life completely.
Hello?
Hello, is this the company for hiring maids internationally?
How can I help you?
I need a girl to work for me.
You're welcome to come by our office and look through our catalog. You can choose a girl. If she speaks Arabic, her salary is $200 per month. If she doesn't, it's $150. She'll stay with you for 2 years and 3 months. There's no vacation. Not a single day. She can't leave your home.
I wanted to ask about her passport.
The girl's passport? You have to keep it and hide it.
Getting a job abroad used to be the dream, the only way out of poverty for you and your family. And Mary, full of expectations, got an offer to work in Saudi Arabia. She thought it was a great opportunity, but she didn't know she was going to be a slave.
Kala, you know who recruits them? You know who recruits them, Kala?
Reaching Saudi Arabia,
All the
Riyadh,
women.
I waited
All the women, man.
until one day
The same way, like prostitution.
where I was
Thank you.
They showed me a room where I had to sleep. The first thing I saw when I entered that room was a pair of shoes. I started asking myself, did the previous house girl live barefoot? I was confused, but I let it go. The room smelled so bad, I couldn't even imagine it. I had to sleep upside down to avoid the smell, but it didn't help. The next morning, I started to clean the room. While cleaning, I found a towel covered in paper. I thought it was causing the bad smell, so I threw it in the dustbin. But then I saw something worse. There were drops of blood on my bed. I checked the mattress. It was stacked with 3 layers. I removed the first mattress and found blood on the second one. I removed the second mattress. The third one was even worse. I started asking myself, did the girl who was here before have no cortex to use? But the blood was too much. It was like someone had been stabbed. The amount of blood was so much, no one could lose that much and still survive.
Mary started to suspect that something might be wrong. She began remembering all the warnings she had received from her family and friends before leaving Kenya for Saudi Arabia. But despite everything, she kept going, believing her journey would make a difference.
Nikaona kivuli ya mzee amepita hivi. Kivuli juu nilikuwa naongea na
The next day, I saw a shadow of an old man. I was on the phone, and when that shadow passed by, I froze. I was so scared. From that moment, I couldn't sleep. I knew something was wrong. I tried to keep this secret to myself, but I couldn't. I told my cousin about the blood I found, and she told me to report it to the police, but I found it difficult. I had no solid evidence. I was new there, and the blood looked like it had been there for days. I thought the police would ask, why didn't you report it instantly? So I let it go. But my fear and suspense kept growing, and without knowing what to do, I just kept going. I waited to start my job as a housemaid, but no one gave me any work to do.
All right, folks. I had enough. You get the idea. This is why
Dentistry
this
keeps
is why
evolving,
people
as
say
does our job as dental assistants. So, as a dental assistant, it's not just seating.
African men, people like Honey Flower say about African men.
At the
They
most,
don't do enough, whatever like that. You have a whole big continent, all the natural resources in the world. They say, but yet you got people that go through stuff like this. It's unashamed. It's inexcusable or not. So you African brothers for something that's crazy. Look, I'm not blaming African brothers. I'm saying about African brothers need to build their continent up, build their country.
Colin, it's always going to be people like this. Why? Because they believe in a hype that doesn't exist.
Whatever. Well, hold
on. The women claim.
How come the friggin' Africans aren't bringing Arab girls to their country and treating them, abuse them? Right? Why is it always that way around?
That couldn't happen.
What are you talking about? These women are getting false advertisement about.
This is why the Pan-African, when somebody listen to you, Principe and whatnot, friggin' Pan-African explaining. Oh, look, the only thing you never see no the white man will never let the young white girls be in the African man's house getting abused or whatever. Never fucking.
So can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Colin? No matter how strong the black community is in America, you're always going to find goofy girls who want to go be a stripper or whatever. You can't control that. The only thing you can do is control.
Are you comparing this girl to a fucking stripper, man? Come on,
bro. She's not the first girl who that situation happened to. There's other stories about it. She goes anyway.
She says false advertisement. The Pan-African world looks silly.
So you view women as less than. That's why you think like that.
No, I'm not viewing less than, man. I think they need to be protected, So
where's the accountability on behalf of women?
If I was the president of these countries and whatnot, I would say I don't give a damn if we have to seize all the friggin' mines, all nationalize every industry, right? Kick out every foreigner and whatnot, and sell off all the stuff like that. We are not gonna let our women to friggin' go over here. That's what
you see the fake talk. I'm saying, you got to do that gradually, man. You got to do that gradually.
We're not gonna let our people live impoverished while foreigners come to our country. Look, Indians live well in Kenya. They got their own gated communities that you can't even go into. Yeah, they got that women going overseas domestically. That's a shame. That's a shame. Kenya ought to be ashamed of itself, Be honest with you. They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
You got to do everything gradually, man.
Oh, gradually. Yeah, okay. Another 100 years from now. Yeah, okay. 300 years
No, it's like 2010. Everything's coming along slowly.
Years from now, the way things going right now, 10 years from now, it'll be the same or even worse, because the mindset is not there.
Carl, you got to ask the question, why did people know these stories? Why do they still keep going over there?
Well, because they had no choice, They had no choice. There's literally nothing in Kenya,
I mean, I understand that, but at the same time, I'm not risking. I mean, if I hear a story of people getting thrown out of the building,
people are desperate. Why do you think people get on floating rafts and try to sail the Atlantic Ocean and die? When people are desperate, African guys said those are not goofy girls who want to be strippers for sister. Yeah, abuse of poor girls, foreign nationals, has reaching consequences for these women and their children. Yeah. The bottom line is this: African guys understand because she's a woman, It's unfortunately that you don't have African men that freaking think like her, That's the same. The African woman's abandoned; she's by herself, She don't have nobody advocating for her. At least a black woman in America, where we got Tyler Perry, making movies.
Okay, Tyler Perry.
Nobody freaking looks out for the African woman on the continent, Nobody gives a damn about the black African women on the continent. Nobody. The men, governments, nobody cares about the African women. I say,
Carlo, you preach victimhood, man.
Are you talking crazy? I don't know, Pat.
Who is talking about hairline?
Who's talking about hairline?
It don't make no sense.
Solomon in the comments talking about a hairline. Nobody said nothing about a hairline.
Oh yeah, it must be.
So, Colin, can I get this clarification real quick? So the men that trek through the desert and get mistreated in Europe, you don't care for them. But for the women who goes to Saudi Arabia, where there's mad stories about mistreatment,
I never said I didn't care for them. I said, but somehow, because my wife's an African woman, I somehow, when I see African women going through this, man, it just angers me, it really does, really does.
They're choosing to go despite the negative stories that they hear. Why would you feel bad?
They have no choice. They have no choice.
What you mean they have no choice?
They do have a choice.
What the hell? What the hell?
What choice do they have? Stay in their country and starve and whatnot, or go over there?
They can go to a different region, different nation.
It's better to be a slave and getting thrown out of a window.
The African goddess said, "Drop mic chop." She goes, "Steve, it's not a choice. There are no benefits. Most of Africa, these women need to feed their children. Yeah, nobody. There's no.
So don't complain then. Why are they complaining if this is they have no quote unquote choice?
As I said,
if it's not a choice, or if somebody forcing them to go,
African goddess. These are the people that's questioning me and David Head about an African stand,
No, listen. But it's a choice though. Like nobody's forcing it.
These are the people that's criticizing me and David Head about an African stand and whatnot, So they sit and watch their children starve. Yeah, the kid's gonna starve. Reality in Africa is that your kids can actually starve if you don't do that. They got.
I hate to quote Michael Jackson and whatnot, but he did say, if you can't feed a baby, then don't have a baby.
Bottom line, that's stupid. That's stupid. The girl married, had 3 children. Her husband abandoned her.
Listen, and I'm gonna keep it real like this. If you're impoverished and whatnot, the last thing you should be doing is having a child.
Well, hold on. Yeah, but I know that. But the bottom line is, if that's the case, that no Africans will have children. You can't do that. That's the social engineering of America told you that. They told our black women that, you're poor, don't have children, or not. Basically, tell us not to even breed. A lot of us took that.
That's
racist Malthusian propaganda. Telling black.
But I get it, Kyla. But at the same time, like you putting more strain in yourself to have a child and whatnot.
It does not matter. That's why you got to build a world, a society where there's plenty and opportunity for everybody. If you can't build that society, whatever like that, don't tell me about Ubuntu. Don't tell me about pan-Africanism. As long as you got that suffering. That's what people don't understand. When they put Kyla, do you like pan-Africanism? No, because pan-Africanism means I accept that. We're not, I'm not going to.
Nobody said they accept that. We're saying that if you see negativity, you see exploitation.
It's telling me, this guy that this is propaganda.
It is propaganda, man. These women are signing up to go to a land.
Okay, African goddess is saying that she could have been a child bride and whatnot. Well, if she was a child bride, she didn't have a choice. If she was, but.
So bottom like this, she's like.
What is she talking about? How child bride relate to the video?
Because the girl is like 23, her oldest child looks like it's about 10 and whatnot, which makes sense. There are some. She got pregnant pretty young. So
you're trying to say the lady in the video is a child bride?
Possible.
Yeah, but why would you go to a land? You're still missing the point. Why would you go to a land where it's known for exploiting and killing and doing those kind of stuff? Why would you go?
No choice.
They said it's desperate. They're desperate.
At least you could argue that America's not paying that like that whatsoever. So if you want to come to America or Europe, that makes sense. To go to whether you're saying there's people disappearing and dying and getting exploited, why would you want to go there?
It is what it is.
No, but this is propaganda. So you basically either they're retarded or they goofy. How you want to see it, man? Like I understand this exploitation. Now exploitation is totally wrong. But if you know this is what to be,
you can't be talking like that and selling pan-Africanism. People gonna look at you like, what kind of pan-Africanism?
Bro, it's pan-Africanism have to make sense, bro. It's
okay,
practicality. Why would you go?
So I was speaking out of ignorance. I didn't watch the whole thing. She said she seen the whole video. So
why did she answer my question? Why would she go somewhere which is known exploitation, known violence on the people that's doing
it? Desperate,
They're desperate. That's the only thing.
Bro, come on, man. That's not a good excuse, man.
Like she said, like you gotta feed the children and whatnot, and I guess that's her only option.
Bro, that doesn't make sense. It's like if you're potentially you can potentially be killed, why would you go there?
like I said, that's desperate. They I guess she doesn't have a choice. I mean, that's what they saying.
Bro, you got some of these videos. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, Yo, check us out. Africa, I said, I give in. You don't understand the situation on the ground. Yeah, Principe's never been to the continent, so he doesn't know.
So if a man was to do this, you would not have the same regard for a man doing something that doesn't make any type of sense. But for a woman making something, doing something that doesn't make sense, we're all sympathetic.
I'm a little more provocative because men's supposed to protect women and children. You know.
No, but if a man wants to pick up his bag and go to a land where they exploit, beat,
happens all the time. That's men.
Physically, mentally, sexually abused, you look at him like he's retarded. But a woman is pulling her back.
She goes, you'll talk when you have not eaten for a week and your kids are crying. Yeah, that's Africa.
So why would you? So I'm supposed to feel bad for a person that's picking up their bag to go to a situation where that it could equal death. If a man did it, we would have. What the hell?
I'm gonna put it like
so
this.
Women don't have logic.
You have no empathy. You know,
it's not about empathy. It's about.
She made a good point. I mean, it's easy to speak as we are in America, whatnot. We don't deal with these situations and whatnot. So I will, like, I never was in a position where I had to.
She doesn't either. She's doing better in where she at. That's why she's speaking like that. But for a person to go pick up their bag and go to a place where there's potential for death, she wouldn't. I don't see how that makes any kind of sense. And she's trying to normalize it because it's a woman. That's all she's doing.
How else could she feed her child?
Bro, I don't get what you're coming from. So I don't get it.
I mean, she said
she
has to feed her. You know, she has children and whatnot. She has to take care of her children. How else would she do it?
Bro, why would you pick up your bags and go to a land where there's in the news known exploitation, beatings, and death?
Like I said, desperation, whatnot. People do anything when they. I mean.
I understand desperation, but if I'm saying if a man wants to do it, you guys would not say, "Oh wow," but you won't have this quote unquote empathy for him, because a woman do it, you feel empathy towards her. That's the only difference. That's my issue with the whole scenario.
Women are viewed differently in society. Maybe that's what.
I hold my daughter to accountability. If you know that there's potential for exploitation, abuse, manipulation, I wouldn't send my daughter to that. So for her to go there, that hurts me. But it's like, why would you go? That's my question. You see what I'm saying? Even from a parent's point of view, it doesn't even make sense.
I get what you're saying, but I mean. My question is like, well, I didn't see the whole documentary. Like, where is her parents, or the aunts, uncles, or I mean,
it's a boohoo story, but it's like, yo, why would she pick up her bags knowingly that in the news is negative? It's like America is not painted as negative nowhere in the world. It's actually painted very positively. So for people to want to grab their bags and come, even if they start to work at a job that's not what they thought and envisioned, is a very positive image of this country. Why would you pick up your bag to go to a country where is a negative image? The people, the relationship between the Middle East and Africa is very negative. Even if you pull up videos of Egypt, was right next door, they're not even Arabs. They're mixed Africans. They treat Africans bad from Sudan and Ethiopia, let alone the Middle East. So like it's like she's
I understand both sides of it and whatnot. I understand, and that's why I guess puts you in a you know what they say, between a rock and a hard place and whatnot. One end, people are starving. On the other end, you got to go to a land where you could lose your life and whatnot. But I mean,
no, they don't got to go nowhere. They don't got to go to that land. They want to go to the land. You don't say they got to go to the land.
I mean, they want to go because they have to take care. She has to take care of her family, her children.
But it's great risk of death and mistreatment. Why would, like, you see what I'm saying? It's like it's not even a positive story. It's like
desperation.
But the desperation can equate to hate, self-hate, confusion, where you think other is better. Now they go into other, and now they're even worse than where they started off at. So it's you guys are just being more empathetic because they're females.
Yeah, because that's what I say. Because I basically my natural instinct is to provide and protect for females. You know, it's my natural
But
instinct.
is that LARP? Is that LARP? Is that
Yeah, it
logical?
is logical, you know, because I'm not gonna do nothing. Because
No, it's not.
without females, you got no nation. They're the ones that can only a black woman can bring black child into this world. So yeah, you protect
Exactly.
her.
But why would she voluntarily put herself in harm's way?
Yeah, she
Would you send your
involuntarily,
niece and daughter to that?
and you're being insensitive. You know, you're being insensitive. You don't understand how the world works.
African got it as a good question. What would be her alternatives? That's the principle. What would be her alternative?
There is no alternative. You know, like I said, this is a country these women have to live in. You know, that's why a lot of them are bitter.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Don't live like that. You know, so that's like the honey flower fucking. Because I know she's hurt, she's angry. You know, why is our country look like that? You know, Indian women, Japanese women, all these shopping districts in Korea, India, and places like even Bangladesh is coming up. You know, nice shopping districts and whatnot. Women got money and careers in IT and stuff like that. All over the world is prospering, right? You know, except for Africa. You know, sad. You know, because
Bro, you mentioned IT. ITs are they're partnered with the West, bro.
Hold up. India and all these other countries got their own IT. You know, and I basically call places. I see people outsource. I mean, you have to. They're from India. I have never called a tech support, whatever like that, and an African picks up the phone. You know, never. You know, I said people from the Philippines, Dubai, India, outsource. Right, Africa has no major call centers and data centers, reception, whatever like that. So,
Bro, Indians is also calling my phone doing scams, man. What are you talking about? They're also calling phones doing scams.
Yo, there's no major data centers in the continent. You know, those jobs.
Bro,
Like,
but hold on, why you sidestepping that, man? They're also doing scams, man. They call once a week from Indians doing scams.
You're not in the business where I could tell, right? When I got a call for tech support for one of my computer systems, whatever like that, you know,
They have partnerships with the West. You just proving my point, bro.
You got hold on. You look companies like AT&T, Aetna, whatever
Partnership
like that.
with the West.
Hold on,
T-Mobile.
Why can't Africans
Metro PCS.
with the West? How come they can't do it? You know.
Bro, you know this year Mike Pence went to India to do additional partnerships with India, right?
Oh,
They're blocking African nations. They're adding more African nations to the list, bro.
African nations don't have data. That's one thing that they can employ so many young women in their countries if they had data centers.
I don't get it, man.
You know, so I don't know. It is what
They're selecting India over Africa to do business deals with, man. What are you blind? You don't see the difference?
Yeah. Let's say, but the bottom line is this: I thought Africans are so educated. I thought what happened to all these degrees? You know,
well, Africans are doing what we do, bro. Africa's networking with both America, Russia, and China. They're playing the field, bro. They're very smart.
Results. They're doing all this networking, man. The people should have jobs, right? You shouldn't have to leave the continent, right?
Oh, bro, they're increasing, bro. I don't understand what you're saying. You're comparing nations that have Saudi Arabia, India, all of them got partnerships with America.
African countries are making big moves, right? Like that, right? And I'm saying
they're playing chess, bro.
Oh, you're playing chess. Okay, you know, and they're making
chess,
big
man.
moves right now, big moves, but yet the people have no jobs, and people got to go over, drown in the sea. They got to freaking go across to get views on that. I want to know what these big moves are gonna network to. African guys is colonization. There are malls in Africa. I keep telling you, middle class Africa. Yeah. I know it's middle class Africa, but it's also poor Africa too, man. You know, it's poor Africa. I know it's middle class.
Poor India. Why you never Indians right on top of the trains like I showed you yesterday, bro?
Yeah, I know, but hold on, look, man. This is not a poverty Olympics, you know.
No, but you bash. There's more development going on in Africa than India, and there's more space out.
Why do you think when I point this out, I'm bashing somebody? I don't get that. I ain't bashing nobody.
Bro, you're basically painting a doom gloom image of Africa, and then you paint everywhere else as coming along. But that's a false statement.
Unfortunately, I do see doom and gloom. You know, I see doom and gloom all the time.
But that's a false imagery, bro.
You know, Africa has poor Africa, 3 separate places, nothing in common. Yeah. All right, fellas. I'm gonna and ladies in the chat. I gotta go to bed.
Quick question, Colin.
Yeah, what?
All right. How are you able to stay up so late? Like you don't be falling asleep at work?
No, okay. Well, first of all, when I only do shows, I only do shows on Thursday. And tonight, I would get a good out. I would get sleep. I'll probably wake up like around. I'll probably sleep in like 10 o'clock. Between 4 and 10 hours. All
I
I
always
need.
wondered, like, because I know you're an older gentleman.
One thing I can't do like right now. I'm a type of person who can't fall asleep. I can't. I'm what they call insomniac. So I probably be if I didn't do the show, I'll probably be up anyway. I'm like that. I can't fall asleep. At night. This show puts me to sleep. Yeah, I work for myself too. I could call it. I could go in tomorrow 1 o'clock if I wanted to. I
When
really
I was
I don't have to answer to nobody. That's one thing.
yeah, right. When I was younger in high school, I mean, I can go a whole day off 1 hour of sleep. But as I get older, I'm only 25. I can't do it anymore.
And so I basically, I get my sleep on that. But I tell you this, you will never ever do a show in the daytime or the afternoon during business hours.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm working, I got shit to do. I'm being productive. I got industry I'm building.
Right.
Like I said, August I might have to stop doing this in August. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be too tired. I mean, I can't be able to do this in August. I got certifications coming up. Annual certifications coming up and biannual certifications coming up. So I got a lot, man. It's gonna be really, really tough on me and whatnot. It's got a lot going on. I'm working on. So
you got to delegate the show to let somebody else run it, man.
about to expand, about to set up office in Delaware. Maryland.
That's what's up.
I'm trying to build a business so I can walk away from and I can travel. I want to be able to so I can just travel and work. I just money coming in. I can just run my business from my laptop in the world. That's what I want to get to the point where I just got a laptop and I'm freaking doing something all over the damn world. I can travel any place. I can be anywhere. I can be on a cruise. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Once that happens, I don't answer the white man.
Right.
What are you talking about? I don't answer to nobody. I don't want business, man. I don't answer to nobody. White men answer to me. They answer to me. I'm the head. I'm an MGA. They answer to me.
Oh yeah, but Colin, last thing, like the suggestion I made, where like you have maybe one day out of the week where you have the women on the panel. The women come in because I know
women want to come on the panel and do a show, whatever. Yeah, I'm more than happy to do it, whatever. Like
because I know that like
more women, and stuff like that.
Right.
I don't know what it is, man. I think a lot of
I noticed that when we on the panel with the women, we tend to over talk them, and a lot of them stop talking. So.
Oh no! Like I said, if I have women on the panel and whatnot, I'll mute everybody and let them talk. Talk. Stuff like that. Anyway, all right, I gotta go to bed.
All right, man.
Yeah, God bless you, man. Good night, bro. Be safe, man. God bless y'all both, man.
Good night, audience. Y'all take care until next time. Y'all take care. I might do a show tomorrow now. I don't have time. Y'all take care.
All right, man.